Next on America's Day at the Races, the Kentucky Derby winner moved up via disqualification Country House. Now he is out of the Preakness. We'll tell you why and what that means for the second leg of the Triple Crown. And Rocketry returns to the racetrack where he bested the great Man of War's track performance back in 1920. And that put him back in the winner's circle with a return to Big Sandy. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Our show also brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Great to have you with us as we kick off another week of racing here in Elmont, New York. And a very good Thursday card, including the rescheduled Flat-Out Stakes that was canceled last Friday because of weather. We will run it this afternoon, and that is where Rocketry and Marconi are going to go and renew their rivalry when they met at Gulfstream about 6 weeks ago. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Lots to talk about with the Triple Crown. We will get to that coming up. But in terms of today's card, we're going to show you everything today from Belmont. Who are you looking forward to seeing run today?
I'm looking forward, obviously, to the Flat-Out being run. We were teased with it last week. But there's a horse in the third race today, a race we'll be covering in just about an hour on the show, where clearly Chantry Flats, the number 3, is the horse to beat. But the one Militia Man captures my attention. And of the two Chad Brown entrants in this $90,000 maiden special weight, a mile and a quarter, this may well be the one that ends up being a bigger price. I think it's important to watch this horse. Now, I ran Ortiz did a good job saving ground till midway through the second turn when he had to angle very wide. You can see he's hitting him left-handed, but the horse will continue to bear in badly on him. And really, in the last maybe eighth of a mile or so after this, right at this point, Irad has trouble riding him going forward. And this horse was finishing on his own energy simply because he was lugging in so badly. He is going to have to run much faster, and I'm hoping he appreciates the mile and a quarter. But as a second-time starter, he's the kind of horse, especially for a trainer like Chad Brown, I think he'll be a lot more mature today, and that gives him a chance to pull off what will be a mild upset.
He was stuck all the way out in post 11 in that debut. He was dead last early on in that race, wide around the turn. A lot of positives to think he can run a lot better this afternoon. That is coming up later today in race 3. Right now, we're going to get right to it. We have the first race on the card here coming up. By the way, fast on the main track, good on the turf. This first race will be on the grass. It's over the Widener turf course at a mile. Allowance optional 62 claiming race, Andy. And Lion in weight 9-5. What do you think about our
Well, she's 6-5 actually in the betting right now, and she is probably the horse to beat in more recency. She's done her best career running at Belmont Park, and she's the controlling speed in this race. I can't knock her, but I think the story of the race, Greg, has to be Orbelution.
Yeah, we saw this horse a couple of summers ago win a stakes race as a 2-year-old for Todd Pletcher, the P.G. Johnson, and just the second turf start of her career. She's been off since that 2-year-old campaign. What do you think here coming back?
I think she's going to run well. I just don't think that Todd Pletcher is going to bring this horse back if she can't run. And for what it's worth, on year-plus laughs in the turf, Todd has a very small sample. He is 3 for 13, so it's not as though he's not capable of bringing them back. And she's obviously would have to improve on her 2-year-old form, but she's supposed to. And I think if she makes a realistic improvement, she's the horse I think could upset the field. But I'll be honest with you, I think Orbelution can win. I think the 6 Romantic Moment can win. The 7 Lion in Weight and the 8 Miss Munnings, who's in raging form down at Gulfstream Park.
Well, it's fun. Orbelution, the 2 right there, has not raced since November 2017, since she was a 2-year-old. Meanwhile, you're going up against someone like the 7 Lion in Weight, who is a 5-year-old mare. She is 6 for 10 on this turf course alone at Belmont Park, and she drops out of a stakes race.
Yeah, I'm not big on that old, they love the track, but she does love Belmont. I mean, she does, and she excels in this course, and she's also a horse that can handle given the ground, and the turf is listed good. Her win, with the benefit of the racetrack, 3 back against Ferdinanda, a horse that was actually easily beaten by Miss Munnings, was a very, very game effort. She's a tough horse to pass, and she's supposed to be controlling up front.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Lion in Weight beat Miss Munnings, the 8. That was back in May of last year at Belmont. But since that time, Miss Munnings, she's put together 2 wins in a row at Gulfstream.
It's hard to believe, but at 6 years old, Greg, it appears she's in career form for trainer John Kimmel, who is having an excellent year.
So can she make it 3 in a row? She's 3-1 from the outside. Meanwhile, Romantic Moment looking for her first win at Belmont in her 3rd try here.
You look at the races behind Lion Weight, and they were good enough to give her a chance near. She obviously did not run well at Gulfstream. I thought she had a little bit of trouble. She was kind of shuffled out of the running last time, to be fair. She also didn't do that much running. But once again, maybe she'll be a horse that's more comfortable at Belmont Park. But I think it's also important to note her races at Belmont last year were on the inner turf course. This one is on the outer course, the Widener.
And there's a look at the 5. That is Linda Rice. Crimson Frost she sends out, giving this one another try on the turf. So only tried it once as a 5-year-old mare in start number 22.
Linda seems to think that this horse can handle the grass, so she brings her back on a week rest. Her one turf race was abysmal, one of the worst races she ever ran.
Just about all loaded up. It is the opener here at Belmont Park. It starts in early pick 5. Larry Colmus with the call. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Here's the opener.
They're all in line. They're off. Lion and Wait comes out running with Tanya's Gem on the inside. These two out for the early lead. And then it's Miss Munnings away in third, 3.5 lengths behind them. Orbelution is next on the inside. Then comes Crimson Frost, and Romantic Moment is the trailer. So up the backstretch they go, and in pursuit of Tanya's Gem, who's out there on a 3-length lead over Lion and Wait. Miss Munnings tracks in third, 5 from the front after a 23.33 opening quarter mile. Orbelution is fourth on the inside of Miss Munnings, and right behind them is Crimson Frost, clear of Romantic Moment, who is trailing the field early on here, continuing up the backstretch. So up top, Tanya's Gem leads it by 3, with Lion and Wait continuing to sit second. Orbelution is third, inside of Miss Munnings in fourth. Then it's Crimson Frost, 7 lengths off the lead. Romantic Moment at the back of the pack. 47.53 the half mile for front-running Tanya's Gem, who takes them around the far turn. Lion and Wait is 2.5 lengths behind. Miss Munnings third on the outside. Then comes Orbelution. Meanwhile, Romantic Moment is beginning to pick it up. She's 5.5 lengths off the lead and coming 1 off the rail, and to her outside, it's Crimson Frost. 3/4, 111.85. They're into the stretch. Lion and Wait has grabbed the lead. Miss Munnings comes after her. And here is Romantic Moment moving up on the outside of them as they arrive at the 8th pole. It is Miss Munnings in front. Lion and Wait. Orbelution now comes on late with Romantic Moment on the far outside. But as they come down to the line, Lion and Wait has the rail and has won it. Tight second between Orbelution and Miss Munnings, and Romantic Moment was fourth.
Lion in Wait, horse for course, make it 7 for 11 over this turf course. And I'm not sure if Orbelution before the wire got in front for second, but it was close.
I don't know. It was very close for second. It's a good point. We'll wait to see the photo on that, but no doubt about it, we're in Lion Wait. And while she's won rating before, she does her best running on the front end, and she was denied the front end when the long shot Tanya's Gem went out there. And the field bunched top of the stretch like this, and I think a lot of us thought Lion and Wait's in a heap of trouble. It didn't matter. She was drawing off at the end. Nice effort by Orbelution, who saved ground and got clear late. But for a horse coming off a long layoff, she still ran well in here.
Yeah, it's something to build off, absolutely, for Orbelution. First start in almost 2 years here. Let's see if she did manage to get by the 8 here for second.
Bit of a head, it's hard to see, but I don't think so either. But nice effort by her, and at the end of the day, Lion and Wait, Brad Cox just keeps rolling along. Miss Munnings ran fine in here, finishing probably second. Just couldn't beat Lion and Wait, the favorite one. She was the right horse.
3-2 as your post-time favorite to kick off the card, and the early pick 5 sequence here on Lion and Wait, who now wins for the 7th time in 18 career starts.
I think Luis Saez, when he's coming back, he looks up at the board and says, I don't want to see any blinking lights. And
Let's make sure it's official. I'm not going to go to the winner's circle just yet.
It's good to have Luis back. He obviously rode here on Sunday, and you know, he'll get past this and move on, but it's a tough pill to swallow.
Cannot imagine what was going through his mind. Thought he had a Kentucky Derby win, and then all of a sudden taken away with a historic disqualification on Derby Day.
I still think it was a Kentucky Derby winning rider. And I think a lot of people
absolutely.
do well, and a deserving one, too.
One more look, see how close, this is where we're waiting here, order for place. So who got second? Did Orbelution ever get a nose in front? I don't think she did until after the wire. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's very close. Close pop. It was hard for me to see because they seem to bang it, you know, so quickly at the wire. Sometimes it's very tough.
I'm usually wrong in these.
Well, you know, just these? Or you're narrowing down to just these? Or
most
you
things
just
in
said
life.
I'm usually wrong. You'd have been fine.
I know
that's where I usually stop.
Thanks for clarifying. Weather and track conditions, they are presented by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray of Belmont Park. Piranha on, pests gone. So as we told you before we got to that first main track, fast turf is listed as good. We were on the Widener here to kick things off.
And a nice time, 135.72. So those courses are really firming up after all that rain we got, and that's good to see.
And look at our race schedule here this afternoon. We still have the entire card ahead of us. Races 2 through 9. And again, that rescheduled flat out was scheduled for last Friday. Weather conditions forced the cancellation of the remainder of the card, so we're running that one this afternoon. It's going to be fun to see that rematch between Rocketry and Marconi.
Yeah, and obviously we were disappointed with the rain and nothing we could do on Friday, but it's better to run a race like this on a dry track like we'll run today.
Now, let me ask you this. This has been a long photo. Sort of. Yeah, not as... But the longer it goes, we look at it at a heater here, potentially?
I mean, conventional wisdom would say in this case that there seems to be a chance because it's obviously very, very close.
I'm just glad it doesn't involve this man right here.
No,
After what he's been
so
through.
is Luis. Luis is very happy not to be involved in any sort of photos, inquiries, but you know, it'll happen again. It's part of racing.
Get signed up, get started, play along. You could bet all these races by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. $200 new member bonus going on now when you use that promo code LIVE. You could bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Bet $200, you will get $200 in your account. Download the Naira Bets app or go to nairabets.com to join.
Has to be a dead heat at this point, right, Greg?
Yeah, it's been a while,
It's
right?
become the favorite.
We will tell you
betting.
when we come back from a break. No Country House in the Kentucky Derby. We'll tell you why he is out and who will line up. A lot of new faces in the second leg of the Triple Crown we'll be seeing in less than 2 weeks now. We'll be back.
Run happy! No medication, no problem. Run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Eclipse champion Blame was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Maraud, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one of a kind, high speed, high stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at nairabets.com.
You are watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We did have a dead heat for second in here. Lion and Wait gets the win. Orbelution, Miss Munnings, dead heat for second.
Yep, and a nice effort. You know, I thought it was a nice effort by all these horses to kick it off, and they all ran well behind. But Lion and Wait, she just seems to be one of these horses that knows how to win races, right?
She does, no doubt. Now 7 for 11 on this third course at Belmont, and that's what a dead heat looks like for second.
Yeah, the nature of it is I think it's a tie, right? They both are on the wire together.
Although it looks to me like the 8 just slightly in front there, no?
You know you were doing so well, Greg. You really were. You had to start
Big news that we told you at the top of the show we're going to get to here in just a second. We're not going to see the Kentucky Derby winner in the Preakness, but we want to ask you the question about that call made in the race. What did you think about the DQ? First time ever during the running of a race, winner disqualified from a Kentucky Derby. Right call, wrong call, could have gone either way. Want to hear from you at ABR Live. Make your opinion heard. And just for the record again, Andy Serling, what did you think?
I thought they made the right call, and I'm willing to understand that other people will have a different opinion. I think it's fairly cut and dry, and I understand people see these things differently. But I just think if we don't follow the rules in the biggest races, then why should we follow them ever?
Well, Country House moved up to the win via disqualification. Bill Mott certainly didn't want to have to win it this way, but he will take it for sure. His first ever Kentucky Derby win. Flavien Prat with the victory as well. One of a couple of jockeys, along with John Court, who lodged an objection in the race. And keep hearing a lot about, you know, the inquiry sign or Stewart's inquiry sign was not listed. Apparently, that's kind of the MO at Churchill Downs. They don't really put the inquiry sign up.
Yeah, I think it does send a bad message, though.
I agree with you.
You have to be communicative with the public.
But as for Country House, Bill Mott, he has confirmed not going to run in the Preakness. He's developed a cough, seems to be harboring a virus as well. He's on antibiotics right now. First Derby winner to miss the Preakness since 1996, joining this list. And interesting, Gato del Sol back in 1982, they opted to skip the Preakness. And as a result of that, Pimlico GM at the time put a goat in the barn of where the Kentucky Derby winner usually
I like that.
is hangs out before the race as a little bit of a protest right there. That was Chick Lang.
Yeah, now, of course, Spendebuck was lured away by a huge money bonus if he won the Jersey Derby, and that's why he didn't run.
So here's a look at the probables for the Preakness coming up. We have potentially 8 new faces that are going to line up in this middle jewel of the Triple Crown. And it looks like Bob Baffert says, well, with no maximum security, improbable, absolutely I'm going.
As he should go. I mean, frankly, I think Bob could run any of his horses back in this race, and they'd all have a chance. And I know a lot of people are sulking that they're not back. I choose to think it's another interesting race, and we'll handicap it and have fun with it, Greg.
Well, as for Bourbon War, he worked 5 furlongs in 101 and 3s on the inside, and they're 4th in the Florida Derby. He was 2nd to Code of Honor in the Fountain of Youth.
He's a nice horse, and I respect Marv for choosing this race over the Peter Pan, which we're running here this weekend. You want to take a shot in the big race, and I don't blame him. And listen, it's not going to be a huge price. Can't blame Marv for taking a shot.
This will be his 3rd starter in the Preakness. He had Eddington, who ran 3rd back in 04, Personal Hope, who was 4th back in 93. Here's his trainer on the Preakness.
Watching the Derby, basically, we were, we were, and the developments all week. Omaha Beach isn't part of the scene. Haikau's not part of the scene. I mean, if Omaha Beach runs in the Derby and wins by 10, maybe we go a different direction. But the way it unfolded, it gave, the Florida horses ran superb, and we felt like we deserved to be competitive with those horses. We were all winter. We've been through this 7 weeks between races with him before. He doesn't need a whole lot, so we don't need to do too much now that we get this under our belt. We got a lot of clients involved that own a piece of the horse that are New Yorkers, and they'd love to see him run in the Belmont. So, but that's, one step at a time.
Well, for Mark Hennig, he said this horse, not huge in stature, still maturing, so he really likes, too, having that extra time, having not run in the Derby and getting the 7 weeks. I think it will really benefit this horse.
Listen, I cannot blame him for running one bit. He's absolutely a player going forward. Listen, he was running competitively with Code of Honor, who certainly put in a very good effort at the Kentucky Derby, and I think that's something that gives Mark amount of confidence. Mark's a very good trainer. He knows his horse, and it's the Preakness. It's an important race. Others may be skipping it, but Mark understands the importance of a race like the Preakness.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, Eddington, his best finisher in the Preakness of his 2 starters, 3rd back in 2004. He came back the next year to Pimlico. He won the Pimlico Special.
In the driving rainstorm.
This horse will be most likely your favorite now in the Preakness for Bob Baffert. Improbable, again, with no maximum security, says absolutely we are going to take a shot. And Bob Baffert with a chance to become the all-time winningest Preakness trainer in history with a win.
It's hard to believe that Bob isn't already the all-time winningest trainer in every single Grade 1 race we run in this country, East Coast, West Coast, and everywhere in between. He is the horse to beat in here. He's been a bit starstruck. He's been unlucky. Listen, he lost to good horses. I didn't get the best of trips in his race at Oaklawn. I don't think he had an excuse in the Kentucky Derby, though, but he still ran fine.
He's going to have a new jockey. Mike Smith will be aboard. Bob Baffert says, we've had some luck together.
I like to see the fact that Bob understands that it was just, as they say, just business, right?
So Irad Ortiz Jr., he gets replaced, but he will be on Bourbon War, so he'll be in the Preakness as well. But Mike Smith, Hall of Fame rider, who won the Triple Crown for Baffert on Justify last year, he takes over on Improbable coming up in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. And Irad Ortiz Jr., speak of the devil, will be on board. Part of the entry in the next race coming up on Micro Million. 2nd-time starter, the 1A. For Todd Pletcher and Rapoli's stable. We'll see if he can guide this one to the winner's circle. He was on board for the debut as well. Race 2, start of the Pick 4 is up next.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. AmericasBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, Love it. Bet it.
As a leading breeder, consigner, and buyer, the #1 thing that I look for is that wow walk. And when Always Dreaming took 2 steps, I knew that that was exactly what he had. I think the walk is so important because it really tells the true athleticism of a horse. He's just that kind of mover, and you can spot it from a mile away. I'm Carrie Brogdon, and this season, I'm always dreaming.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. It is brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy. Never lost during his career while sprinting and did it all while racing medication-free. Of course, now frolicking on the farm at stud at Claiborne out of legendary stall #1, standing for $25,000.
I'm envious. He was a tremendous racehorse. You know, there are horses you talk about. This horse, his race in the now Alan Jerkins King's Bishop, the day American Pharaoh lost the Travers, may have been the best race any 3-year-old ran all year. Look at him. Look how happy he is, Greg.
It's good to be on the farm, isn't it? Well, race 2 coming up. We have a 5-furlong sprint. New York Breds maiden special weight coming up. We have a 2 to 5 entry. Todd Pletcher trained Sneaky Surprise, breaks from the rail for Rapoli Stable, a homebred, and then Micro Million breaks second from the outside. Second-time starter, and that's where Irad Ortiz Jr. will wind up.
I'm a little dubious of this entry. I don't think Micro Million was very green, will benefit from that debut, but needs to run faster. I will say the pedigree, the one is the one that's screaming with a pedigree. This horse have to have 5 horses that could run.
Meanwhile, time for a paddock report right now. We check in for the first time today with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, you mentioned Run Happy. Well, the sire of #5, Women Not Easy, well, he ran with Run Happy and beaten by him, but I think Women Not Easy might get revenge here on our show. You know, all of these horses debuted against Open Company, and she actually debuted against boys. So she gets a lot of class relief this time around, and she was green in the paddock that day, and she just looked almost too racy, almost too light, and she's actually taken a step back. She's chilled out. She's put on a little bit more weight, and I like that with her. I think she's a very, very potent force to be reckoned with the current Pletcher entry. But don't get me wrong, Todd Pletcher, he wins a lot of these races for a reason. These horses are ready and they come over well prepared. And kind of the opposite true with the 1A in here, Micro Million, a filly who just seemed, well, a little lackadaisical in her debut, not all the way fit, put in a decent run at the end though, but she's a lot more awake and a lot more fit here at second asking. So I think she deserves a look here, but as Andy said, #1 might be the stronger part of that entry with Sneaky Surprise. This dam has thrown a lot of good sprinters, a lot of fast horses, and boy, she looks quick. She looks like an out-and-out dirt sprinter, but still very elegant, very athletic. You know, a lot of times you'll have these horses that just look utterly precocious, and they're just meant to fire early on. She looks like one that might have a future as well as being very dangerous here at debut. She's extremely professional, very, very fit too. So you would have to think from her rail position, she should be fairly quick. Now, wow, #3, American Song, has finally moved from the back tree when you enter the paddock. I guess they found the trick to get her to move, and getting her to move. Guys, she would not move. She was frozen for the last 10 minutes. She was stuck there where they walk into the paddock. Now they're taking her around the back. She seems to be walking forward now. They're going to try to get the tack on her. But you want to talk about a filly who's been very, very green. I was a little concerned that she wasn't even going to make it out of the paddock for a while here. I will keep you updated, but this is not what I look for in these types of horses. I want somebody professional, and I at least want one moving forward, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, not a great sign to see right here. So we shall see. We'll keep a monitor on things here with the Three American Song. McLean's Music, of course, the sire of this 2-year-old filly who ran too good, I guess, first time out. 114 buyer in that debut, won by 7.5 lengths, and then never ran again.
I know, but he, of course, produced Cloud Computing as well as Complexity, who won our Champagne last year. It feels like Chad Brown. You want the McLean's Music that Chad Brown seems to train because they've been the best ones. And I like the name, American Song, and, of course, Don McLean, McLean's Music, American Pie.
Yeah, one of the great songs of the last.
With that fake story that was written in the Tin Lint Bar in Saratoga. You know, you've ever heard that
in
lie?
that song?
No, the claim is that Don McLean wrote it in a booth in the Tin Lint, which is the bar in the corner of Caroline Street and Broadway. I know you have never been to Caroline Street in the bar scene in Saratoga. You've heard about it.
I don't stay out that late.
People like me and our friend Mike Joyce. But that's true.
Oh, it is true.
No, it's true that's the lie that's told.
Oh, I see.
But Don McLean has been in Saratoga. He used to play Cafe Lena. I saw him there actually when I was a kid. I saw him in a Cafe Lena benefit. A lot of great people played at Cafe Lena over the years. Bob Dylan.
Well, we'll see with a nice performance here. We'll see what happens with the three of this one and finally walking now. Maybe he can make an appearance at Saratoga this summer. Here's the entry, though, 1-5 now. And this is the half of the entry that has a race under her belt.
Obviously, this isn't the final. These aren't the final odds, and a lot more money is to come in the pool, and it's unlikely they'll be 1-5. Greg, don't you think it has to be the one they're betting? Because even though we'll show you Micro Million, okay? I assume that's what we're showing. He was see him ducking in right there, and this is a horse that broke okay, but was kind of shuffled back to last the start, very green in the stretch. And so you could argue the horse is going to run better second time out, and the experience will help a lot. That was a slow race. You could time that race with a sundial. So, yeah, but I don't think he's the one they're making 1-5 here. Isn't it the other half they're betting?
I've not heard that line from you before. I like it. Yeah,
they got to be really slow for that.
So, we'll get a look. There's in the background there, the other half of the entry was not yet started, and John Velasquez will be aboard there. That's the homebred for Rapoli Stables. We still look here at Micro Million, but has every right to improve here with a race under the belt. There's nothing like racing experience, but here's the first timer.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think Micro Million really ran them much better, if not better at all, than Women Are Not Easy, who comes out of a much faster race. So 1-5 sort of silly. Sneaky surprise, a half to horse named Blame Jim was very good, and a horse that I know near and dear to your heart because you're a big fan of the rock band Fish. You toured with them in many, many years. Fish fan, actually. But there were 5 runners. There were 8 foals in the dam, and 5 of them were very solid runners. And you like to see that, so there's a good chance this one can run.
Well, here's a look at Women Not Easy. So Maggie was talking about the sire, Fast Anna, who, of course, ran against Run Happy. This horse actually debuted, as Maggie mentioned, against boys. Ran against Maven, who was the first American Pharaoh offspring to win here in North America. Won for Wesley Ward with an 84 buyer speed figure. So faced some good company in that debut. Second place finisher would come back to win at Laurel next time out.
The second place finisher shipped up here and ran a race. It's unbelievable that she lost. It took place a killer American Pharaoh that we'll probably see. We'll probably see Wesley Ward take that one to Ascot, Maven, perhaps. And this horse, I'm not making any excuse. I don't think that Women Not Easy ran well in that race, but I think it was a kind of race you could build on. It was a very fast race.
Back to American Song there.
You want to break into a little, maybe you and I could sing American Pie?
I used to sing that song all the time
great song.
growing up.
I love that song.
So at least
I don't know all the different references, do you?
No.
A lot of good 60s stuff in there, right?
But I do, I've recently got into that, looking up songs and figuring out what they all mean, yeah.
Well, the day the music died, of course, is when Buddy Holly, right? Buddy Holly, the Big Bopper, and Richie Valens, right? They all died in the plane crash.
So that 4 go by, that's the biggest price, or second biggest price on the board. There's 2 offspring of Central Banker in this field, and that's one of them. The other's the 2 Low Morning Star.
Central Banker is standing in the McMahon Farm just outside of Saratoga Lake, just outside of Saratoga. I have to go see him this summer. I was a big fan of Central Banker.
Great, too. Churchill Downs winner, trained by Al Stahl.
Tough beat in the Malibu. He was second. He actually got a revenge.
Yeah.
He was shaking it up. Who beat him in the Malibu, and he beat him Churchill Downs. And he had a tremendous first year. He's been really sensational.
Getting set. This will kick off the pick 4. So we had a favorite start us off with the pick 5. It looks like I mean, this would be a monstrous upset, 1-5 in the entry here to start off our pick 4.
I haven't looked at the double prices. I imagine this horse will be a better price than this. I tell you what, if Women Not Easy, despite my complete disdain for its name, I think if she stays at 7-2, I'm betting her here, right? Unless the one's very good. I think Women Not Easy could beat the 1A Micro Million.
It's a strong heat that she's coming out of. Again, that was against the boys. That was back on April 19th at Aqueduct. Our post parade coming up. Fairly chalky early, even on the board here. Of course, we'll see how it plays out, but we have a lot of really good races that are wide open. I love our last race on the card today. I think that's a great betting race.
I agree. There's a lot of good stuff going on there. I agree. I think today's card is really good. It shows when it doesn't rain here, we actually get some good racing in.
Here comes the monumentally heavily favored entry. Sneaky surprise, the first-timer does get the rail, and John Velasquez.
I'm going to say this is the one they're betting. 1/2 to 5 nice runners, Rapoli stable homebred. We'll see. John Velasquez, who's been a go-to rider for that group for a while.
Irad Ortiz Jr. on the half of the entry with a start under her belt, Micro Million.
Certainly figures to be much more mature in her second start. She will need to be.
One of the Central Banker offspring here, Lil Morning Star, blinkers on and Lasix.
This one actually ran us well behind, over 11 lengths behind Micro Million first time out. Needs to improve substantially.
Skip ahead to the 4 here, the other Central Banker, and this is a first-time starter.
Not really taking much money, a second foal from this dam, a 4-year gap from the first foal.
Women Not Easy, Javier Castellano aboard for Rudy Rodriguez for start number 2.
Actually, third choice in doubles. I think this one can improve off the debut and win this race.
And American Song, first-time starter, the daughter of McLean's Music for Jeremiah Englehart.
She's second choice in the doubles, believe it or not. Maggie not particularly thrilled, though. This one misbehaving a little bit in the paddock.
Yeah. All right, we're getting close. We're just approaching the 4-minute mark to post here, or 5-minute mark to post. There we go. And the second race kicks off the pick 4, and I'm with you. I really think the 5 you can make a solid case for, and I'm surprised you're seeing 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much money right now in the entry. I was just looking at the double, and I'll tell you something. Based on the double price, this entry will not be above 3 to 5. Might be as high as 1 to 2 by post time, but you might expect to see some money coming in for American Song as well. Though you wonder if people were a little dissuaded by the behavior in the paddock, Greg. Maybe Maggie will see something different in the racetrack.
Yeah, we'll check in again as we take a look at the 3 here.
I love the 2-year-olds, Greg. Don't you? I know it's early in the 2-year-old season, and we're trying to get them started earlier. We run some stakes in Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend going to Saratoga. But there's just so much promise for the 2-year-olds, right?
Absolutely. And, of course, yeah, Saratoga, one of the feature all those races we have with those outstanding 2-year-olds where they make their debuts can be future stars. Let's get more from Maggie Wolfendale on this field as we get closer to post time.
Greg, I want to check back in with number 3, American Song, who, as soon as they got the tack on, acted like she had done this a million times before. There's something to touch on here, and it's kind of when you look at young horses, especially when you're buying them, you're going to learn a lot about looking at a horse's kind of head and where their eyes are set. Because let's face it, they can't talk to you. So you try to analyze them as best you can. And I find that when you look at horses and they have those broad set eyes and kind of a broader head and intelligent ears and forward, and those tend to be the really honest, true horses, and the ones particularly that you want to ride. Then the ones with a very narrow, close set eyes, kind of a Roman nose, those are the ones I like to avoid. That's exactly what American Song has. She's kind of common looking and common acting. And the assistant to Jeremiah Englehart, XL, said that this is actually kind of a day-to-day thing with her, that she likes to come in the paddock, she schools her every day, and she freezes. It's something that she just does. So, she's not taking that much money. I will definitely take the wait-and-see approach with her, though. Maybe she'll prove me wrong out on the racetrack, as she is warming up nicely, though, with the pony with Junior Alvarado. Then checking back in with one of the 1 to 5 entry in here is number 1, Sneaky Surprise. And Johnny V broke away from the pony with this filly. Like I said, she's been so professional. And as Andy alluded to, she's the one they're probably betting here. And I would not be surprised if she wins here. She broke away. She moved beautifully. She got a pretty quick and aggressive warm-up as well. And that's just Johnny probably trying to get her feet underneath of her so she does break alertly, which you would have to think she does. I'm going to try to beat the heavily favored 1 to 5 entry here with Women Not Easy as she comes out of that nice race, and I think she's taking a step forward here. But don't get me wrong, guys, I do think Sneaky Surprise is very live.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, she's making a very nice appearance right here. There's the first timer. But we're all in agreement here, the horse to try and beat the entry with here, and it's not taking a crazy stab is with the 5 women not easy.
Yeah, experience is such a huge deal with these 2-year-olds. I mean, how often do you see it in Saratoga where you've got some field and there's like 2 horses with experience that didn't even run that well in their first starts, and they're meeting 7 horses that are regally bred and expensive horses from the best barns, and yet somehow one of the ones with experience managed to win. The firsters usually end up being the better horses in the long run, but a lot of times the experience gets from the wire first.
It's the time to get them when they've never done it before. As we look at women not easy, again faced that offspring of American Pharaoh, the first to win in North America back on April the 19th. That was Maven for Wesley Ward, and did show a little bit of ability in that race.
You have to wonder if Maven joins a herd of horses Wesley's considering bringing to Ascot. I saw that horse. I thought he might have brought over there, lost in an Ascot trial. I didn't even know they had Ascot trials. Do you? Something on Twitter. I learn something new on Twitter every day. Usually it's something that upsets me, but in this case it was kind of interesting.
Well, year after year, it seems like that contingent that Wesley brings to Royal Ascot is growing and getting bigger and bigger.
I would even imagine, and I think it would be an interesting story to talk to European trainers to see if some of them have changed the way they've prepared for some of the Ascot races, because Wesley's done such a good job preparing his 2-year-olds and making them very precocious and fast. If maybe some trainers have changed a little bit so they could compete in that same manner.
Yeah, certainly with the 2-year-olds.
Yeah.
Because he has them ready to fire out of there and be extremely quick. And that's been what he's been so successful with in recent years over there. Rewarded, we're taking a look at Luis Saez, Mike Lauer, and a daughter of Central Banker here. Been actually training in Louisville.
Yeah, but of course a New York bred, so you obviously come here for a lucrative purse, and you have a New York bred take a shot. And Michael Lauer's a trainer that we've seen him come here and win a race on occasion. It doesn't run a lot of horses here, but he's capable of winning. But this one is a big long shot, obviously.
So 2 to 5 on the entry, been odds on pretty much throughout the entire wagering here as we get set. It is post time. They're going to load here any moment now. In terms of the pick 4 sequence, I know you talked about Militia Man in the next race as one that you're intrigued seeing to watch, 6 to 1 morning line. Any other prices in the sequence?
No, I would use Militia Man and Chantry Flats the most in there. In the next race, to be honest, I think Collins Avenue, the favorite, is very hard to beat.
Okay.
I'd use 7 and maybe a little 2. But I like that. And the 5th race is wide open. You and I had talked about this off camera with Binkster. And Binkster's a horse thing a lot of people will lean on in the 2 different pick 5s. But I think he's kind of vulnerable. If he runs his last race, he's going to win. But maybe you want to spread in there. And I'd use horses like the 6 5-star Bunt, the 7 Cecilia Mike, and the 8 H-Man as well.
No Real Dan, huh?
I don't like Real Dan. I think he's got to improve dramatically off that race. Didn't you think he'd have to take a step forward, Greg?
Yeah, but he's shown the ability. I would think that he could do that.
Yeah, this is a tougher bunch, though. I just thought he'd be. Listen, maybe use him pick 5. I think he'll be overbet, though.
Probably. People see the undefeated.
They see he's 2 for 2. He's Todd Pletcher.
Yeah.
He won off the layoff. The horse he beat came back to win Saturday, but it wasn't that impressive a win against a weaker field.
Yeah, it was on a sloppy racetrack. Yeah. Here is Rewarded stepping in 23 to 1. Biggest shot. The 2 sons of Central Banker, both at 23 to 1 on the board.
No respect for Central.
Wow.
Banker. Having a great, going to be a very good sire.
2 to 5 entry here in the second to start off our pick 4. Larry Colmus with the call. Here's the second for Belmont Park on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Women Not Easy moves into line. Ready for the start. They're all in line. They're off. And a very even beginning here as Sneaky Surprise breaks well from the inside and goes out to an early lead here by 3/4 of a length. And Women Not Easy is away running in second position as they make their way around that turn. And then comes Micro Million to the outside. Down toward the rail is American Song, Rewarded between those 2. The trailer is Little Morning Star, and she's not far behind. She's 5 lengths off of front-running Sneaky Surprise, who leads the way through a 22.59 opening quarter mile. Women Not Easy pressing in second. Micro Million third and moving after the other half of the entry while going 3 wide on the turn. American Song swings up on the far outside into 4th as they come into the final furlong. And Sneaky Surprise and Micro Million are now 1-2. Sneaky Surprise by 2.5. Micro Million is second, then American Song on the outside, and Women Not Easy, but it is Sneaky Surprise. Sneaky Surprise from start to finish goes away by 4.5 lengths in the end over Micro Million. And there was American Song, Women Not Easy, and Little Morning Star.
So, yeah, it was the one that everyone was playing in your sneaky surprise, ready to roll. First time out, Women Not Easy tried to tackle her for a little bit, but in the end, no match.
Right. I mean, to be fair, Micro Million beat the rest of them but she was just almost in there for insurance. Nice effort. Sneaky surprise broke very sharply. It's a tough spot because the way that the race breaks in the far turns, you don't get to see a true side view of the start. Some of us used to watch the races at the end of the grandstand to get a real view of what happened to the start, but let's see. There may have been some crowding after the start. It feels like Micro Million broke out a little bit here, and maybe as the 5 Women Not Easy came over, tightened things up a little bit. Not really. Maybe more than 1A. It's hard to tell. Nothing major, Greg, right?
No.
Nobody affected
In the end, 1A, 3-5, so 1-3-5 for your trifecta. And 2-5 in the end on the entry. So chalky beginning here. First couple of races on the card, but this is a nice first time out effort by this Daughter of Giant surprise for Todd Pletcher and Rapoli Stable.
And you have to imagine that they're looking to go ahead towards our Astoria, which will be running during that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. And Todd's usually represented there at Mike Rapoli. I think he had at least one 2-year-old winner at Aqueduct as well. Mo Mystery. Maybe another.
Homebred here for Mike Rapoli. Get the job done. Did you want to try the dam's name again?
Yeah, I don't, but okay. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. I'm going to say the Daughter of Deerhound. Remember the sire? The sire ran once at Saratoga, I believe, and never ran again, but ran very well, winning his debut at Saratoga.
So 2-5 wins as you should at that price. So take one more look here at the start.
This is one I like for those people, and you see there's some tightening in between horses. Talk about that a little bit. It's just sort
especially with 2-year-olds.
Yeah, you're breaking
right?
for the turn. It's very hard, but I don't think anybody was that severely compromised. It matters, and I think this is another one for people. You know that I have a pet peeve in this. I don't want 2-year-old first-time stars breaking from the rail, and it's been proven that that's actually an inaccurate statement. Plenty of them win. You just got to break sharply. It's not good to get left from post 6, and this one broke like a rocket.
Yeah. Women Not Easy got bumped outward a little bit from the outside post.
She didn't do much running. I'm moving on.
1-1A, 3-5-2, 2-5 entry. Gets the job done here in the second to kick off our Pick 4 prices when we come back, and we'll set up race 3 next on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast, a multiple Grade 1 winner and runner-up in the $16 million Pegasus World Cup. Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Races, and race number 2 in the books here at beautiful Belmont Park, and it was all about sneaky surprise gate to wire with this guy aboard. That's Hall of Famer John Velasquez. And Johnny, she was quick away from there. Did she give you that feeling in the warm-up as well?
Yeah, the warm-up was awesome, and when I let her go from the pony, I mean, she was right on it. Naturally, wasn't going a little too quick on the runway, so I had to kind of fight a little bit, and she had kind of light mouth, just throwing the head up, and I got to pull up on the 3/8 pole, so okay, just jog it going over there. I think she's doing a little too much. The first jump out of the gate was a little awkward, but once I got it going, she was right on it.
And Johnny, kind of switching gears here, we've had a lot of talk about the Derby, obviously, and you inherited second place honors with Code of Honor. And kind of talk a little bit from your perspective. I mean, obviously, we saw Maximum Security drift back down to you. Did that affect your horse at all?
Well, I mean, when that horse is scaring for me, whatever he's booked out, might react well. But I mean, he didn't duck or anything. He just kind of reacted the opposite way. You kind of went and waited. I mean, he was in the hands going, and all of a sudden he let the bit go. So now I have to remind him that we got to go forward. By the time I got him forward, Luis was coming back and overcorrected a little bit too quickly, and we bumped in there, kind of pushed him over, and then he kind of came off the bridle again. They got away from him. The 16 point, he decided to round again, and that's why we got third. So, I mean, he got a little bit intimidated at the same time and not sure what was in front of him. And he finally started running, and like I said, in the 16 pole and got up for third.
We heard Shug McGahee deciding to take a little breather here with Code of Honor and point towards a Dwyer, which is obviously a shorter distance. Does that suit him, in your opinion?
Yeah, I don't think the assistant is the problem, actually. He just having a good trip, and I thought we had a good trip until that point. And then he just kind of running the very spotty down the lane.
Well, Johnny, congratulations here, though, and always good to catch up with you.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, Johnny V. Always like to put the mic in front of this guy.
Well, he had that big opening on the rail on Code of Honor, and for a moment he thought, wow, I might have this Kentucky Derby.
I imagine he was thinking he had a second Derby win, and I'll tell you something, he gave that horse Code of Honor just, I thought, an absolutely sensational ride and did what a rider is supposed to do, which is give his horse every best chance to win the race. That was an excellent interview from Maggie asking him, because she was right. I mean, Luis Saez did drift down in a lot of ways, came close to him. Interesting to hear John's take on that.
Yeah. $2.90. Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, aboard for the win here for Todd Pletcher and Rapoli Stable. And short prices, first couple of races here on the card.
We've seen John Velasquez, Mike Rapoli, and Todd Pletcher team up on some good ones in the past, haven't we?
Yes, we have. They have been an incredible team over the years. We have an incredible Saturday, by the way, coming up with our Saturday stakes schedule. Grade 3 Vagrancy, the Run Happy Stakes, Grade 3 Bouquet, Grade 3 Peter Pan, prep for the Belmont, and of course the Grade 1 Man o' War, mile and 3/8 on the turf. Absolutely loaded coming up this Saturday afternoon. And here's a look at the field morning line for the Man o' War and focus group for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, William Lawrence, Irad Ortiz Jr., coming off the best win of his career last time out in the Pan American.
Yeah, Focus was a very nice horse, and I'm a fan. But I'm going to tell you, this is a tough bunch, and I see him as the morning line favorite. We'll see if he's favored. He probably will be with these connections. But I got to tell you, this is a tough race for him. He's got to beat some better horses in his face, and I think if, you know, a horse like Magic Wand runs her best race, she's tough in here. Obviously, Channel Maker. This is a great ride by Jose Ortiz. I believe it was Jose coming through on the inside here. But maybe sometimes closers don't get their best run in coming inside of horses. I'm sorry, Irad Ortiz. Thank you. Excuse me. And maybe he'll be better in his second start, making an outside run. But I like Focus Group, and I'm partial to him. This is not an easy spot.
It is not. It's a loaded field. It's 2 for 2 at this distance for what that is worth. Going to have to face right next door, the starting gate, Magic Wand. Hunting Horn will be in the race as well, but Magic Wand, this horse has a load of talent. Of course, ran in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, and in the Ribblesdale back last year, beat Wild Illusion, who would come back and win the Prix de l'Opera over in France.
And her race in the Prix de l'Opera was a good effort as well. And I'll tell you, her second behind Bricks and Mortar, who's clearly the leader of that division right now, and a stablemate of Focus Group, but a better stablemate, was a very good effort. Now, she got a great ride and trip that day. I think the question with both these horses, but particularly for me with Magic Wand, who I think is a stronger half, 6 weeks after being in Dubai, and I know she stopped off and she ran, she was in Ireland, but still, that's coming back pretty quick from Dubai.
And yeah, you are saying she is taking on the boys in here, and of course her stablemate is one of them, Hunting Horn.
What a ride she got in this race. Man, did she get a good ride. She was clearly second best, but nobody was beating Bricks and Mortar. But this was a sensational ride. The third place finisher near Delta Prince. He came back and won a Grade 1 in his next start in the turf down in Maker's Mark 46. So you think about that. We've got 2 wins from Bricks and Mortar, including the Grade 1 Turf Classic and Grade 1 winner of the third horse. That was a legit race.
Yeah, well, Aidan O'Brien Barnes sending out Hunting Horn as well. Hunting Horn going to have the rail. That horse seems like he's been around for a long time.
He's a traveler.
Aidan O'Brien assistant, TJ Comerford on his stable's prospects coming up this weekend.
They travel good. It's a very short spin to here from where we are, Shannon. You know, we just go in and get onto the plane, and it's 6 hours to here. This morning we just went out on the training track there, and we just went for 7.5 furlongs trot, just a jog, and turned around and went 7.5 canter, light canter the whole way around past the winning post. So you know, yeah, we're very pleased with him. Well, we've got 2 good draws, 1 and 5. Magic Wand is a top class filly, and Hunting Horn is running well when he runs with her, and that, you know, he matches her. So we've got 2 live chances.
Well, Bill Mott sending out a chance as well, who's won here at Belmont, has won at this distance, is a Grade 1 winner at Belmont and Channel Maker.
6-1. If he's his morning line, I'm all in. I'll tell you what I think is going to happen in this race. I think you're going to see a much more aggressive ride from Joel Rosario in this race than we saw in some other races. Now, fortunately, we have a good chance with the weather. The turf could be firm. It may not be as fortunate for this horse, because one thing about Channel Maker, he likes giving the ground, and sometimes gives him an advantage over rivals that may not.
Yeah, his Grade 1 win, it came on a soft turf, certainly prefers the ground with a little bit of give in it. I haven't looked at the weather for this weekend. I don't think we're getting any rain.
Beautiful on Saturday. Chances
tomorrow,
of
we are going to get some rain.
Tomorrow, a little bit. Not clear. It's last 50%, which means 100%, because we never seem to miss it. But it does miss us sometimes. And Saturday's supposed to be a beautiful day, a great day to come out to Belmont Park.
Tremendous card, absolutely loaded with stakes action. We're going to talk about some of the other stakes races a little bit later on in the show coming up as well. We're back to live action coming up. We're 15 minutes away. Race 3 ahead, 1.25 miles, inner turf ahead, and that is Chantry Flats. We'll start number 8, be able to break through for Michelle Nevin. John Velasquez looking to go back-to-back. We'll be back with more America's Day at the Races right after a break here on Fox Sports 2.
Warfront has sired 8 champions and 10 millionaires. Recent Grade 1 winners include Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy Flag, plus 2019 Kentucky Derby hopeful War of Will. He's also sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, and international super sire on all surfaces and all fronts. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net and use the hashtag ABR at the races. We want to hear from you. Show us your Triple Crown parties you have coming up, your winning tickets, your fashion, food, all of it when you head to the racetrack, or just get a group together to watch the races. Hashtag ABR at the races and share on social media. This is a look at Chantry Flats for Michelle Nevin. 3 seconds and 7 career starts, and Chad Brown runners have beat this horse in 3 of the 5 turf tries.
Yeah, and she will be favored, or he will be favored by post time. It is amazing. It's so hard, at least in this case, gotten away. But Shug McGahey beat him, and Shug McGahey, too, beat this horse. I'm sorry, Shug McGahey and Christophe Clement. He's run against some good horses. He's run nothing but fast races. He's the controlling speed. He just keeps finding ways to lose, but he's also losing to pretty good horses.
Did we think we were being sneaky with Militia Man?
I thought I was, yeah, we both did. He's not going to be favored by post time. You know what? At the end of the day, you're never sneaky with Chad Brown.
The one at 8-5, we both kind of liked this one a little bit. It was Andy's horse to watch at the top of the show, if you'll remember back to when we came on camera. 8-5 favorite right now.
No, I think looking at doubles by post time, you'll probably get a 5-2 on this horse, but even 5-2 isn't that good a price, Greg.
Meanwhile, Pioneer Dancer, the other Chad Brown runner, although we thought that was Militia Man, not right now. Pioneer Dancer making start number 3 today from post 7.
If you like Pioneer Dancer, you're saying, well, third start will improve, a little more distance will improve. I don't see it. This horse just stayed on the rail and sort of picked the pieces for third last time out. To me, in general, with Chad Brown's horses, you find out pretty early who they are. And I'm not saying he's a bad horse, but I don't know how much room you expect him to move forward. I'm not saying he's impossible in here, but he got an awfully good trip and was way behind Chantry Flats.
Yeah, got a lot of lengths to make up, 6+ to try and get to Chantry Flats today as you look there at Pioneer Dancer, son of Pioneer of the Nile. Time for a paddock report. We're heading downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg, and we'll check in with the horse who is sitting as your current favorite. Down on the rail is number 1, Militia Man. Now, as you guys pointed out, especially at the top of the show, this guy lugging in pretty badly down the lane in that debut at Gulfstream Park. Now, it could have just been greenness, to be honest, or does it turn into a bad habit? Now, I would think that it may have just probably been greenness, given the fact that this horse wears no special equipment whatsoever. Chad Brown runs pretty much every single runner in a snaffle and a drop noseband, and this guy has that on. So whether it was just greenness or something that they've managed to correct in the mornings, it looks as though that's the case. And furthermore, 1.25 miles looks to suit this horse down to the ground. He's fairly laid back here in the paddock and has that kind of longer body frame with that big lumbering walk. So the more ground this horse gets to cover, the better, and he looks extremely fit in here. So in my eyes, he's deserved of a short price. Now, another one that I want to play around with is a horse that I absolutely loved on debut, and that is the one right to his outside, and number 2, Tide of the Sea. Broke very tardily, had no early speed whatsoever. In fact, kind of distanced himself from the rest of the field in the early stages of that 1.1 miles at Aqueduct. Now, the blinkers do go on. He's a lot more awake. He's a lot sharper in the paddock, at least as far as the preliminaries are concerned before this effort here. He looks extremely fit, and another one that's so big and lanky looking that I know he's only getting an extra 1/8 of a mile here, but still, it'll suit him, and I think we can expect a better effort from this son of English Channel, and he's definitely the best looking English Channel I think I've ever laid eyes on. And then we'll move to the outside. The horse who initially caught my eye here in the paddock is number 11, Bad Boy. Yes, you don't love to take a horse that is 5 lifetime starts with 3 second place finishes yet to break the maiden, but it's a good looking son of Curlin. I like that cross with the Giant's Causeway as well, especially for these distance races. And he is dappled head to toe here for Jorge Abreu. He's just carrying his conditioning very well, very confident in his demeanor here in the paddock. So I think Bad Boy, another one that might offer a little bit of value here, Greg, to possibly fool around with as far as your exotics.
And he's 8-1. Thank you, Maggie, on the board. He was a very distant second, I know, last time out, but behind a horse named Social Paranoia, who would come back and run 3rd in the Grade 2 American Turf on Derby Day.
Yeah, he was down the inside behind Digital Age, a Todd Pletcher horse. And I agree. Now, when you're second by 8 lengths in a turf race, you're more likely when you lose by 8 lengths to finish 8th. But to be fair, he's an improving horse, and he's not in post 11.
We just saw Kendrick Carmouche. He'll be aboard this one right here. The 5 No Man's Land, and you and I were just talking off camera. We can't believe the price you're getting on the 5 right now.
If Chad Brown trained him, now some people would say if Chad Brown trained him, maybe he wouldn't be a maiden anymore, but that may be unfair. His trainer does a good job. He just have the right horses. And the reality is he could be 3-1 in this race. I know he's coming off a bit of a layoff, but it's not a layoff because something was wrong with him. He's just not going to run during the winter. He's a router, and he's run almost as fast as Chantry Flats. He should be about 4-1 in this race.
A lot closer to Chantry Flats than Pioneer Dancer was. The 7. It's 5 to 1.
I'm completely agree. I think it's ludicrous. He's going to come down, come way down from there, but still, he is too big a price, Greg.
Riders up, Joel Rosario just leaving our screen there on the 2. Of course, he was the rider in the Kentucky Derby on Game Winner, who, by the way, has been sent to Rude and Riddle. He had a little tightness in his hind end after the Kentucky Derby. He is out for the Preakness.
I think Gary West not only disqualified, he ran no worse than the second best horse in Game Winner, who really could have won that race if he had gotten a fair trip. And I think Joel Rosario receiving ridiculous criticism. I don't know what Piper wanted to do. As you and I both said, Roadster's the one who ran into the start. I don't know what Joel was supposed to do about that, and they just got a lousy trip in there. But he ran well. And I'll tell you, his Mountaineer Tie of the Sea, this is the kind of Bill Mott horse that really improves second time out. You know, he's a Juddmonte. He broke about 2 lengths slow, and he was just way out of it. He's going to run better here. Now, whether or not it means he's going to win the race is another story.
Well, pay attention to the board, too. I mean, he's taking some support.
Bet.
12 to 1 morning line. He's just floated up to 8. He was at 7 a moment ago.
Well, I imagine the morning line, and I think I would agree with the morning line, and so would you, Greg, had the 5 horse in this race, No Man's Land, 9 to 2. I mean, you can't knock David Aragona for making that price. I think we both would have made him somewhere in the 4 to 5 to 1 range. So I think that's kind of messing up the other lines here. Though, of course, all the money for Militia Man, and I don't think he'd be 6 to 1, but I certainly think he'd be 9 to 5.
Yeah, 9 to 5. That's just crazy to think. But people see, look, a lot of room to move forward. Had a terrible post position in the debut. And the horse that he faced, actually, as well, first time out, Largent, got a pretty good, decent 85 buyer in that spot as well. And Big Torchkey, who was 3rd in that race, he came back and won a Keeneland next time out.
Now, he did, but he also came from 10th in there. So it's not as though, now the winner was a speed, but it's not as though you couldn't close in there. But Militia Man, you're going to see a different horse today. Doesn't mean he's going to win, but he's going to run much better today.
Post parade coming up here for race 3. 1.25 miles. This over the inner turf course. Both courses listed as good this afternoon here. So we get a look at the one. So here is the horse who has become the favorite from that 6 to 1 morning line. Second time out for Chad Brown.
Yeah, I don't think by post time will be favored over Chantry Flats. It may be close to the power of Chad Brown. Very green first time out.
Tide of the Sea, the Mott, you're intrigued by. Blinkers on.
No, much like Militia Man, a second time starter that had his issues first time out.
Chantry Flats, he actually faced second start of his career, Marconi, who we're going to see in the flat out later today.
You don't like to see horses with 3 straight narrow second place finishes, but it hasn't been a super short price, and he lost to a stakes quality Chad Brown horse last time.
Long shot, Playful Cat went by, and here's No Man's Land with Kendrick Carmouche.
The overlay of the day, and Greg and I are in a rare agreement on this one. He is absolutely fast enough to be a contender.
Tiberius Mercurius, Jose Ortiz rides for Mark Hennig.
Named after, that was actually Greg's college nickname, Tiberius Mercurius.
How'd you know? Pioneer Dancer, Javier Castellano, Chad Brown.
Finished well behind Chantry Flats in his last start, just his second start. He'll need to improve with the added distance.
He is at 6 to 1 on the board. And here's the one that intrigued Maggie a little bit here. Bad Boy for Jorge Abreu.
He'll need to improve, and like all these, listen, distance can be a great equalizer, and maybe the added distance will work in his favor.
Right at his 8 to 1 morning line. 5 starts on turf, 3 seconds, including the last, 3 in a row. So we'll see. This is a good group, or intriguing group. A decent betting race here, because you can certainly make a case for a handful of horses in this race.
You know, we offer sensational purses for turf routers, 1.25 to 1.5 mile races, and we run a maidens. I mean, it's a maiden race for $90,000. I mean, it's virtually a stakes purse.
I even like the warm-up of the 5. Let's see if Maggie Wolfendale can add more for us. Maggie.
And guys, I'll talk about number 5, the one you're saying is an overlay. No Man's Land will go out for trainer Richard Valentine. And it's kind of surprising that this 5-year-old has yet to move to the jumps, as Richard Valentine, much more known for his jumpers. But still, as you guys pointed out, he's run fast enough races on the flat here, going this kind of distance. And what's interesting, as he comes back off the layoff, now he looks really fit and extremely well conditioned. But he should. I mean, I'm not exactly sure where this is, but the work 2 back was actually one of those kind of training races that they have. You see that 1.25 miles. They have those at what we call the hunt meets, where they run most of the jumpers year round, or excuse me, for the season from spring to fall. So he's been in a technically a race before. I mean, obviously they don't go as fast as they're going to go here, but he has that conditioning and that foundation to come back off the layoff and perform very well here. So I'm in total agreement. Yes, he's a 5-year-old that's only making his 7th start and yet to break his maiden. But then again, for these connections, you would have to think that they don't necessarily want to start them that early if they're thinking about having a jumper around. So he looks great here, guys, if you want to take a shot at 11-1.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So more positives for the 5 No Man's Land, who, he made a striking appearance here. And Kendrick Carmouche, see where he places him. This will be Kendrick's first time hopping aboard this 5-year-old son of Lemon Drop Kid.
It looks to Pete like you were revving up your Naira Bets app while Maggie was talking. A little action on No Man's Land.
I was doing a little research for the show.
You're lying. You were betting him, and I respect that. You know, to be honest, it's an important thing. A horse like No Man's Land, who I picked third, who I think you probably had in the mix, but wasn't one of your top choices, you have to call an audible, though, and bet a few dollars in this horse at this price. Doesn't mean he's going to win, but he's too big a price.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that. That's a good point to bring up. So when you see something like this, and you see a horse being much bigger price than he should be, even if he's not your top choice, when do you say, what odds do you need to see to say I'm going to make a change?
I don't know. It's it's hard. It's such a hard thing to say at no price. But yeah, I mean, to me, he's supposed to be about 9-2, where David had him in the morning line. And the other thing is, I'm not betting the one Militia Man. I was going to bet him in the 7-4-1 range, let's say. Well, I'm not betting him at this price. I hope he does well, but I'm not going to bet him. So it makes it easier for me. I can bet the 5 in this race, and I'll make an exact. I'll use the 5 with the 1 and 3 in exactas. It's very simple. I mean, you'll cash a lot of bets. It almost feels like you sometimes just get rewarded for doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll hope. I'm in. I'm revving up the Naira Bets
So
app.
this one here at 2-1 Militia Man, he's been the favorite throughout. Start number 2. Again, dead last early in that debut from all the way on the outside. Now he gets all the way to the inside for start number 2 this afternoon, which shouldn't be an issue, right?
Well, he should be able to find his position much more easily, which I think is the key, right? I mean, you want to be able to, to sort of get that position closer without having to work for it. And I think that'll be the key, right? Or we hope. I'm going in.
Bad Boy, 8-1. He faced Forever Mo. That was 3 starts back. That was the start of his run of 3 consecutive seconds. There were 4 next out winners, including Forever Mo, in that race. So you might have thought, well, next time is the time for Bad Boy. Wound up second again, beat a length. Then he wound up second again, beat 8 lengths by the horse that we mentioned, ran 3rd in the Grade 2 American Turf. So can today be the day for the 11 here? Getting a nice price on him as well, almost double-digit odds at 9-1.
Yeah, I think he's going to really have to improve. If you like the number 11, as Maggie suggested, she's just saying she thinks he's a horse who can outrun his odds. She's not saying she necessarily thinks he's going to win the race. You're really hoping that he improves with distance.
9-5 favorite, the 1 Militia Man, 1 of 2 in here for trainer Chad Brown. He also campaigns the 7-horse Pioneer Dancer. Larry Colmus with the call. Race 3 from Belmont here on America's Day at the Races.
Bad Boy takes up position in the outside stall, and they're all in line. They're off, and Chantry Flats had a great beginning. Going out to the early lead from No Man's Land, away running in second, Tiberius Mercurius on the far outside, and Tide of the Sea, who's closer today, joins them from the rail in company with Playful Cat as these two come on through. Inside of Chantry Flats, and the 3 of them kick on and open up 5. No Man's Land runs along in 4th position. Tiberius Mercurius is 5th on the outside of Pioneer Dancer. And then it's Militia Man. And the trailer onto the backstretch is Bad Boy. 23.48 was a sharp opening quarter mile for this distance and moving right along up front. Chantry Flats on the outside of Playful Cat. And now Joel Rosario takes Tide of the Sea off of them to sit 3rd, 2.5 lengths from the front. No Man's Land is 6 lengths from the lead, running along in 4th up the backstretch. And then a gap of another 2 back to Tiberius Mercurius on the outside of Pioneer Dancer. Slipping through on their inside is Militia Man. Bad Boy trails. So the half was 47.5 as they head up the backstretch. And now it is Chantry Flats and John Velasquez a length and a half in front, with Playful Cat running in second. And then it's Tide of the Sea 3rd on the outside. No Man's Land much closer now, just 3 lengths behind in 4th, racing for the far turn. Tiberius Mercurius is outside of them and also progressing. Then Militiaman and Behind Horses, followed by Pioneer Dancer and Bad Boy, last of a compact field that has gone 3/4 in 1:13.8. Round the far turn, No Man's Land rushes up on the outside to take the lead from Chantry Flats. Tiberius Mercurius is outside of Tide of the Sea behind them. And then it's Militiaman and Pioneer Dancer to the outside. Bad Boy is next. They're into the stretch. And No Man's Land is the leader. No Man's Land opens up a length and a half. Chantry Flats on the inside second, then Tiberius Mercurius, followed by Tide of the Sea and Militiaman on the far outside. No Man's Land and Kendrick Armouche to catch, and here comes Chantry Flats right on back, and Militiaman on the outside and Tide of the Sea too. They're all going to come to the wire. It's going to be maybe Militiaman, who was on the wire with Tide of the Sea, and then it was Chantry Flats and Bad Boy.
Militiaman, start number 2, just up in time and get the win here in race 3.
This was a crazy race. It felt like our 5, we were brilliant, betting a few dollars on the 5, and just stopped in the last 50 yards. It felt like the number 2, Tide of the Sea, was done top of the stretch. And Militiaman, he just seemed to get his nose down at the wire. Inside him was Tide of the Sea, but Militiaman got it done. Chantry Flats coming back as well. Funny race, huh?
Back and forth between the 1 and 2, and at this point then the 1 establishes clearly being in front and gets that nose down first. The wire 9-5 does go off as the favorite here, start number 2.
But bizarre. I mean, the 5 No Man's Land, Kendrick looked home free.
He did.
Thank God you made me bet him.
Sorry about that.
No, you were 100%
well,
right.
Here, you got to feel real good, right?
Greg, it doesn't. You can't be result-oriented. The right move was to take this price in the 5. Did he run like a 9-1 shot in this race? And frankly, Militiaman, who I liked, 9-5 was no bargain. He won a 3-horse photo. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like that was some sort of brilliant pick on my part. 9-5. If he was 4-1, it would have been good value. Not 9-5 for me.
In the end, 1, 2, 3. Your Mott horse runs pretty good as well at a number at 14-1.
Well, interestingly enough, Greg, these were the 2 second-time starters, both of whom ran greenly in their debut, and they were running against a horse in the 3 Chantry Flats, who obviously was more talented, but it had his share of chances, and the 2 up-and-comers beat them. The thing was, if you're smart, you're betting Tide of the Sea at 14-1 and not Militiaman at 9-5, and you still lost.
1, 2, 3. In the end, the 11 Bad Boy checks in at 4th to round out the superfecta 9-1. But in the end, it's 9-5 favorite. Militiaman, it has been favorite to start off our Thursday card.
Now, in fairness, if you're alive in the pick 5, Militiaman was not favored in any of the multi-race bets, the pick 3s or the double.
Okay.
So a little bit of a better price in those things.
Woodford Racing Silks get the job done here. Chad Brown, second time out. Irad Ortiz Jr. and his son of Broken Vow out of a Smart Strike Mare Classic Strike takes race 3 at Belmont Park. Prices, and we'll set up the 4th also on turf when we return on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior, stakes performers Scrapper and Malocchio, and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. In the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have fetched prices up to $1.25 million and multiple yearlings up to $1 million. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, it's presented in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Good to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon. We're getting into the meat of our card in just a little bit here. Race 3, Militiaman, second time out, 6-1 morning line, bet down to post-time favorite. Irad Ortiz Jr., Chad Brown, second time out with Woodford Racing, your owners.
It sometimes feels that you're just always wrong when you say that Chad Brown horse was overbet. They just win. It's incredible.
$5.80 for the victory. Tie to the Sea runs very well. Also second time out for Bill Mott, who we told you top of the show, his Kentucky Derby winner. Country House will not be moving on to the Preakness Stakes. Developed a cough and is currently on antibiotics. Chantry Flats running third. Fourth at Belmont. Mile on the turf, $40,000 claiming race. Thomond Park. Luis Saez, Christophe Clement, named after that legendary rugby stadium in Limerick.
Oh, wow. That's impressive,
yeah.
Greg.
6-1 morning line favorite right now. We have another case of a horse being bet down.
How much time a day do you spend on Google?
That's quite a bit, my new best friend.
Very impressive.
Really neat story, actually, about that stadium. It is
Really?
intimidating. Rugby team there, I think, went, I want to say 12 years in the Heineken Cup without ever losing.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Wow.
pretty cool.
That'd be fun to go to a game, right?
Oh, be incredible.
That's cool.
What do you think about the chances of the two?
I am very surprised looking at some multi-race bets that Thomond Park, the 2, and the 7 Collins Avenue, which of course is the opposite. That's the street right on the beach down in South Beach, are the same for similar prices, because I thought Collins Avenue was a much more likely winner, though maybe some worry about the drop down here. But Collins Avenue started out in $50,000 maiden claiming races to start out his career.
Well, we talked a little bit about the tremendous card we have coming up on Saturday with the Manamora. We also have the Peter Pan prep for the Belmont Stakes. Grade 3. It'll be early on in the card. Race 4. It's a 5-horse field. This is it. Who's lining up? Intrepid Heart, 7-5 morning line favorite. John Velasquez, Todd Pletcher team up on a horse who's 2 for 2. Lightly raced, but undefeated so far.
Yeah, he's a nice horse, and he really does snatch victory from the jaws of defeat in this race. It looked like the horse in front in this race was home, who came back with a fair effort in subsequent start. I'll be honest with you, I think he's getting a real acid test. This is not an easy race. Both Global Campaign and Jason Service may have something to say about this race with Final Jeopardy, because fortunately he won't be facing the current Jeopardy champion in this race, because he was to have no chance.
Yeah, was that the role he was on? It was
Still
insane.
Still on.
Global Campaign for Stanley Huff. Luis Saez was undefeated, went in the Fountain of Youth against Code of Honor. Bourbon-worn Vacoma wound up 5th in that race.
Yeah, I thought he ran extremely well in the Fountain of Youth, and I didn't like him in there at all. He was chasing that pace, and he did not give up badly at all. Now, I don't think he's flattered by the horse who ran second in this race, his second career win. That was a horse who's come back and did not run well in allowance at Aqueduct. But I like Global Campaign. He's also the controlling speed. I'm more about Global Campaign and Final Jeopardy in here.
Luis Saez will be aboard. He's been the regular pilot on Global Campaign. Peter Pan Belmont Double, list to do it. Most recently, Tonalist back in 2014.
I saw quite a few of these, actually. But I'm going to say, and I know some people get mad, and I remember seeing AP Indy win this race here at Belmont, and the first time I saw him when he gets so low on the racetrack, but Coastal. People will remember Coastal's win in this race. I think it was an 11th ranked win, and that's why a lot of people really thought he had a chance to beat Spectacular Bid in the Belmont. And, of course, he did, which was something that almost no horse ever did, was beat Spectacular Bid in the Belmont his next start. But that's quite a group of horses.
Feels like a year this year that maybe we could see this double pulled off again?
Absolutely. I mean, I think if you're looking at who's coming back from the Derby, I mean, a lot can happen, and we'll see what happens in the Preakness as well. But Tacitus, you know, perhaps he could be the horse to beat if Game Winner is a Rude and Riddle and he doesn't end up coming back. I think Tacitus could prove the one to beat, but I definitely think a horse out of this race could do well in the Belmont.
Yeah, Tacitus for Mott wound up being third-place finisher in the race after the DQ. He's skipping Preakness, being pointed to the Belmont. So we'll give you that list of everyone, too, who's going to line up. A lot of new faces, I believe 8 of them, lining up at the Preakness for that middle jewel of the Triple Crown. We also have the Run Happy on the Saturday card as well. It goes as race 9, and look who's back. Firenze Fire, who was brilliant at Belmont last summer in the Grade 3 Dwyer 107 Buyer speed figure. When the big talk about that race coming in was Mendel's.
Yeah, it was not the big talk coming out. But he did actually bounce back and run very well.
Yes,
in Travers,
he
to
did.
be fair. I will say, and I think you'll agree, if Firenze Fire runs the race that he ran in the Dwyer,
no one.
He's going to win this
Yeah.
race. And for those that say, well, that was a mile, a race where he won the Champagne and beat Good Magic as well at Belmont Park, and this is 6 furlongs. Well, he won the graded Gallant Bob at 6 furlongs at Park, so he can win at 6 furlongs. But I got to tell you something, Greg. I know his last race was only his first start this year. He did not run well in that race, and I think that's a bit of a concern, especially because he's facing a good horse in this race in both Skylar Scramjet and Recruiting Ready.
Yeah, that was at Tampa Bay, state-bred race.
He was brutal. I mean, not a bad field, but he was brutal.
Well-beaten third. Yeah, definitely expected much better from Frenzy Fire. That was coming out of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He will tackle Recruiting Ready, who's, of course, a graded stakes winner. Skylar Scramjet, I'm going to face him as well. This was when they went head-to-head in the Gravesend.
Well, and I'll tell you something. He's doing what he does best in here. He's dominating in the front end. And he's drawn the inside post in a couple of his recent races and not broken super sharply. I thought Luis Saez took him back too aggressively last time out, and he really did not get the trip he wants. And he gets a more outside post. He's outside of Skylar Scramjet, and I think the Recruiting Ready is going to take a lot of beat in the front end. But I don't discount Skylar Scramjet too. I think they're the three major players, but I prefer the speedier types.
Part of an absolutely loaded Saturday stakes schedule. We will be on this Saturday, bringing it all to you. Vagrancy, Run Happy, Grade 3 Bogey, Grade 3 Peter Pan. Winner likely moving on to the Belmont Stakes out of that race. And, of course, the Grade 1 Man of War, which we touched on a little bit earlier on in the show with Channel Maker, among others, in a tremendous rendition of that race coming up. By the way, later today, we have a horse who broke the Great Man of War's record at a mile and 5/8. I know you don't see that distance run much, but
Jimmy Jurgens.
Rocketry.
Jimmy Jurgens apologized for it.
He did. Rocketry beat that record, the Man of War, the track record that stood since 1920.
I said on Twitter, you know, I think the track was a little faster it was a very fast track when he did it. And some guy actually said to me, how do you know?
Good point.
Took a shot.
Good point.
Yeah, I know. He may have been better than Man of War. You're probably
40 claiming race, mile on the turf. Thoman Park still favored in this spot. The morning line favorite was actually the 7. That's Collins Avenue, and that's who you seem to think is the horse to beat in here, and he is 5-2 on the board.
He's just been running against better horses, and I think one of the reasons Mike Dubb is such a successful owner is he runs his horses where they can win. It's not a question of, being great horses. It's understanding where your horses belong, and he's not going to win a non-winners of 1 or these optional claiming races. He needs to run them in a claiming race, so he wants to claim them, but maybe he takes a step back. I just don't know. How good is Thoman Park? He is the other horse, but I don't know if he's that good.
Last couple of races on the trip, they came at Tampa.
We've seen Tampa horses doing well so far this meet, but it's early. We've only run about 4 turf races given the weather here.
Well, with more in this group, see how they look down in the paddock. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg, and we'll check in with your current favorite up there on the boards, number 2, Thoman Park for Christophe Clement. And as I anticipated, this Son of Giants Causeway a bit on the smaller side. So I think Christophe's just being realistic in this placement, though he was very game in defeat in his last start. But again, those races have come up pretty slow. He looks great. I have no problems with him whatsoever, and he could very easily take down this field. So we'll look at some others, though, including number 7, Collins Avenue, who looks to take some play 2 here for Jorge Abreu. He looks great, but another one I anticipated kind of being on the smaller and just kind of the mediocre side as far as physicality is concerned, but comes over here well-conditioned, and I like what I see. Now, the one that I'm most intrigued by is number 10, who isn't taking much money, and that's Spinning Kitten. Yes, debuted maiden 20, but I thought ran very well. Faced the next time out winner, these two were pretty clear of the rest of the field, so maybe that effort is better than it would appear, though those maiden 20s are, they're pretty weak down there at Gulfstream, but I like this horse coming in here. A bigger, good-looking son of Kitten's Joy, very much on that Kitten's Joy side, and strutting his stuff and knows why he's here. I like that in a horse. So I think I'm going to take Spinning Kitten here, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. So Spinning Kitten, 8-1 right now. Kendrick Carmouche on board for Danny Gargan, coming out of a 20 maiden claiming race, but first time out, did get the win on the turf here. That was at Gulfstream, and there was a next out winner right behind him that day. So we'll see. As you got a quick look there at Spinning Kitten, but Traffic Stop, another one, 5-1 on the board. Mike Maker, Jose Ortiz, a little more seasoned, 3 starts under his belt after winning first time out. He too won a maiden claimer, and then he had rough going, certainly facing winners in the next start of his career, but showed improvement. Start number 3 coming to New York. We're going to take a break in the action. Race 4 post parade coming up, and a race that kicks off the Pick 6 here this afternoon. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We'll be right back with more. Stay tuned.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop of 2-year-olds hitting the track, the sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The WIN program, I think, is fantastic for breeders. It's a really, really nice way that WinStar is giving back to the breeder and supported the breeder who's also supported them. If you had the option to breed to another stallion at another farm or go to the horse over at WinStar that has this WIN program attached to it, the deciding factor is easy. You're going to get more bang for your buck over there at WinStar.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Next on America's Day at the Races, the Connections of Country House decide to pass on the Preakness. We'll have the latest on the Derby winner's decision and what that means for the field for the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. After being rained out last week, the Flat Out Stakes returns, and Rocketry returning to Belmont, where he topped a track record held by the great Man of War when he ran into Temperance Hill. He returns to the site of a lights-out effort. Our racing brought to you by America's Best Racing. Are you up for anything? You'll want to visit americasbestracing.net for the latest and greatest. Getting set for the 4th race coming up at Belmont Park. We'll have the post parade for that race in just a moment. Good to be with you. Greg Wolf here on this Thursday afternoon. Going to bring you the entire rest of the card coming up, including the entire Naira Bets late pick 5 still to come here in just a little bit as we get set for that Flat Out Stakes. Again, it was rained out last Friday. We'll have it for you today in a nice rematch between not only Rocketry, who has run so good since being moved to the dirt. He'll go against Marconi, who beat him last out, but it looks like a return to Belmont should be key for him. That beat happened at Gulfstream. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, and Rocketry forced 14 starts of his career. He was on turf. They finally decided, oh, you know what, let's give him a shot on dirt, and it really seemed to work out.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that a horse won't run in the dirt early in his career is he just sort of shows them nothing in the morning on the dirt tracks. They try the turf. And as it turned out, they were probably right, because the races in the beginning would have been shorter race in the dirt. And the turf races, they ran in long-distance races, and he ran fine. But it turned out he just wanted more distance. He was kind of a slow horse in general early, but man, he's not a slow horse when they start running those longer distance races, and his stamina is unquestionable.
He's not a stop and start horse. He needs to be able to keep on going, and it's worked out better for him certainly on dirt than on turf. As we get a look at the field, that's coming up later today, race 8, the Flat Out, by the way. Right now it's the 4th. Mile on the turf for those just joining us, and welcome to those who have joined us on MSG+. $40,000 claiming race here. And this is a look at the horse who was the morning line favorite, Collins Avenue, for Jorge Abreu, the 7.
You know, I really think he's just much the horse to beat. He's been running against better horses. He's been consistently running figures. I thought that make him the horse to beat in here. And I think he's being realistically placed here by his connections. Now, it doesn't mean he has to win. And I understand that Thomond Park sort of is okay also, the horse running against. But I just think he's going to be the horse to beat. And I think 2 to 1 is a very fair price on him. I'm not saying I'd take 6 to 5, but 2 to 1 is fair.
So look at the 10 horse moving on by. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard there. Maggie Wolfendale, for those who are watching on Fox Sports 2, a little bit earlier in her paddock report, seemed to like Spinning Kitten a little bit, and you're getting some value there. 8 to 1 from a 5 to 1 morning line. But that debut win, I know it's only run once, against very easy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the race that he's coming out of. He'd obviously have to improve in all likelihood to win this race. But the positive for him would be, well, it was just his first start. He comes from a barn that wins at a high percentage, so he could take that step forward.
Here's our post parade. We start with Traffic Stop. Mike Maker runner, Jose Ortiz aboard.
You know, he's not impossible here. He's one of a few that are coming out of a race here that kind of fell apart, and he did have a little bit of trouble in that race.
Thomond Park, Luis Saez, and Christophe Clement, of course, the rider who was DQ'd out of victory in the Kentucky Derby.
His races at Tampa aren't that fast, but I guess he's the other horse outside the favorite.
Joel Rosario, he's on Honorable Hero for trainer Gary Contessa.
He also comes out of the race the Traffic Stop comes out of. He chased a horse that collapsed in the front end. His effort was okay.
41 to 1 on OK Funny Bone, who's trying the turf for the first time.
He's a half to 1 turf winner, but 4 try from the dam. It's not pedigree that suggests he's supposed to move up in the turf, which he'll have to do.
Trance, the 5, also debuting on turf.
Yeah, I don't really have much to recommend about him proving for in the turf as well. We can run the dirt, though.
Harry Hernandez rides the 5, the 6, False Info, Bruce Brown off the claim.
Now, this is the horse that ran off in that race to go poke the bear race, and his prior races were good enough. His last race, a little bit of an odd race. Can he improve off the claim and get back to his good races for Bruce Brown?
Favorite, Collins Avenue, 9 to 5.
The deserving favorite. He's simply dropping down after facing better.
Stretch out and turf debut for the 9 with blinkers on.
Yeah, I was surprised to see him try the turf with a horse who they'd entered on dirt. And I think the day we may have canceled, actually. This horse had big trouble in his start last time out, but it's not really a turf pedigree.
Spinning Kitten, there's the 10 with Kendrick Carmouche for Danny Gargan.
Well, as we were both saying, he would have to improve off his win, but certainly possible as a second-time starter.
And Craigville Beach, can you make any case?
David Donk is the best thing this horse has going for him, but the dam has produced 4 to try the turf, and none of them won.
27 to 1. As this race, what were you going to say?
David Donk, the trainer.
No, absolutely.
Former assistant to Woody Stevens, who, of course, won 5 straight Belmont Stakes. Well, here's a question for you. Which is tougher, 56 in a row for Joe DiMaggio or 5 straight Belmonts for Woody Stevens?
Baseball purists
I would bet you that that DiMaggio's streak is broken before we see that broken.
You think so?
I don't know.
The odds can be done.
I have one that'll never be broken. I have a better record.
Okay.
3 doubles in an inning.
That's happened?
Yeah. How about 4 doubles in an inning?
That will never be broken. Yeah. Here's Thomond Park for Christophe Clement. For those who weren't watching on MSG Plus, named after the famous rugby stadium in Limerick, Ireland. And with more on this group, joining us for the very first time this afternoon, 4-time Major League All-Star. Hello, Paula Duca.
Hey, guys. Pretty good points there, Andy. I'll tell you one that's not going to be broken, especially with the disabled list going down and everybody goes on the disabled list with mosquito bite. Cal Ripken's record will never be broken. Okay, let's get to some of these horses in this race. Let's get to the 2, Thomond Park. I thought looked tremendous on the racetrack. The issue that you have with this 3-year-old colt by Giants Causeway is they tried the blinkers in the first 2 starts. It didn't work, and then they took the blinkers off, finally got the W, but it seems like he doesn't want to separate himself from the competition. Maybe he will like the cutback to the mile. He's run well over 3 different racetracks. Now he's got to go over the sweeping turns here. My long shot would be the 6 in here, False Info. I thought that horse made a great look on the racetrack, and the reason why, when you look at the rest of these fillies in this group, actually she's the only filly in here, or excuse me, the colts in here and the geldings in here. He has a race on here where he's passed horses. He ran off last time, like Andy said, but the one race that he had when he was under Pletcher's care, he passed horses, and I wonder if Lescano takes him back today and tries to make one run.
He might have to, because who's driving, stretching out, blinkers on is going to be very quick.
I think that Paul makes a terrific point there, and that it was surprising. False Info, I just think, ran off on Jose last time, and I don't think Jose wants that to happen again, and nor does trainer Bruce Brown, who claimed him. So you have to imagine they're at least trying to figure out, because Jose didn't go on there and say, I'm going to go a blazing pace and open up 8 in this race. I think the horse just got away from him, and sometimes that happens. It's not a rider's fault.
Or did he think he was on
Jose was kind of
our favorite?
Oh, Black Tide. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's ridden him before, actually. Jose's leading the Belmont standings. Now, obviously, he was here, and he had a big day Saturday, but Jose is having just a sensational year.
Well, here's the likely speed of the race. Who's driving? So stretching out from sprints, blinkers going on. Doesn't seem like a big surprise what the plan is here.
You would think, and he also just leapt up at the start last time and completely blew the brake, and it wasn't one of these cases of a horse that has gait issues. It was just bad timing.
Any chance you think he can stick around?
There's always, listen, anytime a horse is trying the turf for the first time, the possibility exists that he or she really likes that surface. But horse players go on pedigrees, and you've got a dam that was by closing argument, who, as you may remember, finished second in the Kentucky Derby 2. Giacomo, correct. 75
there you
to
go.
1. 75 to 1, but not a turf horse. Mission Impossible, a sort of mediocre influence. It's really more of a pedigree that says turf. They're taking a shot. And I think they also went in here and they said, you know what? We'll take a shot. And it's been raining so much, the race may get rained off the turf, and he might end up being the favorite in this race. I had picked him on top if the race was on the dirt. So I think they're just saying, well, we'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If it comes off, we're in a good spot. And if it doesn't, we'll see if he can handle the turf.
Pick 6. It starts right here in the 4th race this afternoon. Of course, our feature coming up in race 8. That is the flat out and the rematch between Rocketry and Marconi. Marconi got the better of Rocketry last time out, but he has been formidable since he has moved to dirt. And in race 5, we have a real neat race coming up too. Binkster is looking to win for the 4th time in his last 5 starts.
Just say it, Greg. You love Binkster.
I think he's the horse to beat. I think that's a tough race.
I tell you what.
But I'm excited to see him run.
I am too. The 5th race is a very interesting race. If Binkster runs his last, he should be 1 to 9, but he has to prove it on the racetrack.
Yeah, he's got 7 furlongs, a question, too.
Yep.
We're set. Race 4, pick 6 starts here. Larry Colmus with the call from Belmont Park. Enjoy.
Just waiting for Craigville Beach to come up and complete the line here, as Thomond Park continues as the 8-5 favorite over Collins Ave. Craigville Beach reluctant to go in. Eric Consell has dismounted, and they'll try to get this one to move into line without the rider. Craigville Beach goes in, and Eric Consell will get aboard in the starting gate. We'll be ready for a start. They're all in line. They're off. And it's False Info out for the lead, joined inside by Honorable Hero. And these two out to the front together, 2 lengths ahead of Collins Ave, who came out running in 3rd position. OK Funny Bone is next, and Thomond Park is down on the inside. Craigville Beach, Spinning Kitten, and on their inside, it's Who's Driving, 5.5 lengths off the lead. Trance at the back of the field with Traffic Stop. So up the backstretch they go, all in pursuit of Honorable Hero and Joel Rosario, who run 23.77 for the quarter. False Info a length and a half behind, second on the outside. Thomond Park is 3rd and down toward the rail. Collins Ave is 4th. Racing 3 from the front right now, just ahead of OK Funny Bone, Craigville Beach, and Spinning Kitten between those 2. Break of 2 back to Who's Driving on the inside of Traffic Stop, and outside of them is Trance. So they move for the far turn. 48.31 was Honorable Hero's half mile, as he leads the way by 3/4 of a length on the far turn. False Info continues to press the pace in second. Collins Ave is 3rd. Thomond Park 4th on the inside. Spinning Kitten is close up. Then comes Craigville Beach. And behind horses Traffic Stop. And OK Funny Bone down on the inside. It is wide open as they come toward the top of the stretch here. 3/4, 112.95. And into the stretch, it is Honorable Hero on the inside. False Info. And farther out, Collins Ave. Collins Ave now forging to the front. And then comes Thomond Park back there running in 4th. Spinning Kitten is 5th, trying to put in a late bid on the far outside. Collins Ave has it close to home, and Collins Ave is going to do it here. Honorable Hero was second best, and then it was False Info and Thomond Park.
Collins Avenue, morning line favorite, did not go off the post time favorite. Gets the win here, 7-3-6. Irad Ortiz Jr.
I guess if he lost, I'd have been saying they knew. But he really was an overlay at 2-1 in this race. And he was workmanlike in victory in a race where obviously the pace was fairly tepid. But Collins Avenue lived up to what he looked like going into the race, Greg. I think you'll agree. He looked like the best horse in paper, and he looked like the best horse in the racetrack.
He did, and he powers away here as he starts to accelerate by this group. Says bye-bye to false info right there. And we were a little surprised. Who's driving the 9? Nowhere near the front in here. The 3 got the lead all to himself. Or sorry, the 6, false info, got the lead all to himself in here. Photo for place, but I believe it was 7-3-6.
You know, and it's a little frustrating if you have the number 9 because you didn't find out anything because you didn't go near the lead. Do you also think Thoman Park, and I'm not trying to make a big excuse for him, was he not happy sort of inside of horses? Maybe he was better off he got towards the outside, or maybe he just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll wait and see him run back this afternoon. But yeah, he certainly was not what we've seen the last couple of starts, and maybe that competition at Tampa was, as you expected, not up to snuff with this group.
Just a little bit slower than these races. An Honorable Hero and False Avenue, he rated more kindly this time, and they figured out whatever the issue was last time out, and he ran a much better race.
7-3-6-2 in the end, and an owner that we say his name a lot, Michael Dubb.
Well, you go to the winner's circle when you run your horses where they can win.
Collins Avenue at 2-1 to start off the pick 6. We're going to take a break in the action. We'll be back and talk about Country House. No Derby winner for the Preakness this year. It's developed a little cough. We'll talk about what's going on with Country House and who else will line up in the middle jewel, the Triple Crown in Baltimore. Coming up, we'll be back.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guys gonna do it.
Funny Guys win in the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Good to be with you. Those watching on Fox Sports 2 and MSG Plus. It's brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Raced his entire career, medication-free, now standing at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. Into the winner's circle in race 4. Morning line favorite, Collins Avenue.
Mike Dubb, owner Mike Dubb, he comes out and supports his horses. No doubt about it. Gets it done. Not only 2-1, almost 5-2.
Yeah, from 7-5 morning line.
How did this horse pay a bigger price than Militia Man paid in the race before that?
That was the Chad Brown horse back in race number 3 for those who were watching on MSG Plus. So congratulations, Jorge Abreu, Irad Ortiz Jr., and Michael Dubb. Winning connections. 5th race, it starts the Naira Bets late pick 5. And a state-bred allowance optional claiming field 7 furlongs. Binkster has been on a roll of late. He's won 3 of his last 4 starts. Can he keep it going today? He's facing Real Dan, who's undefeated.
Yeah, he's the favorite in doubles, not favored in the pick 5. Real Dan's taking a lot of money, but I'll tell you something. Binkster ran an unbelievably good race last time. He's facing some nice-looking horses and was extremely impressive. Not an easy field today. Can he run back-to-back? If he runs back to his last race, they won't beat him.
All right, it's a good race coming up to kick off this Naira Bets late pick 5. 7 furlongs ahead in this spot. Of course, our big news we talked about at the top of the show. Kentucky Derby winner moved up via disqualification. Country House Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott confirmed he will miss the Preakness. He's developed a cough, seems to be harboring some sort of virus. He is on antibiotics, and he is eating, though. There's no fever, but there is concern, so they're going to skip. He'll be the first Derby winner to miss the Preakness since 1996.
And I'll tell you something, for anybody who says, oh, Bill Mott doesn't want to run back, you know, he's coming up with something, he's making an excuse. Bill Mott runs his horses. I mean, this is not a trainer, Bill Mott, that worries about his win percentage. He runs his horses and takes shots, and that's why he's pulled off some upsets. If Country House could run, Bill would be running him. Clearly, he's doing the right thing by his horse.
List of the Derby winners who have skipped the Preakness, not a lot of them there. And back in 1982, I mentioned this story earlier as well, Gato del Sol opted to skip. There's nothing wrong with that horse. Won at 21-1 in the Kentucky Derby, skipped the Preakness. That led Pimlico GM Chick Lang to put a goat in the stall that reserved for the Kentucky Derby winner as a little, oh, thank you very much.
That's kind of funny. Well, you know, you like people having some fun, and of course.
Did run in the Belmont.
He did.
Got beat by?
He got beaten by Conquistador Cielo, who was coming back 5 days winning the Met Mile. And, of course, all three horses, Gato del Sol, Aloma's Ruler, won that Preakness, and Conquistador Cielo met in the Travers up in Saratoga. It was about 50 degrees up there that day that year. And Runaway Groom upset all three of them.
Good friend of mine's family owned Aloma's Ruler.
Really?
Yeah.
Good horse. Really good horse. Butch Lindsay, maybe?
What's that?
Butch Lindsay trained him? Not sure.
Have to look that up. So no Kentucky Derby winner in the race. We have quite a few horses who actually are deciding to pass on the second leg of the Triple Crown, but we have a lot of new faces who will be coming. Code of Honor. Shug McGahee, he's going to skip as well.
He is. And listen, Shug's another guy. Shug would be going to the Preakness, and he's doing the right thing by his horse. He's going to put him in the Dwyer. And you know, what happens is the second half of the season starts off. And the Dwyer really kicks off that second half of the season, and that's where Shug's going.
That will be on July 6th. Code of Honor skipping told Pimlico officials on Tuesday. His trainer, Shug McGahee, explains.
Well, when the race was over with, Johnny Velasquez, Code of Honor's jock, came back and told me, he said, Maximum Security bolted. And he said, whatever he saw, Code of Honor saw also. I said, well, what was it? He said, I don't know what it was. And right now, I don't think anybody knows. I couldn't really see it during the race, and I couldn't see it watching before they moved the numbers. But when I saw some still pictures later on, it looked like to me there was quite a bit of contact down in there, and so I was, from what I know, I thought it was the right call. I'm proud of him. I mean, it's amazing that, you know, he's not a big horse, but he's always been good and sound, and for him to go over there in as roughly a run race as that was, to run the way he did was a pretty big feather in his cap. All things being equal, I would like to probably just wait on him for a couple of months and run him in the Dwyer. I would hope that would set him up maybe for some Saratoga races, but, you know, I don't want to jump the gun too much on that.
Well, he showed a lot of improvement. Not a huge horse. Shug actually had mentioned this was a horse he thought was going to get a lot better as he gets older, but he ran a big race in defeat.
Absolutely. Great ride from John Velasquez, ran very well. I mean, you've got one of the best trainers and best riders in the game. They got the most out of their horse. Shug's always very candid and forthcoming, and he said he thought it, like you said, might be a horse that would improve with time. And for that reason, Shug's going to give him time and give him that chance to become the best horse he can be.
So top three finishers in the Kentucky Derby will not run in the Preakness. Tacitus being moved up to third. He was another Belmont runner. He's going to wait and look like he will point to the Belmont Stakes. With more on the Preakness picture with all these changes, let's check in with four-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca.
Yeah, guys, when breaking down this field, I think a lot of people are wondering why aren't the first three runners running in the Preakness from the Kentucky Derby. But yeah, circumstances like Andy was saying, Bill Mott's not going to run his horses. Same with Shug McGahee when they're just not feeling right. And I think Gary and Mary West also a little bit salty that the horse got taken down, and that's why you're not going to see him game winner as well. So to me, it looks like a two-horse race. If you want to put Bourbon War in there, I mean, is it War of Will and Improbable? Maybe 7-5, even money somewhere in that area, because I really don't see anything else.
Well, yeah, Improbable certainly looks like he is going to become the favorite now with who is lining up in this race. And Bob Baffert, should he win this race, becomes the all-time leader in terms of Preakness victories. But when he saw that no Maximum Security was going to line up, said, Absolutely, we're all in. And he's going to have a rider change. Mike Smith will take over for Irad Ortiz.
It's a very big race, the Preakness, and people are acting like it's an afterthought, and it's a gigantic race. There are some interesting new players near Owendale who's coming in for Brad Cox, a big win in the Lexington. I'm embarrassed to say I don't have his name in front of me, but another Brad Cox horse who won while I was down in Arkansas at Oakland Park ran, I think, a 97 Beyer speed figure. Warriors Charge for 10 Strike Racing, and of course Sal Kumin is part owner of that horse as well, and we can't leave Sal on the sidelines. I mean, he hasn't won a Triple Crown race yet this year.
Signalman coming back as well. Mr. Money, Laughing Fox, Always Mine. A lot of new names who were not in the Kentucky Derby going to show up in this middle jewel of the Triple Crown, so it makes it very interesting.
It makes it fun. I understand you want to have the biggest names, but to just complain and say, oh, you know, Country House and Maximum Security and this horse and that horse, they're not running, so forget about it. Have some fun with who's there. And I tell you what, when you cash a bet in the race, you're not going to regret that the other horses didn't show up.
And I get it in terms of Maximum Security. There's no Triple Crown on the line. It takes a lot out of your horse just to get to the Derby, and then to run him back in 2 weeks. That might knock him out for a long time.
So
why take your shot there? I get it.
I agree. And Jason Service is not a trainer that comes back on short rest a lot of the times. And the truth is, the potential for matchups in races like the Haskell at Monmouth and, of course, the Travers at Saratoga between these horses, it gets very juicy because there's a lot of questions left unanswered. Game winner, you want a dry track. Tacitus, who might be the horse to beat in the Belmont, I think he is. I think we're going to see some terrific races, especially in Saratoga later this summer. Let's not cry about what we have now. We're going to have some good stuff going forward.
All right, so it looks like Bob Baffert, he had the favorite, didn't expect to in the Kentucky Derby with Improbable. Looks like that horse is going to be the favorite again in the Preakness. Race 5, it starts the Naira Bets late. Pick 5, Binkster, been on a roll. Ray Handel, Dylan Davis, 9-2. No way you get this at post time.
Well, no, because you're going to be off the set for a few minutes while Maggie takes your spot. Not that I'm not, like, incredibly excited about that, which I am. And you're going to go right to the window and bet the Binkster, right?
You're excited to see Maggie. You're not excited I'm leaving.
I'm heartbroken that you're leaving.
Okay, thank you.
But I am overwhelmed with joy that Maggie's going to be joining. Maggie and I have been having fun up here, actually. I'm looking forward to her coming up. She's on the set right now. But you're going to the window, or you're just going right to Naira Bets?
I'm going to go to Naira Bets. I'm going to play the Naira Bets late pick 5. But this is a good field. H-Man, I thought, was very tough. 6-1 on H-Man for Jason Service right now.
Yeah,
won 2 of his last 3.
I think there's a lot going on here. I honestly think that a lot of horses can win. I think the one San Juan Diego is a little slow, but he may run okay. I'm against Real Dan. That's my biggest opinion in this race is I don't want Real Dan, who's being dramatically overbet. Everybody named Dan is betting this horse, including Dan Glovach, who works with us.
No, he won back in February. Well, he won on my birthday back in 2018. Then we didn't see him again for over a year. And he comes back and he beats the next out winner. You didn't love the field, though, that Big Jimmy won against, right?
Well, yeah, I didn't. And I didn't love the way he won. He ran in a bunch of 40-1 shots. And I think you'll agree with me. Real Dan's got to run faster to win this race, and he may improve second off a layoff, but would you take 2-1 or 5-2 on him to have to improve to beat maybe as many as 4 horses in here?
Yeah.
I mean, at 9-2 or 5-1, have at it, but you know, I don't want him at a short price.
I was taking a look at him right there. This is going to be the 3rd start of his career. Again, more than a year separated those starts, and it will be John Velasquez hopping aboard for the first time. What did you think about San Juan Diego in the rail?
I actually think that he's going to outrun his odds. Obviously, he's never run speed figures competitive with these. That last race he comes out of is a much stronger race than it looks like on paper. Particularly King of the Quarter was second. He got a 73 Beyer. He got an 85 and 93 Beyers in his next 2 starts, Greg.
Well, it was middle of last summer that Binkster all of a sudden started to come to life. 4-length score right here at Belmont. He was claimed out of that race, moved to the Ray Handel barn, won his next start by 6+ lengths. He just won last time out as well. He's won 3 of his last 4. Can he keep it going? Race 5 coming up next here on America's Day at the Races. Maggie Wolfendale steps in for me next.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle. The best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash.
This particular horse was in the racetracks as a professional. You can see their self-esteem, whatever they carry in those races. That's what the soldiers do. We explore things within ourselves that the normal human being will not have the opportunity to explore in terms of knowing what do you have inside to win. And I think these horses are an amazing opportunity, have an amazing opportunity to repurpose that mission. Just like us, you know, we through therapy, through the Veterans Affairs, have had an opportunity to reconnect with that mission and just redirect that mission. Use that gun-ho, as we call it, to survive.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, always presented by americasbestracing.net. Nice little piece there on some of the veterans. As we want to welcome you back to our third floor clubhouse studios, I'm Maggie Wolfendale, filling in for about a half an hour for Greg Wolf, and joined to my left by Andy Serling, Naira handicapper. Andy, pleased to be up here with you.
I'm thrilled to have you. We've been having fun. I like this. Greg takes a little break. I get you for a little while.
Yeah,
I mean, it's amazing.
A little change of scenery.
We work together, but at Aqueduct we see each other a lot because our offices are each other. But at Belmont, except for the show, we never see each other.
Never.
Yeah, it's funny.
And when you show up to the meeting, sometimes I see you then. All right.
I try.
Well,
My commute is rough.
we
I
have
commute this morning.
we have America's Day at the Races, the Showdown, a free online contest for those who just kind of want to play and have fun. Naira.com/showdown. And our showdown today involves the late pick 5, and we'll check in with the results at the end of the show as we are fastly approaching race number 5, which does kick off at Naira Bet's late pick 5. And as Greg mentioned, it is a optional allowance for the New York bred 7 furlongs Bankster. Pretty icy on the board, Andy.
He is. Now he's going to probably be favored by post time, and the board's obviously going to change a lot. You're upset that you're not in the paddock because seeing your buddy Ray Handel down there, so he's one of our favorites. I'll tell you, Maggie, I don't know where this race came from, but this was a gigantic effort.
I have no idea where it came from either. He was not even necessarily on my radar that day. He did take some kind of late money, I remember, in that race, but he poured it on here, and this was a fast time. He earned a 97, but it seems as though he's a horse that kind of has that good race, bad race to him, and that's reflective of this stat here with Ray.
Yeah, I mean, Ray Handel, and we joke about it, but Ray does a terrific job. He's a very good trainer, but a lot of times I'm seeing his horses run well, and they don't necessarily come right back in their next start and do it, and that's a tough thing to do. A big effort, sometimes he'll set a horse back. He's got to get 7 furlongs today, and he's got to do it against more seasoned horses, but it wasn't a bad field last time either.
No, and you would think that the 7 furlongs shouldn't be that much of a problem, considering he has tried to go beyond that and has some success going a mile. We'll see, though. The pace, which we'll get to after this post rate, I think is what I had the most time the hardest time trying to figure out.
I agree. And paces are always tough to figure out. I know we're losing the time form pace projectors, and we look at them. They have H-Man in front of Binkster. I'm dubious. I think Binkster, Dylan Davis has got to be aggressive.
And H-Man has that outside post with Jose Lascano, who can be aggressive, as we'll check
but he doesn't need to send.
Right. We'll check out San Juan Diego, the Oaklawn Invader, for trainer Ron Moquette to kick off our post parade.
This is one that both Maggie and I agree will run better than his 11-to-1 odds. Whether or not he's good enough to win, another story.
He shipped in next to our mini pony at the Morley Barn. Binkster, 9-2 right now with Dylan Davis back aboard.
Don't dream you're getting 9-2 on it. If you do, there's probably some reason.
Cezanne Chang and Willie Youngins will send out number 3, Manifest Destiny.
He's won 2 of his last 3 races at 30-1 and 60-1. Came up a good rail last time, but ran a fast race.
O'Shea, can you see, will go out for Eddie Jones and Benji Hernandez in the irons.
Lost to Manifest Destiny last time in one of his better efforts.
Real Dan, well, he's undefeated. 2 for 2 in his life for Johnny V and Todd Pletcher.
He is way over bet right now. He has got to improve to win this race, 2 for 2 or not. He's over bet at 3-2.
We saw a horse for Carson Lyon and way early on the card. How about 5-star Bunt for his affinity at Belmont?
I picked this horse on top. I took a slight shot with him. I think he has a chance in his best race.
Cecilia Mike, Gary Siaka will send this one off of a 3rd place effort last out in the same condition.
Going to need a fast pace. And he's not a win machine, 2 for 36, but 13 seconds and 20 seconds and thirds.
H-Man will round out your field. Currently 6-1 on this Jason Service trainee.
Not taking much money off a perfect trip win. He fits in here.
Let's check back in with number 5, Real Dan in here, Andy. I mean, I thought it was a commendable effort, given the fact that he was off for over a year, and to come back and win at the 7 furlongs, which can be a demanding distance off that break, is pretty impressive.
It's all very fair, Maggie. I'm not going to knock anything you're saying, and I'm not going to be shocked when this horse wins this race. Having said all of that, it's all about price. He's 7-5 on the board right now because it's Todd Pletcher and John Velasquez, and people see 2 for 2. And the reality is, while Big Jemmy won here Saturday, I think you'll agree with me, did not beat a field nearly as tough as the one he's facing here. And I also don't think Big Jemmy ran that well in the race we just watched. He's got to improve, and this is an interesting stat with Todd Pletcher. I think it fits this horse perfectly. 24% with 400 starters, coming off a win in dirt. That's good.
Yeah.
But the problem is the ROI says that they're going off at too short of prices, and I think that fits Real Dan. He is 6-5. This is crazy. Maybe he'll win again, but he is way over bet based on his PPs and the races he's run on the racetrack.
Now, as you mentioned Big Jemmy, he came back, but he won an off-the-turf event. He was MTO and off-the-turf over a sloppy track.
And I think every horse finished second, third, and fourth behind him were all huge prices.
Well, we will check in for the first time today with Paul LaDuca, who has a late pick 5 ticket prepared for us. Paul?
Thanks, Maggie, down here in the winner's circle. And I thought this is an okay sequence, actually. And I'm going to go 4 deep to start this race, 2, 5, 6, and 8. And I'll tell you the reason why they're betting Real Dan. He looked like an absolute monster in the paddock. He's had issues coming out of the gate. If he can get out of the gate, he's going to be a hand. I can understand why the money has gone his way. I am not a guy that looks at flesh. That is Maggie's expertise. But I'll tell you something. He looked like a looker. I'm going to actually single in the next race, Nisha. I'm hoping that Kendrick Carmouche gets aggressive. I think that she can get away from that field and hopefully go wire for wire. And then we go deep in the later races, guys. So I'm trying to get out of this race and get to Nisha and hope I can get a nice little ticket going for the last 3 races.
Paul, thank you. And if you want to play this Naira Bets late pick 5, well, if you're not in the state of New York, the only way to do so is with a Naira Bets account. And if you're not a member, you get that awesome $200 sign-up bonus using promo code LIVE. Check out NairaBets.com. And Andy, let's get back to this race. I asked you about the pace. Is it H-Man? Does Binkster need the lead? You would say not based upon his last effort. But does it make it harder for him if he's down on the inside, not controlling?
Well, that's a very good point, Maggie, because you look at his last race, and he broke from the 5 post in the 6-horse field. So he was able to break outside of horses. So while, yes, he won rating, he did it without anybody outside of him. He's got to go from the inside. I think H-Man, one of the reasons he figures to be speed is this is 7 furlongs, and he's more of a 6-furlong type horse. So, A, it's probably a bit of a stretch for him, and B, the longer distance, the pace doesn't figure to be as strong. But I have to think that Ray Handel is thinking the best best way for Binkster to get to the winner's circle is to be aggressive, whereas H-Man's a horse that can be successful stalking. So I think you'll see an aggressive ride on Binkster.
All right, we'll see what Dylan Davis does. Any other now? Let's talk about San Juan Diego. I think he is a very interesting proposition for the fact that, yes, it took him a while to break his maiden, but the argument can be made that he seems to, now as a 4-year-old, has upped his game a bit. His races seem to be faster. Why can't he come back in here against New York breds out of a fairly live race last time in which he won and be competitive?
I'm not going to argue with any of that. I think he's an interesting horse. I don't know why he's the exact same price as the horse that I picked, the number 6 5-star Bunt, who I think is a bit faster than him. But if you look at San Juan Diego's last race, he beat a horse named King of the Court. King of the Court had run an 85 Beyer in the prior race. He ran a 73 in this race, and then he came back with an 85 and 93.
Yep.
The suggestion from that is that maybe it's a race that's a little bit stronger than the figure suggests. So I'm not going to argue with that. And I do think that San Juan Diego may outrun his odds when I can win. This is a very, very, very tough race. There's some nice horses in here.
Now, Cecilia Mike, well, he is 2 for 36, as you mentioned. Dylan Davis does opt to ride Binkster, obviously, who wouldn't, but he does pick up Jose Ortiz here. That can't be a bad thing.
You know, Jose Ortiz is a pretty good jockey. I think he won the Eclipse Award this year. He's not a winning type horse, Maggie, but he overcame what was a pretty tepid pace last time, and I don't think he's impossible in this race at all.
5-star Bunt, you're picking here, seems to be going well for Linda Rice, who, when she has them going well, they seem to keep performing.
I agree, and, you know, maybe some of the question is the 7 furlongs in this race, and he's more of a 6 furlong type, but at the end of the day, his last races were good enough to suggest he has a chance in this race, and he's an awfully big, I mean, this Real Dan's odds have inflated everybody else. I think you'll see an evening bet where he won't be 6 to 5 by the time the race goes off, because you'll see late money on Binkster, and it'll go up to about 8 to 5, but even at 8 to 5, Real Dan's a big underlay here.
I agree with you. I mean, I get it. I get why he's taking people are attracted to the ones. They're attracted to Johnny V. Pletcher, looking for their second win on this card. I would like to look elsewhere. I'm gonna take number 1, San Juan Diego, as well. Send it up to Larry Colmus for the call of today's 5th.
They're off. And it's H-Man on the outside. Between horses, Binkster, San Juan Diego toward the inside. Manifest Destiny's up and on the pace, too, with Real Dan and 5-star Bunt right behind them. Then Cecilia Mike and O'Shaken UC, who's on the inside. Up the backstretch they go. San Juan Diego to the front. Binkster a half length behind, running in second. Manifest Destiny and H-Man are right behind them through a 22.62 quarter. And then it's Real Dan running along in 5th inside of 5-star Bunt. Real Dan now being nudged along here, about 6 lengths off the lead. There's an inside path for O'Shaken UC, who's sent through, and Cecilia Mike is last of them all as they make their way around the far turn. San Juan Diego and Binkster locked in battle. Manifest Destiny and H-Man joining them. 4 of them together through a 45.61 half mile. Then it's 5-star Bunt. Real Dan is under pressure and has a lot of work to do. It is now dropped back to the back of the pack as they come to the top of the stretch. Binkster has taken the lead as they turn for home. And on the outside, it's H-Man. H-Man and Binkster locked in battle. San Juan Diego is 3rd. On the far outside comes Cecilia Mike in 4th, followed by 5-star Bunt and Manifest Destiny, but it's H-Man. H-Man and Jose Lescano, and they're pulling away late. They're going to win going away in the end. It was tight for second. O'Shaken UC came late up the rail. Cecilia Mike was there on the outside.
H-Man delivers the knockout punch here, Jose Lescano. And we saw interesting pace from my one horse in San Juan Diego. But then again, Dylan Davis still aggressive with Binkster. But it didn't matter with H-Man. He didn't get the lead. He just sat behind those 2, and he was super comfortable. And he kicked clear in the end, Andy.
And Jason Service may have been disqualified in the Derby, but he won the 5th race at Belmont on next Thursday. So I'm sure things evened out for him. All kidding aside, he's done a great job with this horse. He's really got this horse running consistently well. And one of the reasons Jose Lozcano had a great winner, and he's continuing on to be early leading rider here at Belmont, is he's riding with confidence, and he's putting his horse in the right spot. And H-Man, he was a decisive winner of this race. And Real Dan, who did go up to 8 to 5 at the end, he finished 7th. He did beat my selection in this race, 5-star Bunt, but he was just way over bet here, Maggie.
He way overbet. I mean, he came up, you know, he was implored around the turn. Then he kind of got in trouble right here. And then he put in a late run. But He really didn't do much running. He did it when the race was already over.
He wasn't fast enough to win, and, you know, speed figures at the end of the day, they indicate how fast these horses were, and it's one thing to hope bet a horse in the come that's lightly raced and say, I think he can really improve, I'm getting 6-1.
Yeah.
But to get 8-5 on him, that's just never bet a horse at a short price in those situations.
Well, you always got to love a horse like H-Man. A 7-year-old son of Musket Man captures his 12th career win out of 56 starts. H-Man on top of O'Shea Can You See, 46-1, as we'll recap today's 5th race with the prices and official results when we return here on America's Day at the Races.
Well, our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. Our plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Warfront has sired 8 champions and 10 millionaires. Recent Grade 1 winners include Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy Flag, plus 2019 Kentucky Derby hopeful War of Will. He's also sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, and international super sire on all surfaces and all fronts. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here at beautiful Belmont Park in Elmont, New York. And as always, we're brought to you by Run Happy, currently standing in stall number 1 for $25,000 at legendary Claiborne Farm, where you're seeing your winner of today's 5th race. That was H-Man. In the winner's circle, I think that's Henry, and Jason Service's assistant with all of his children. So good to see the family affair in the winner's circle.
There were 6 kids.
I know. I'm not sure
Henry
they're
has 6
all
kids?
his. I think he has 3. But HJ returns 1080. That early pick 5 returns 144.50 cents for 50 cents, as we'll take a look for the field for race number 6, claiming 12.5, 6 furlongs for the fillies and mares. Likely favorite is Nisha from the inside for Danny Gargan and Kendrick Carmouche.
I think a lot of people look at the drop down as a big negative, Maggie. I think Danny Gargan's just being realistic.
And that is why Danny Gargan wins as many races as he does, because he's realistic and aggressive with his placement. So welcome back to the set here. Maggie Wolfendale and Andy Sterling. Paul LaDuca is reporting. We'll get to him in a bit, Andy, as you know, we've discussed at length the Kentucky Derby, but let's not forget, we saw some pretty special performances down there at Churchill Downs this weekend, and none other than McKenzie with one of the more interesting trips I think we saw of any horse. Mike Smith, quote-unquote, giving this horse a breather down the backside.
Yeah, I bet the horse who was second here, he looked like he was home free, and McKenzie was going to back up to last. He just trounced this field, a 109 buyer, and maybe going a little farther in his best races out in California was hurt him in those races. He was just tremendous. He may have been the most impressive horse all weekend.
He really was. And Mike, you know, stating that he saw Tom's Day Atot kind of pricking his ears, knowing that he'd go on forward, so he decided to give him a breather, take back, and go around on the outside. And looks as though he's pointing towards the Met Mile, which you got to think a one-turn mile suits him.
Well, the Malibu at 7 furlongs is setting up what's going to be maybe one of the most exciting matchups of the year, frankly. There's talk that Thunder Snow, who won the Dubai World Cup, could be coming for that as well. But another horse we're going to take a look at, Matoli, who was a very, very impressive winner, stretching out to 7 furlongs, showing he could rate in doing it. He's going to be a tough speed to catch going a mile in the Met Mile. I love this horse, Mag.
How cool is he? I mean, he's won his last 6 starts, and as you said, I mean, he hadn't won beyond 7. He won here. Now he's going to try a mile. We'll see if he can get it, but he just powered away from the rest of this field for Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana.
He showed that he does not have to have the lead to win. I mean, he's been getting very good trips, and I'm not saying he didn't get a good trip in here as well, but he was a dominant winner. And this is such a neat showdown. It's what the Met Mile is all about, right? It's about sprinters showing if they can stretch out to the mile, and routers cutting back as well. So a horse like Thunder Snow, a mile and a quarter type horse who's excelled at that. You know, McKenzie was in the middle distances and a sprinter stretching out. It's just, it's too delicious to even start thinking about. Can't wait for Belmont Stakes Day.
I know, that is going to be, the Belmont itself with the 3-year-olds that are looking to come back is going to be obviously a race on its own, but the Met Mile is really shaping up to be something else.
And a pretty good horse, maybe right now one of the top horses in the country is pointing to Manhattan.
And that would be Bricks and Mortar, as he has 8 wins out of 10 lifetime starts with, a 14-month layoff in between that. He's gone 4 for 4 and picking up his 4th victory of the year in this the Turf Classic. Another grade 1.
He's relentless. I mean, and I'll tell you something, and I think you'll agree, he could be 10 for 10 because he was unlucky in both of his losses. He had an injury where it felt like there was a real chance that he was never going to come back and race. And even when Chad Brown got him back over 6 months ago, I remember him saying to me, I'm not sure he can get back to the races. And boy, he did more than get back to the races. He's 4 for 4 since coming back, including the Pegasus, the Munez, and now this Turf Classic. Right now, if he wins the Manhattan, he's a gigantic favorite to win the Eclipse as the older turf male.
Oh, absolutely. And depending on how the rest of the year goes, I mean, he could win older male for that matter, as Chad is looking to run others, including Olympico, who won our Fort Marcy, as well as Raging Bull and Robert Bruce in that Manhattan, in addition to Bricks and Mortar. But a mare, a 5-year-old mare now that has impressed us with her last 2 victories is Come Dancing, as she took down the Ruffian, the Grade 2 Ruffian here this weekend at Belmont Park in the slop. I mean, Andy, she is just doing so well right now for Carlos Martin.
And Pacific Wind, who won this race last year, came up to her flank like she was going to make it a horse race, and Come Dancing just flicked her off like a gnat. Pacific Wind, she's no slouch. This is a serious racehorse. She likes Belmont. She can handle a wet track. She runs well on dry tracks, mile to 16th, setting up a meeting with Midnight Bisou in that race. Going to be another sensational race. She is the real deal.
Yeah, I mean, a 114 for the distaff, a 103 for this Ruffian win, and I'm very excited to see what she holds in her future. She'll be searching for that grade 1 in the Ogden Phipps come the Belmont time.
And let's give a little love to Carlos Martin. You know, we see a lot of the top trainers, and they have very strong barns, but Carlos doesn't have that kind of barn, and it's nice to see Carlos have a good horse and do the right thing with her.
Absolutely, as well as Blue Devil Racing, Mark Holliday being very, very patient with this filly. And as we mentioned, the Belmont's going to be a great race, but those races are lining up to be sensational. So make sure you get your Belmont Stakes Racing Festival tickets, as we have $20 general admission tickets all the way up to our enhanced premium hospitality packages. Buy your tickets and reserve your tickets at Ticketmaster.com or BelmontStakes.com, and we'll see if our horse Tacitus can win the Belmont. But again, we have a great Saturday coming up. The Grade 3 Vagrancy kicks everything off. The Grade 3 Bogey, the Grade 3 Peter Pan, as well as the Grade 1 Man o' War. Looking forward to that one on the turf.
And it's supposed to be a beautiful day here on Saturday, and I know people have been, and I don't blame them, a little put off by the weather so far. So if you haven't joined us at Belmont Park, what better way to start the year and come out and join us? It's supposed to be a beautiful day, and it's going to be a beautiful day of racing as well.
That is true. For people who wonder about where horses go after their racing careers, and if you've ever wondered where Rosie Napravnik has gone, well, she is busy. Let me tell you, this girl works hard with her off-track thoroughbreds, as America's Best Racing has caught up with Rosie to see what she's up to and who her latest project is.
I started racing when I was very young. I had the opportunity to ride for the most prominent trainers and the most prestigious races. Really just kind of like storybook. It's really cool to see how the off-track thoroughbred industry has evolved. There are so many horses in the thoroughbred industry, and once a horse is not fit for racing anymore, whether it's just not competitive, or if the horse has an injury, or if the horse is basically aged out of racing, they need an outlet because they can't, you know, we can't all keep all the horses. So there's a large array of things that I can do with them, and there's a large array of things that they can do. I got to live the best, the absolute best of racing. What I can do now is give the horses the absolute best after racing.
And that is an ongoing segment at americasbestracing.net, Riding with Rosie. And Andy, I get to fortunately see Rosie when I'm down in New Orleans. And let me tell you, she is driving from New Orleans across Lake Pontchartrain every day to the North Shore to work with a handful of off-track thoroughbreds.
Yeah, I miss seeing her ride.
I do too.
She was a terrific rider and fun to have around the track, but it's nice to see she's so involved right now.
And before she became a jockey, well, she did the pony racing, but she was also huge into eventing. As we are approaching race number 6 here, which will kick off the late pick 4, and we're taking a look at Nisha on the screen off the back of a win for Danny Gargan. Now, Andy, there's no denying that maybe Nisha wasn't what she once was in the middle of last year in the summer when she was just en fuego for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Now, 3 Diamonds and Danny Gargan did purchase her privately, and she came back with a win, with a workmanlike win. But speed figure-wise, it wasn't anything near to what she can run.
And I think that Danny Gargan and 3 Diamonds, they both successful because, once again, we talked about the Mike Dubb. They're running horses where they can win, and they both said, we're not going to win for $25,000. She's not getting claimed for $25,000. Maybe she'll get claimed for $12,500, and maybe she'll win another purse. So they're running where she belongs. She does not have to win this race, and she's not a layover by any stretch based on her last race. But one thing that really helped her, Mag, there were 4 potential speeds in here, the 1, 2, 3, and 8. The 1, 2, and 8 all scratched, so Nisha could be leading this field on a merry chase.
Absolutely. As we see 9-5 right now, Andy, and you had mentioned off camera that Real Dan might be a workout horse. Is there any chance that Riot Worthy is a workout horse, or are they just betting on her back class here as she takes a big drop?
It feels like early money, right? I mean,
Yeah.
listen, I mean, this is a horse once again. She could absolutely win this race. The last time she ran, she lost by a nose in a nice stake to Bay Ridge. But coming back off a 16-month layoff for trainer Charlie Baker and running for 12.5, Nisha is a drop that you can base it on her last race. This is a very negative drop. Doesn't mean she won't win. This is a negative drop.
I mean, this is a filly the last time we saw her, albeit in state-bred company, was second beaten a nose by Frostwise going back to early January in 2018 in the Bay Ridge. So now she shows up for the 12.5. Look, Charlie can bring these horses back off these long layoffs and get them to perform. She is currently 9-5 on the board. Interesting horse that we'll touch on a little bit more, Andy, though, is number 5, Exceed the Goal.
Off her race 2 races back, she can absolutely win this race, and she's going to be the 4th choice, and she should not be that big a price.
Comes off fairly short rest, though, inspiring some confidence that she's doing well as she lands in a spot where she could be effective. As we'll delve deeper into race number 6, we'll welcome Greg Wolf back to set, as well as Paula Duca. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
The Kentucky Derby is a race that we all want to capture. But what he did in the Florida Derby, that got me green.
But inside the 16th pole, the 2017 Florida Derby to Todd Pletcher, and always dreaming they won it by 4 in the end.
Anytime you ever would go to see him in his breezes or in his races, you knew that he was the real deal. You really would get excited about what he was going to do for the future. I'm Jacob West, and this season, I'm always dreaming.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify!
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
So my name is Robbie Hertzel. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt, very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're here with my buddy Nick Villalonga, writer, producer of Green Book, Academy Award winner. Where's the Oscar?
It's on the floor under my bed right now. I'm hiding it, but I'm going to find a place.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. That was Nick Villalonga, Academy Award-winning screenwriter of tremendous movie Green Book. His character is played by Viggo Mortensen in the movie. If you have not seen it, it is fantastic. We still have our feature race to come this afternoon. Greg Wolf, Paul LaDuca, 4-time Major League All-Star here, filling in on set, stepping in for Maggie Wolfendale and Andy Serling. Our feature race is the Flat Out, still to come later on. And a little bit of an upset here to start off this Naira Bets Late Pick 5.
Yeah, we get H-Man, and at 4-1, seems like a tiny bit of a gift considering the kind of form he was in. Now on to race number 6, Scratch the 1, Ribbonite. I was way off. And then Wildcat Bell. Nisha, who I think's the horse to catch in here, is 9-5, and Kendrick Carmouche probably will be aggressive.
Usually that is his MO, and he was last time when he was aboard. That was on a muddy track, 2-5 favorite that day, Nisha. She won for 25. Bit of a red flag here, winning for 25 and now dropping in for 12.
Well, it could be a red flag. When you look back at this mare, they claimed her for 25 way back when, and she changed barns for Danny Gargan. You don't know if this was a private purchase, whether they just moved her over. And then they put her in for 25. She's 2-5. She wins easy. Then they drop her for 12-5. But there's some other horses in here that can contend with her. But if she runs back to any of those other races, she's going to be a bear in here. The worry is she's not getting bet like she should. The 6 Riot Worthy does have races to go to, but she's run one race since November of 2017.
Yeah, I mean, she's the class of the field, and the question is, will she be ready to go? Is she anywhere near the same before she went to the bench? We haven't seen her since January of 2018. When we did last year, it was in the New York bred stakes race against Frostwise. She was only beat a nose in that race, so if she's anything close to what she used to be, she's going to be a handful.
No, she will be, and like you said, she has 12 seconds. She's got $382,000 also in the bank. Now, Nisha the 3 is a win machine. She's win or nothing. She's 9 for 14. She's 3 for 3 at Belmont. She's 3 for 4 at the distance. So when it comes to a lot of the tangibles in here, your favorite has a big look. Now, let me take this call. The 4, the horse on your screen, has shown some defensive efforts. And I'm sure this filly has given Rudy Rod some problems because they put blinkers on her, and boom, she wins. And then she has not run well her last 2 starts. Now they take the blinkers off. Now the complete plunge to 12-5.
Yeah, it's a big drop for Let Me Take This Call. Actually, when the first 2 starts of her career when she did not have blinkers on, one of those on a sloppy track, but she came back to win on a fast track. Those were both at Aqueduct. But certainly the way she has gone in the last couple of starts, not a positive sign.
No, not a positive sign. Her race before, she just sort of ran evenly. The bump last time, was it a bump? Yeah, I get it. She bumped with another filly to the inside of her and got sandwiched a tiny bit, but not for her to just sort of stop. I guess the one positive would be that Irad Ortiz is sticking aboard.
Exceed the goal you're looking at here. This is Jose Ortiz and David Duggan teaming up. You know, 2 starts back, she aired. She won by a ton, but against a field that was non-winners at 3 lifetime.
This could be the sneaky horse in here, and this is the one I'm worried about because they claim the horse for 14. They stick the horse back in for 14 on 3. and David Duggan gets this filly ready, wins. And they put her way over her head. They take a shot. She does not run that bad. She actually made a middle move in that race. Now look who jumps aboard, Jose Ortiz. And now they're back at the level where she's competed at, and she's competed at well.
You could bet great evening racing from two of the country's best tracks today for a $10 bonus. Bet $50 at Belmont and $50 at Churchill, and earn a $10 bonus if you bet it on the Naira Bets app. Your bets don't even have to win to earn the bonus. Download the app in the App Store or on NairaBets.com to get started. So our late pick 4 starts here in this 6th race at Belmont as we approach the 6-minute mark to post. And still Nisha favored, the 3, dropping down from 25,000 off a win that was on a muddy track. But she loves Belmont too. She's 3 for 3 here on this Belmont track surface.
And she likes a little bit of everything. If you just look at the right side of her column, 3 for 5 over fast track, 4 for 4 over wet, 1 for 1 over synthetic, 1 for 4 over turf, 3 for 4 the distance, and there she is.
With Kendrick Carmouche back aboard. He was on board for that gate-to-wire win last time out back on April the 13th. 2-1 favorite here. Danny Gargan, now the trainer. Here's the 4. Let me take this call. Irad Ortiz Jr.
They'll try to take the blinkers off this filly by Take Charge Indy. She is 3 for 7 lifetime. She likes to win races.
Exceed the Goal we'll see next, who we were just talking about. Irad's brother, Jose Ortiz, in the irons at 6-1.
She's 3 for 9 lifetime, and she seems like she runs her best race when she's a tiny bit off the pace. So look for her like in the maybe the second flight of horses.
Riot Worthy, as we mentioned earlier, has not raced since January 18 of 2018. Joel Rosario aboard for the comeback for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, Rosario was aboard her a while ago. That was going a mile and a 16th. Now sprinting. Look for her to come from the back of the pack.
Treat Her Like a Star. The 7 is at 22-1, and she's going to come in from Gulfstream Park. Joseph Parker, the trainer.
You know, the horses that have been coming in from Florida have done well. Now, this one was a bottom-level claimer. She's been claimed in a lot of different barns, mostly for 62.5, but she does bring some speed to the party.
And the 9, Ola Gatita. She was no match for the horse who's going to be to her outside tonight.
Yeah, this is just a tough mare to get to. She's 6 now. She's 3 for 41 lifetime. Last time she ran, she was 17-1. She's 39-1 today.
And this one is a little interesting. 7-1 on Are We Having Fun Yet? She won by 8 lengths last start, and she does like to find the wire.
No, she does. And she's going to be the 5th straight barn she's been in now, and she's going to look for her 11th win. There's another mare in here, or another filly in here likes to win races.
She has won 2 of her last 3 starts. She has moved from barn to barn to barn. She's been all over the place. Very popular in the claim box.
Seems like she runs the same race every time. 67, 69, 64, 65, 67. You know exactly where you're going to get from this mare.
Claimed each of her last 4 starts.
Yeah, 4 starts. Wow.
And, yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, she always seems to run her race. So she is going to need, you would think,
she rates
a little bit better to win here, but
just a little
not
bit.
too much.
No, here's the thing. You have Riot Worthy in here, the 6, where she's got 12 second-place finishes. Does she have a couple races in here that crushes this field? Most definitely. So the Beyer speed figure is right around 75, 76, probably is going to win this race. Nisha has that. It's run a couple 85s, 86s. So, you know, a couple of these horses, if they run like just a little bit better than they have, they're going to be very tough in here.
4 minutes away from the start of our late pick 4 on this Thursday afternoon. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll check in with your current favorite and deserved favorite, and that is number 3, Nisha. She'll break from that inside post, and she looks to be the confirmed speed on paper for Danny Gargan and Kendrick Carmouche. Last time she ran, she was coming off a bit of a layoff. She got hot. As you saw in that replay, you could see the sweat on her neck. She was fairly lathered up, but that's it didn't concern me that much because I've seen her become like that before, but there's not a drop of sweat on her here today. She's actually fairly quiet for Nisha, as I've grown to know her. She's a deserved favorite, especially at this level. But you got to wonder, is it a good thing that she's more calm and relaxed, or is she a filly that needs to get revved up and on her toes to put forth her best effort? Now, we'll check in with a long layoff runner, and that is number 6, Riot Worthy, who is taking some nibbles on the board. I mean, opened up as a favorite, will drift up, obviously, but off of that long extended layoff for Charlie Baker, who does know how to get these horses ready, and he is having a great meet so far here at Belmont. She looks extremely fit, guys. It does not look as though she's been away from the races for that length of time, and she's moving very well out here on the track. If she remembers who she was, she could have a serious impact on this field, but I just couldn't get away from the fact that she's lacks in recency, as number 4, Let Me Take This Call, does have the recency. Yes, she is a bit of an all-or-nothing horse. She can throw in some serious clunkers as the blinkers come off, and she drops in class precipitously down to this 12.5 after trying her hand at a few of those New York bred 2 other thens. I will say she does look a bit stronger and just a bit better than what she did going back to her last effort, which I appreciate. I didn't like her much in the paddock at all that day. So we'll see if the blinkers coming off wakes this filly up. And as Paul said, she does have a decent race record, and I appreciate horses that, when things are right, they like to find their way to the winner's circle, Greg.
Yeah, it's kind of all or nothing with this filly, right? When she wins, she wins, but when she does not win, doesn't get a sniff.
She just gets disinterested. She'd be like me if I was like 20 lengths behind. I'd be like, go ahead, guys. I can't catch up. So yeah, sometimes that happens. They're smarter than you think. That doesn't mean a horse has quit. That just means that she knows that she's smart and she knows that she can't catch up. So there you see the slate of picks, and I think it's between the 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think the 5 is the price, just because that win 2 back. I know it was slow in 113 and 1, but David put this horse over her head to maybe protect her and give her a race in his barn, another race in his barn, or just see what he has. Now he's putting her back down. I think she makes a really good account of herself here, at least at 9 to 1 as a price to get in to maybe the exact in the try. But I think it really surrounds those 4 horses in the middle of the pack here.
Meanwhile, Exceed the Goal. David Duggan, we talked about this one, had that big win 2 back, but against a lot easier company. It was against non-winners of 3 Lifetime, and it was at Aqueduct, but does own a win here at Belmont as well in 2 tries.
Yeah, the thing about when these horses drop down for 12.5, you got to find out what's going on, right? Do you take the horse that is the solid horse at this level, like Exceed the Goal is 114 in a non-3, where you have the horse like Let's Make the Call and Riot Worthy have never, ever been in for a claiming tag, at least the 6 has never been in for the claiming tag. And then you have the 3 who was in for 25 and won last time out, and now dropping for 12.5. And then you look and go, okay, there's other horses dropping way down more. So this actually is not that big of a drop. So you wonder, sometimes you project that the horse that's dropping is going to run well. Meanwhile, you got a horse like Exceed the Goal running at this level well.
So there's our favorite stepping in. Nisha dropping off a win. 2 to 5 favorite, went for 25,000 last start, now drops in for 12,000 right off the claim for Danny Cargan. Not usually a positive sign, or is he playing the claiming game here a little bit? We're going to find out. Race 6, breaking from post 3, the inside post, the favorite, Nisha. Larry Culmus with the call to kick off our pick 4 here on America's Day at the Races.
Treat her like a star coming up. Waiting for Ola Gatita, and Are We Having Fun Yet? They're all in line. Acting up here in the gate is Let Me Take This Call. It's unseated Gerard Ortiz Jr. Let Me Take This Call's been backed out.
Well, as you can see, they have backed out the 4 here. Irad Ortiz Jr. off this horse who was acting up a little bit in the gate. Looks like has settled down, but we'll get checked out here to make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, the utmost importance is the equine health, and she's not having none of it right now. She's just a little irritated at something. You could see Irad, he jumped off early. Hopefully he's okay. Now the vet's going to take a look at her, and he's adjusting his goggles because I don't know if he hit the top of the gate or not, but now he looks like he's going to try to get back aboard here.
So, yeah, he will hop right back on board. And it appears everything okay. So they'll reload. Let Me Take This Call. They didn't back anyone else out, so as soon as she moves in, we are set to try and do it again as she balks momentarily at the gate. A little spooked there.
She's had her issues before. And you look 3 lines down, it actually says, I don't think I've ever seen that in the comment line, acted up at the gate. And it's exactly what she's doing right now. She just keeps balking. Maybe that's why they put the blinkers on her. But she won that day. So maybe this is a good sign. The last time she did this, she won.
It's Naira starting gate crew. One of the absolute best in the business. Have that gate open to try and help her get in so she doesn't see anything impeding her way. Sometimes that helps move them in without issue, but not this time. And sometimes they'll go to the blindfold, but they usually have tried that with horses and know that it works. We'll see what other tricks they have up their sleeve to try and get this daughter to take charge Indy in line. And sometimes, without the rider, they relax a little bit.
Yeah.
And it helps.
It did, and they got her in, and hopefully now she'll act okay as soon as Jose gets his leg back
High
up.
Rad.
Or excuse me, High Rad.
And there he is. Jose right next door on the 5, watching his brother hop aboard. And we're set. Here's Larry Colmus.
They're off, Nisha. And let me take this call. 1-2 out of the gate with Riot Worthy away, running in third, Exceed the Goal, fourth on the inside. Then Treat Her Like a Star, Are We Having Fun Yet? And Ola Gatita as Nisha leads the way to the far turn. Let me take this call in. Riot Worthy heads apart second and third. Riot Worthy now pokes ahead into second. And coming up the rail, Exceed the Goal grabs third. Let me take this call back running in fourth. And then it's Treat Her Like a Star on the outside, 4 lengths off the lead while moving 3 wide on the far turn. Are We Having Fun Yet is next. Ola Gatita's far behind, 23.09 was that opening quarter mile for Nisha. The 2-5 favorite, who leads the way on the far turn by a length. Riot Worthy is second. Exceed the Goal rides the rail into the stretch in third, right behind Nisha. 46.34 half. They're into the stretch. Nisha turning for home, now being urged to goal is Exceed the Goal. Tries to make a race of it on the outside. Nisha set down with 1 furlong to run. Exceed the Goal drifts to the middle of the racetrack. The others are far behind. Nisha's got it as they come down to the wire. And Nisha and Kendra Carmouche will do it here. Exceed the Goal second best. And third is going to be Riot Worthy in a photo with Let Me Take This Call.
Well, for a moment, it looked like Nisha was getting tested here by Exceed the Goal, but in the end, she had too much, and she got absolutely hammered at the windows late.
Yeah, we were wondering, okay, why is this horse dropping? Well, this is what happened. You never know what's really getting what Danny Gargan paid for her. He might have paid 20. He got his W last time. He drops her for 12.5, and then they hit her at the window at 2-5. And Kendra Carmouche took a little bit of a peek back, and he saw Exceed the Goal, who made a nice little run. But you can see right there, he's just peeking back. He's got a ton of horse, and this mare is just going to go on with it. And I'm wondering, how many mares in here did change barns? Did the 6 change barns because she probably needed this? Exceed the Goal. I think that was a sharp move by David Duggan to put her over her head. And 11-1, she made a run at this mare. But this, when you have a horse that's 10 for 15 lifetime, she's probably worth 12.5.
And I would think there's a few that wanted to dip in here for this 12.5.
Oh, yeah.
If not, is it too late to put our names in?
Well, it was too late for maximum security for 16,000.
Is that crazy?
Yeah, right.
First start of his career. Horse who crossed the wire first in the Derby. Yeah, was in for a claiming tag of 16,000. This horse in for 12.5 today. And we'll see if this horse remains with the Danny Gargan barn or moves on. But wins convincingly here. 3-5-6-4, 2-5 favorite. Gets the job done to start off the late pick 4. Kendrick Carmouche doing what he does best, being aggressive.
That is true, and he did the right thing. As soon as they popped out of the gate, it was him and the 4, and he won that race in the first quarter. 23 is slow for this type of mare.
And we've just been told Nisha, not the only one claimed in here. She was claimed, but also the 4, 5, and 6 all claimed out of this race.
They ran 1, 2, 3, 4. Pretty good by the guys.
Popular race, horses moving barns, and one of them doing it off a win here. Nisha with the victory for 3 Diamonds Farm. We're going to take a break in the action. Some passing on the Preakness, in fact, the top 3 finishers, but War of Will took the worst of it behind Maximum Security. He is back to prove that he may be the best of the bunch in the Preakness. We'll talk about it next.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here in Mockra Hall. he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop of 2-year-olds hitting the track, the sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and MSG Plus. It is presented in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Great to have you with us as we still have our feature race to come this afternoon. Race 6 started off our late pick 4. And Nisha dropping off a win for $25,000, dropped in for $12,000. Wins again at 2-5.
Yeah, congratulations to this mare by First Samurai, the Malibu Moon Mare, Lily's Joy, now 10 for 15 lifetime, and she'll change barns. Almost $300,000 in the bank. I would think she'd make a nice little brood mare here. Congratulations to Three Diamonds Farm. Exceed the goal. She's going to go to another barn, and so is Riot Worthy, and so is your 4th place finisher, and they rounded out your superfecta for a dime. Paid $2.70. I'll get you a cup of coffee at some places in the city.
Where? Naira Bets late pick 5 follow along. 44,557 in the pool. A little bit of an upset in that first leg. H-Man, $10.80. Now a heavy favorite, but we got some competitive races coming up, especially that last race. That is a great betting race.
Yes,
it is totally wide open.
Yeah, it is. And this race is wide open. Just a good little race for 3-year-olds and up, going 7 furlongs on the turf. Couple entries in here, 3 different entries. Very rarely you see a 3X. But Saif, probably the one to beat in here for Chad Brown.
All right, so that race we'll get to, and important for that race to get to our paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale, which we'll do in just a little bit. A lot of horses with not a lot of experience. Some trying the turf for the first time. 7 furlongs on the turf in that maiden special weight for the 7th race on the card. We're right now the entry favored at 9-5 on the board. We told you top of the show, of course, our Kentucky Derby winner moved up to first via disqualification, not coming back in the Preakness. Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott confirmed will miss the Preakness because he's developed a cough, seems to be harboring some sort of virus. He is on antibiotics. He'll be the first Derby winner to miss the Preakness since 1996 when Grindstone was found to have a knee injury and was retired.
Yeah, it's surprising to see a horse get put up in the Derby and then him not running in the Preakness, but Mott said it like 2 days right after he was already developing a cough, and that's the last thing you want, is to bring a horse back in a couple weeks, and then he gets he jeopardize the rest of his 3-year-old campaign. And the way he ran, everybody keeps taking away the way he ran in the Derby. He ran so well that there's future there. So I would think he's thinking Belmont too for this horse and wants to get him ready for that, considering this is his backyard.
A lot of big races over the summer, of course, to target as well. So definitely want to get this horse right. Don't want to run him if there's any kind of issue. Not a lot of horses who've won the Derby and skipped the Preakness as you take a look at the list.
Yeah, and here's the best part about it is the 2nd place finisher, 3rd place finisher doesn't run. So he doesn't lose any ground in the 3-year-old race, right? So now he can come back whenever he wants when he's a little bit healthy. He's got the bottom to run the Belmont. Obviously, Bill Mott had pretty good success in the Travers, and that's a pretty good group, although Gato del Sol, Spend a Buck, and Grindstone. But it's unfortunate. But listen, we're going to see these horses down the road, and it makes it a little bit interesting to see how the 3-year-old pitcher will pan out.
This horse took the absolute worst of it in the Kentucky Derby. Of course, War of Will, that is who Maximum Security came over on. Nearly, it's just amazing his athletic ability. He did not go down in this race. He had his right front shoe removed, his foot being soaked in Epsom salts after a little bit of discomfort after this race. He is moving on to Baltimore.
Yeah, he is. And listen, we've watched a zillion races, at least I have in my lifetime, and Tyler Gaffalio never left that paint, and the horse was absolutely loaded. Now, I want you to focus again. There's the lug out the first time that everybody keeps always forgetting about until the lug out second time when he gets sawed off and then all the steam gets taken out of him. There's no way you can convince me in a million years that War of Will was not traveling just as good as Maximum Security. I'm not saying he was going to beat him. Not saying that one bit. But I'll tell you right now, they were going to go down to the wire, and War of Will was going to run first through third. We'll see what happens in Baltimore. He got back to where he was about 2 or 3 months ago, where a lot of people thought he was going to be a favorite and be part of this mix, and he is part of this mix now.
He was the leader on the Kentucky Derby points leaderboard, and also not just in terms of points, he was considered one of the top contenders, if not the top contender, after his wins in the Risen Star and the Lecomte. And of course, his connections, Mark Cassidy, Gary Barber, were so high on his ability. Then of course, things went wrong in the Louisiana Derby. They kind of worked him back to try and get that, I believe it was that back right leg that was the issue, and everyone sort of wrote him off and forgot about him, especially when he drew the rail.
Well, when he lost his action, I think people were confused. Then he drew the rail. He got a great trip. There was another horse that lost his action in the Derby. Thunder Snow, 2-time world champion in Dubai. So, I mean, some good horses it happens to. But here's what the probables right now. It looks like we're going to get improbable, no pun intended. War Will, Bourbon War, probably be your 3 and win. Your 3 or 4 choices there. And then you're going to see a lot of new faces. Bodie Express will be in. He was one that took the worst of it, too, at the top of the lane. Signal Man, I just don't see it. Owen Dale, I heard Andy saying he thought he had a little bit of chance. Is Bourbon War the wild card horse?
Well, he ran very, very good against horses who were competitive in the Kentucky Derby. So you would think he definitely fits with that group. He was second to Code of Honor in the Fountain of Youth, 4th in the Florida Derby, and the fact that he's getting a little spacing now because he's not a real big horse, and Mark Hennig says he's still maturing as an equine, that getting a little more time is going to be huge for him. Here's his trainer on his chances come Middle Jewel, the Triple Crown.
Watching the Derby, basically, I mean, we were, we were, and the developments all week. Omaha Beach isn't part of the scene. Haikal's not part of the scene. I mean, if Omaha Beach runs in the Derby and wins by 10, maybe we go a different direction. But the way it unfolded, it gave, the Florida horses ran superb, and we felt like we deserved to be competitive with those horses. We were all winter. We've been through this 7 weeks between races with him before. He doesn't need a whole lot, so we don't need to do too much now that we get this under our belt. We got a lot of clients involved that own a piece of the horse that are New Yorkers, and they'd love to see him run in the Belmont. So, but that's, one step at a time.
Well, he was thinking Peter Pan, decided to go with the bigger race, the Preakness in here, and this will be the 3rd starter in the Preakness for Mark Hennig. He had Eddington, who ran 3rd in this race back in 2004, come back to win the Pimlico Special the next year, and he had Personal Hope, who ran 4th back in 1993. But Bourbon War, very nice horse, and certainly that Fountain of Youth proved he can run with these horses.
Yeah, I get it, and I get that the Florida horses have done well, but I'm going to just caution. And I'm going to tell you to tread lightly, because all the Florida horses have won the Derbies. Super Saver, Always Dreaming, and then we just saw another Florida horse in Maximum Security. What all 3 of them win? They won in dead slop. And what does it do in Florida all the time? It rains. And I'm telling you right now, be careful if it does not rain when it comes to Preakness time, because I think the Florida horses are getting too much hype. And I think the rest of the way, if you don't see any rain, they might get buried.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back when we return. Our feature race still to come. We're a race away, but Rocketry, his shift from turf to dirt has made him a brand new horse, including track record here at Belmont Park. He returns to the scene of the crime, and a rematch with Marconi still to come.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior, stakes performers Scrapper and Malocchio, and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. In the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have fetched prices up to $1.25 million and multiple yearlings up to $1 million. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guys gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. Our plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. 7th is coming up next, but our feature race, that will be in race 8. That is the rescheduled flat-out stakes, supposed to run last Friday due to weather conditions. That card, the remainder of it was canceled, and it's been rescheduled for today. Greg Wolf, Paul LaDuca with you. And, of course, we're going to see Rocketry back in action in this race. And it was at Belmont when he shifted to dirt for the very first time in the Temperance Hill, and he ran lights out in that performance.
He really did. And you're wondering now, after going to Churchill and winning that race too, those sweeping turns, and then Gulfstream not really liking it and losing to Marconi, maybe coming back here in Belmont's what he's wanted to do. And listen, it took a little time. He's a high-headed type horse, which I thought he would never really like, actually, the dirt, kick back in his face, but he's taken to it, and he's become a legit distance horse.
Yeah, Gulfstream, of course, Jimmy Jerkins felt favors a little bit more speedsters. He didn't have a lot of pace to run at in that race, and the skip away as well when Marconi beat him. So he really feels back to Big Sandy. These sweeping wide turns really going to be right back up his alley as we check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And horses here in the paddock for today's 7th race, maiden special weight, in which there's a lot of guesswork to be done. 6 of the 9 horses in here are either first-time starters or have yet to step foot on the grass, as there are actually only 6 betting interests in here as well. And we'll check in with the 1 entry that, to be honest, on face value, there's no turf pedigree to speak of with the 1 Sayaf or the 1A Tomer. As we'll look at Sayaf, the one who has experience for Chad Brown. I shouldn't say that. I mean, the sire on this one, at least there's some influence there. But he's not screaming turf, that's for sure. Now, he was quick in his debut, going the 6 furlongs on the main track at Gulfstream Park, and he does look quick. This looks like a fast horse. He's compact, he's well-muscled, he's very broad. He looks great. I'm just not convinced overly to take a short price on him that he's actually truly a turf horse. As the 1A in here, Tomer, who is by Distorted Humor, which isn't screaming turf, and Out of Spun Sugar, who is a multiple Grade 1 winner on dirt, and all the siblings have been productive going long on the dirt. So 7 furlongs on the turf, I'm scratching my head, or is this just a sign that this horse can't run much at all? Decent size, very laid back here in the paddock. If you're going to take one, you're going to take the plain one. And here's, we just got the riders up call. Number 6 is Kaluk Bear taking some money. This horse very game, I thought, in defeat at Keeneland, going the 6th, and obviously taking money, maybe because of the work tab as well. This horse seems to always work fast in the mornings, and he'll try the turf. He does have turf pedigree. This one by Curlin, out of Giants Causeway mare, where she was good on the turf, and everything she's produced has been able to run on the turf. He looks good. He's a good-looking type. He'll be forwardly placed here as well, you would have to think, though. The blinkers coming off here for Derek Ryan, who's sent in some live horses early on in this Belmont meeting. He does run in front bandages. You won't see horses run in bandages, period, a lot on the turf. He keeps them on, all 4 on. So, you know, he's obviously a horse that is fairly hard on himself as well. Now, number 8 is Real Money, who comes back in off of a layoff, 3-year-old debut for this son of Real Solution. I like what he's done in the meantime. Away from the races, he's grown, he's gotten bigger. He comes in, he's showing me great energy. He looks fantastic, really well conditioned for trainer Mark Cassie. You know, he's been preparing down in Ocala for Mark, as well as up here in New York. And again, a horse, guys, that has speed. So really, how is this pace going to set up here? I'll throw it back up to you guys to discuss that.
Well, it definitely looks like this 8 wants to go, but the 6, very quick as well. I think those two are going to be slinging. What do you think about the 1? Going to be involved as well?
Yeah, it depends, you know, right? What horse is going to take to the turf? Is the 6 Kulak Bear going to take to the turf because he has a little bit of speed? He ran sub-22, and you see the Mark Cassie stat had a 51 starts, 12 wins, 24%, and 41% in the money with this type of layoff. And he's so good over the turf course. And that's a pretty good stat considering it's over 5 years. It's not like a short sample.
5-1 on this horse. The problem with Real Money, I mean, this horse looked home free last start at 6 furlongs and got caught. Now, sometimes pace can actually be a little bit easier at 7 furlongs, but not when there's other pace in the race. It's going to go right at you.
Well, they went 108 and changed. It's not like they crawled home, but Lionel Reyes had a ton of horse, and he stopped. I wonder if they changed the tactics today and maybe take this horse behind.
Here's Syaf, part of an entry in here for Chad Brown, who trains this half of the entry.
Yeah, this is son of Sepoy, who's an Australian sire, so I would think the turf would be better for this Shadwell charge.
Yeah, debuted on dirt at Gulfstream, ran 3rd, showed some early speed. Here's the first timer, this one trained by Kieran McLaughlin.
Yeah, the dam of this one, Spun Sugar, was a champion. I'm surprised she's debuting on the turf, or he's debuting on the turf, considering the works on the dirt have been flashy.
Son of Orb is the 2 who I believe we'll see next. Northern Hayes, the 2 and 2B on the board, and that is the 2 at 9-1. John Terranova trains.
Yeah, this one even race, first time out about 17-1, and comes back with an even work. Needs to improve.
Stablemate is a first-time starter. Joel Rosario aboard the son of Pioneer of the Nile.
Yeah, and another horse that's been working steady and will debut at Lasix.
You know, break 3rd to the outside in here. The 3 and 3X at 7-2 on the board. They'll break towards the outside. Pickle Rick, Kendrick Carmouche aboard for Danny Gargan.
Yeah, from the Brad Cox barn to Danny Gargan, and a horse that's shown speed over dirt and is going to try the turf for the first time.
Son of Twirling Candy. And then the outside post for the stablemate here, or entry mate, I should say. Chad Brown trains the 3X, Miami Mumbles.
Tough read here because this horse was bet first time out, just like most Chad Brown runners, on the dirt. And now Chad's going to try on the turf just after 1 run.
It's post 2 for the 4. Point of Humor for Brian Lynch.
Improved a lot last time out. Second time blinkers in with a little bit of a layoff and didn't break that well. And in his 3 starts, he's broken flat foot. If he can break with the field, he's got a shot here.
Kulak Bear, we know, is quick. In 2 dirt starts, has been on the lead in both. Blinkers come off today.
Surprising stat is that Derek Ryan is 0 for 15 sticking horses on the turf, but he's very good with turf spinners. Do not dismiss the son of Curlin.
And the 8, Real Money. We talked about the speed this one possesses for Mark Cassie. John Velasquez rides.
Yeah, Gary Barber and John Oxley team up. Mr. Barber and Cassie, potent team all the time, and Johnny V aboard.
So we saw Chad Brown win earlier in a maiden race with a horse that was 6-1 morning line. Opened up as a 9-5 favorite. And here, of course, Kieran McLaughlin trains the other half of the entry, but Chad with Syaf, part of the 8-5 favorite entry here. And this one for Shadwell Stable.
Yeah, and Sepoy, his sire, was a Group 1 winner on turf, obviously, in Australia. The dam didn't do much. And it's really tough to tell. Like, Chad stuck this horse in a nice little maiden race at Gulfstream Park at 4-1. Castellano got aboard, showed speed, and I would think turf was always going to be maybe their ultimate goal. And for me, for him to stick him at 7 furlongs second start is probably telling me, Wolfie, 5 furlongs was going to be too short, so that's where you get sprinting over there at Gulfstream Park, and he didn't really want to go maybe long, so this is like maybe right in the wheelhouse.
Here's a look at Kulik Bear, who has been very quick. 2 starts on dirt. 1 at Tampa, the debut, and then on Keeneland as well. Now the shades come off. You mentioned Derek Ryan. Don't be scared away from turf sprints with him. No, Derek Ryan from Musket Man fame. He can train, and he's got some good horses. He can train horses well over the turf. He's good at turf sprints. Third in the Kentucky Derby? I believe so. He ran 5th. You sure? Who? Oh, Musket Man. He ran like 4th or 5th in the Derby. Okay. He was 3rd to Rachel Alexander in the Preakness. He was right there at the wire. Abar Koa was aboard. Wow. Yeah. But I think Kulik Bear will actually take to the turf. I do. I really do. And Derek's a very underrated trainer. So where did Musket Man run in the Derby? By the way, speaking of Rachel, Kulik Bear, Stone Street Stables. Yeah, right? Check in for Maggie with more.
Thanks, Craig. The longest shot on the board is actually, well, 2 horses, both of which going out for John Terranova and the Curra Stables. Northern Hayes, I do think he'll appreciate a little bit more ground, but in the warm-ups, and maybe this horse is just slow and he'll need a start, but watching Soul Fight warm up here on the track, I was won over by him. I was wishing that I was Joel Rosario on his back. I mean, just a beautiful mover, framed himself up well. He's turf meant, don't get me wrong, and he shows up well prepared. I think he'll want more ground, though. I mean, he's very, very tall and scopy, so I'm really intrigued by him. I think I'll pay attention to see how he does here, but obviously they're not the livest duo as they're 9-1 on the board. As the 3X Miami Mumbles debuted at Aqueduct in February, Heartspawn's a good influence, but I mean, on the bottom side, it's pretty much all dirt and not much in the immediate family. The second dam was a multiple Grade 1 winner from 6 furlongs to a mile on the main track. So then again, this horse actually has some physicality to say that he should like it. He's got a more flatter hoof and a slacker pastern to him. So I wouldn't be surprised if he takes to it. But guys, there's just so much guesswork to be on. That's why I landed on number 8 here, Real Money. If he takes any kind of step forward as a 3-year-old, it puts him right in the mix. And by physicality, I think he has.
So we'll see. With Real Money, and that might be the case, I just would have thought last time out, I wanted to see him seal that race and start number 3, and it didn't happen. So at 4-1, I'm going to look elsewhere. Yeah, you know, I think why it didn't happen was that middle fraction when they went 45 to 50. So he went a sub-11, and I think Lionel pressed the button a little bit too soon. But Mark Cassidy sticked this horse into a futurity at Belmont for $150,000 in his second career start in a pretty good race. It meant that he's got obviously a lot of talent. And here's the other deal about this horse. Real Solution stands for $5,000. They paid $675,000. So he's probably the prettiest horse in the race. Doesn't earn you checks, unfortunately. No, it does not. But I'll tell you what, that's a lot to pay for a Real Solution, considering you got one option, turf. Syaf, the 1A, Tamer, first timer, 9-5 favorites on the board. They'll break from post 1 and 3 respectively. As we get set for the 7th coming up, Larry Colmus, the voice of horse racing's Triple Crown, with the call here in the 7th at Belmont on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 and MSG+.
Real Money going in. waiting for Kulik Bear and Miami Mumbles. They're all in line. They're off. Sharp beginning for Real Money, who fires out for the front, joined by Sayaf on the inside. And right behind them is Point of Humor, who came out running in third by another 2. And then comes Pickle Rick, followed by Miami Mumbles. Break of 2.5 back to Northern Haze, who's followed by Kulik Bear on the inside. It's another 5 lengths more back to Tamer, and far behind is Soul Fight. 22.35 was that opening quarter mile as they move for the far turn. Real Money and John Velasquez on top, leading it by 3/4 of a length. Sayaf on the inside second. Point of Humor alongside third by a length. And then comes Pickle Rick and Miami Mumbles on the outside moving up. Behind them, Kulik Bear riding the rail around that turn, 5 lengths off the lead, right alongside of Northern Haze. Tamer is picking up stride a bit, still about 8 lengths behind as they come toward the top of the stretch. 45.54 was the half, and Real Money turns for home on top. Point of Humor on the outside, 1.5 lengths behind in second. Down toward the inside, Sayaf now splitting horses and coming on. Up into second, Kulik Bear is also closing on the outside. Real Money trying to hang in there. Sayaf is next, and Kulik Bear on the far outside. Here comes Kulik Bear down the center of the course, and Kulik Bear runs down the front runners and pulls away in the end. Sayaf was second, Real Money was third, and then it was Tamer, followed by a photo behind them between Pickle Rick and Point of Humor.
Kulik Bear found some running room and started to make a big move, and then it just looked like he started to flatten out a little bit. And I wasn't sure if he was going to get there, but in the end he does. It's 5-1.
I tell you what, the 8 broke like a rocket, Real Money, right out of the gate. It took command early in this race, and then Johnny V tried to slow it down as much as he could, and then Castellano had the 1 in a perfect spot. The 3 and the 3X, they both came up empty, and you could see that Lascano was trying to get Kulik Bear off the fence, and when you get the big white face off the fence, he starts to explode in the center of the racetrack. And you're right, he starts taking some funky steps. He's on the wrong lead. And when he hits him right-handed, he really starts to explode deep here in stretch. And then he went left-handed, and then it was over. He really leveled out nicely. Came home, 109 and change to 122. And we finally get a $12 winner.
Kulik Bear gets it done. Derek Ryan, Jose Lezcano, very close for second. It looks like the 1 in the end nudges out the 8. So 6-1-8 here in the 7th. And yeah, that will play very nicely for those of you still alive in the Naira Bets late pick 5 here.
Yeah, it will. I mean, it does not matter about Nisha, you know, at 2-5 because you got a decent price here with this horse. This is a big horse. You beat Chad Brown in multiple spots in here. McLaughlin, you beat 2 entries. So this Kulik Bear is going to play a lot more.
Kulik Bear,
I'm sorry, you beat 3 entries.
Kulik Bear with the win. Well, the prices when we come back and when we return, we'll talk Run Happy, the stakes race coming up this weekend on a sensational Saturday. Firenze Fire, back to where he fired big time in the Dwyer last summer. Can he follow it up again for Jason Service? Undefeated here at Belmont. We'll be back.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tapit has become one of the nation's leading sires of 2-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. them. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well.
We have returned on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, and MSG Plus is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We have our 7th race in the books, our feature coming up next, but nice performance here from Kulik Bear, trying the turf for the very first time and certainly liking it here. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here in the winner's circle with winning trainer Derek Ryan. Kulik Bear. Derek, a horse that debuted and ran his first 2 races on the dirt, but switched to the turf here, obviously had some pedigree. Talk a little bit about bringing this horse along. Has it always been a goal for yours to run him on the turf?
Yeah, he's got a half brother that won a graded stake on the turf, and we eventually were going to get him on the turf. I figured I'd break his maiden in Keeneland first. Still can't believe I got beat, but me, that's all right.
He did. He ran valiantly that day. And, you know, Stone Street Stable, we see them with, you know, those higher profile connections, but you have 3 horses for them. And this one, obviously, a homebred. And talk a little bit about your relationship with them.
Yeah, I'm friendly with Ian Brennan, who runs Stoner Street in Florida, and he always sends me a couple. And he was very high on this horse from day one. And after his first race, he sort of needed it, and he just turned into a different horse after that. So I was pretty high on him today. I think he's the best horse I've had since Musket Man.
He was very impressive, and that's a lofty comparison, Derek. So hopefully seeing more from him, but talk about kicking off your Belmont meet. I mean, 2 for 3. Everything you bring up here is pretty live.
Yeah, we go to Tampa for the winter and basically prep him for it to come up north, and it's so far so good. It's worked out pretty good.
Based at Monmouth?
Yeah.
All right, well, keep bringing the live ones here to New York. Derek, congratulations with Kulik Bear.
Cheers, thanks.
All right, guys, might see some big things from Kulik Bear down the line as he breaks his maiden today.
Derek Ryan being a little modest there. He had 2 wins and a second in his 3 starters here, so he's having a nice meet. And yeah, Musket Man, he was a good one. And 3rd in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, him and Ian Brennan go way back. Ian Brennan picks out horses for Eric Fine. That's where Musket Man comes from. And yes, and for him to say that, yeah, it is lofty expectation. Musket Man was such a good horse. He also had a filly named CC's Pal that was a runner too. So let me tell you something. This guy can flat out train. So congratulations to Kulik Bear.
I just have one issue with Maggie. I mean, it would have been great information for me personally before the race to hear that. $12.80 on Kulik Bear as we take a look at the Naira Bets late pick 5. Follow along. Mr. LeDuc is still alive.
Yeah, and when I was doing my hit downstairs, I didn't even realize that I didn't even single Nisha on my on-air ticket. I singled the 7 here. We need Marconi to somehow upset Rocketry, and then we can get home maybe in the last race. But so far, so good. We're alive. We'll take it. H-Man. By the way, you know what the irony is? H-Man, you know what H-Man is named after? Because he used to be in the Todd Pletcher barn? Harris Fine. He was named after Harris Fine, hence H-Man. And then you got Derek Ryan, who used to train for Eric Fine, Musket Man.
Okay. All
a
comes
bit of a
together.
tie. It all comes together, yeah.
Our feature race, you saw the odds there very briefly. And Rocketry switched to dirt after 14 starts on the grass where he only won 3 times. He's now won 2 of his 3 on dirt, a couple of stakes wins, and they both come at Belmont, including that lights-out performance in the Temperance Hills. So rematch with Marconi. Marconi actually beat him at Gulfstream, but it's going to be different race tactics, you would think, this time.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, they're going to go mile and 3/8, and which horse is going to like the sweeping turns or not. Marconi was very, very good last time out, but Rocketry might like the Belmont surface a little bit better. I think it's going to be a good horse race. They're 3-5 and 6-1. Marconi's not going to be 6-1 when they go off.
Dead on the board, Marconi, who just beats Rocketry. But, yeah, that's going to change as we continue to look at some of the big races coming up on Saturday. The Beaugay and
short field, but good race. I mean,
9-5 on Homerique morning line.
Yeah, competition of ideas. 7-5 too as well for Joel Rosario. This is going to be a rider's race. It really is. And this was competition of ideas at Santa Anita, and watch him just explode. I thought we were going to the race call. I thought you were going to do your Frank Miramati.
Yeah, I'll save that for Frank. Grade 1 win. This was absolutely the best one of the resume for this 4-year-old filly. She'll be making her 4-year-old debut, of course, coming up. But she has won 3 of her last 4. She'll be tackling, though, a filly who beat her a couple of starts back.
Well, the thing about this, too, is Homerique is like coming in with some crazy credentials here now. The Peter Brandt runner for Chad Brown. She's been 3rd in a Grade 1. She's been 1st at Deauville in a Grade 3. She's run 2nd in some big fields, too, as well. Now she enters the Chad Brown barn. She had a 115 time form rating and enters the best turf barn. So you don't know what we're running into there, so she could be a monster.
But, you know, look, we had one of the big shockers of, I think, obviously it was a shocker what happened in the Kentucky Derby. But on the undercard for that entire weekend, Chad Brown filly, who was a superstar newspaper record, coming off the bench, getting beat. It can happen every once in a while.
It can happen, but then he said, you know what, I'll bring you back Brooks Brinks and Mortar. And what was the other horse's name? A couple other ones. Say, I got a bunch of other ones in the barn. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he is fully loaded. We also have the Run Happy coming up on Saturday as well, and recruiting ready. 8 to 5 morning line. Skylar's Scramjet. They're likely going to go right at each other in here, but Firenze Fire, this is his track after what he did in the Dwyer.
Well, it is his track. Let's be honest. I mean, this was him in absolute cruise control, and when they press the button, the race is over, and he's a one-turn horse. This is just the bottom line, and he's just going to enjoy every bit of this. He strides out nicely. I think it's being a little bit 7-2. His last 2 races have not been much, a little bit even. Maybe he needed the races. Skylar Scramjet, you're right. We'll throw the gauntlet down early. Recruiting ready's got some speed. Tell you what, the outside horse for Carlos Martin, who's been rolling with Joel Rosario, might be rolling late.
That's coming up on Saturday. Stacked group of stakes races. You don't want to miss it, so be sure and join us Saturday afternoon. Up next, our feature race rescheduled from last Friday, the Flat Outs. Rocketry, Marconi renew their rivalry after Marconi sprung the upset last time out. But Rocketry right now 3 to 5 on the board. We'll be back. Chad Summers join us after break 2.
Eclipse champion Blame was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Moreau, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Cross traffic, 3/4, eye-popping 108 and 4. Flat Out is right there, doing his best, but he's still second best with 1 furlong to go. Javier Castellano imploring cross traffic. Flat Out continues to close with fierce determination. They're coming down to the finish, and it is Flat Out, Flat
Well, flat out, he produced time and time again at Belmont, won the Jockey Club Gold Cup in back-to-back years, the Suburban, 2011, 2013, the Westchester as well, the most successful son of Claiborne sire, Flatter, and as a foal sold for just $11,000. What a career he put forth, $3.6 million plus in earnings. Greg Wolf, Paul LaDuca, and we're joined by a special guest on the set as well, man who trained this horse to back-to-back victories over in Dubai in the Golden Shaheen. Mind your biscuits. Chad Summers, what a job you did with this horse. What a thrill was this like for you going over there and winning this race back-to-back years?
I mean, it was unbelievable, especially this year. I mean, I don't think I thought I was going to win the race until maybe right about now. Like it was something that was just unbelievable. And, you know, there was no audio there. I probably could have given the audio. I've watched that race on replay so many times. And, you know, he was just a special horse. And kind of like Flat Out, he was a horse that just always knew where the wire was. He battled and battled and battled. And he wanted to win every time. And he always brought his best effort.
He had some good success here at Belmont, too.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about coming up the Belmont Stakes. The Met Mile might be the best race on the card right now for Belmont Stakes Day. And we lost by a zap. And you want to talk about heartbreaking. I had a $750,000 bonus from the Japanese after I sold him if he would have won the race.
Ooh. Wow.
That's like getting one hit short of 3,000.
I know, right? Yeah. Or you're 1 day short of getting that pension. But yeah, good to join us on the 7. And you see the field for the Flat Out. Let's give an assist, by the way, to Scooter Dickey, who trained Flat Out a little bit too before Bill Mott got him. Rocketry, you have these type of horses that are these big, long turf horses, and then they go to dirt, and now they become distance turf horses, or dirt horses. He's turned into a pretty good one.
Well, the big thing that Jimmy said, when he first had him, he was slow. He thought he had absolutely no ability. So when you do that as a trainer, you try him on the turf so you don't be as much embarrassed.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the horse ran well first time out, ran well second time out. Next thing you know, he's a stake horse. Well, all of a sudden, when John Velasquez was riding him, John Velasquez says, Jimmy, what happens is on the turf, they all get bunched up, and he stops. And he's so big, when he stops, he loses all chance. So Jimmy Jerkin said, you know what, he's getting better on the dirt. Let's breeze him on the dirt. He breezed well on the dirt, ran him on the dirt, and set a track record.
Yeah, not a lot of ability to stop and start with this horse. Once he gets going, he's got to keep going, and he's had better running doing that, certainly on dirt. And as we take a look at him in action, and the moment they put him on dirt, he responded in the Temperance Hill with a victory, and he broke a track record that's since 1920. I know they don't run a mile and 5/8 very often, like almost ever, but it was formerly held by Man of War.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, he carries his head actually higher on the turf than he does on the dirt. Can you explain that at all?
It's just the way that he's comfortable. He's found a way when he's out in the clear, and the way that Joel rides him. You know, this race originally carded for last Friday. Joel wasn't going to be able to ride him. Now that it's back here, Joel gets to ride him. He rode him in the marathon in the Temperance Hill, and he gets him. This horse, you got to keep in the clear. He loves these sweeping turns because he can kind of take that action and go out wide. You're not going to look for Joel to save any ground over here. He might run 1.5 miles today. That's how far he's going to go, but that's the running style that he needs. The biggest problem
the game winner approach?
The biggest problem that Rocketry has right now is there's only 5 horses in the race. The race changed. There was 9 in there last week. So now all of a sudden you don't have as much pace in front of you, and this horse has got to be in the race earlier than maybe he would have liked.
And here's the horse who beat him actually last time out. He was coming in off back-to-back wins. He went to Gulfstream, and in the skip-away it was Marconi who came up with a win at 9-2.
Well, tactically was just got first run on Rocketry, right? And that's what happened. And Rocketry just didn't really fire here at all, Chad. And you can see Marconi's running his heart out. He's all out to win this race here deep and stretch.
And it's good to see that he's got a couple of nice works on there since then. His work April 24th at Palm Beach Downs was really impressive to me. Todd Pletcher thinks he's a horse that was going to get better with age, better with time. He better hope so. They spent $2 million on him at the yearling sale.
Yeah, this is an expensive son of Tappet for Todd Pletcher, but came up with a stakes victory in the skip away. Can he do it again here in the Flat Out? Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And 10 minutes to go here with this field of 5 set and ready to go as we'll check in with the likely favorite, and that is number 5 Rocketry, looking to get back on track here today. And he does look extremely fit. He looks extremely strong here in the paddock. And what is a little bit different now, you don't often see horses kind of change in their personality, at least as far as preliminaries, when the 10 minutes I get to see them before a race. But Rocketry used to be a little bit more quiet and docile in the paddock, and today head up, ears pricked, and has been nickering to everybody that would listen to him here. So we'll see. It feels as though he's ready to get back on track after a disappointing and uncharacteristically bad effort in the skip away, and he's back out to a distance, 1 3/8 where they break just about on the turn. It's kind of an odd place to break, not much run up, so it's a good thing for the horses on the outside that it is a short field. But I like what I'm seeing from Rocketry. I can't fault him here whatsoever, as we'll check in with the horse that may project to be the early pace setter in number 4, Tour de Force, second off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez. Now, don't get me wrong, this horse was bred to be drop dead gorgeous. Tis Now out of Dream Supreme. It's there. He is so appealing to the eye. I mean, and he exudes confidence here for Rudy. And I'm wondering if Rudy can get this horse to perform well, especially at these longer distances. He looks as though he should be able to handle it. And he's really caught my attention here in the paddock, guys.
Dream Supreme was that superstar sprinter for George Steinbrenner's Kinsman stable back in the day. She was good. 3-5 favorite, Rocketry, trying to get another stakes victory here in the Flat Out, our feature race on America's Day at the Races next.
As commercial breeders, we're always looking for athletes. When I first saw Always Dreaming, I immediately knew he was the type of stallion that we want to breed to bring foals to market. With a great hip, a prominent shoulder, and a huge athletic walk, I knew he was the type of stallion to make his mark on the business. I'm Rob Tribbett, and this season, I'm always dreaming.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and MSG Plus, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Our feature race coming up, and here's our post-breed in the Flat Out, Monongahela Jason Service.
This is a horse that took 6 starts to break his maiden at Penn National. He's a different horse now. The Queens County came to life, purchased after that by Mike Dubb, and turned to Jason Service.
Twisted Tommy was a win machine for a while for Chad Brown. Now he's with Belmont.
Yeah, 7 for 15. Does have a win here at Belmont. Needs to sharpen up his form.
Here's the regally bred Tour de Force, 8-1.
Probably the one to catch. Second time in the Rudy Rod barn. Could get dangerous because you know the way Kendrick Carmouche can get aggressive on the lead.
Rocketry, he has loved the move to dirt.
He loves Belmont Park's main track as well. If he repeats his last effort, he's a winner.
But when he went to Gulfstream, this horse beat him, Marconi for Todd Pletcher.
Marconi's got to be close. Tour de Force going to try and clear. Can Jose Lezcano stay close early?
So the rematch between Marconi and Rocketry, and the betting public doesn't seem to think it's much of a choice.
Well,
they're all on Rocketry.
Yeah, you know, Chad makes a good point. Does Tour de Force, the 4, go to the lead, and does Marconi sit right there on his flank? And I would think Joel Rosario is going to sit back with Rocketry and just let it all just plan out. We'll see how it works because he's going to have to push Kendrick Carmouche a little bit with the 4.
Standing by with a trainer of Rocketry. Let's go to Maggie.
Thanks, Greg. And here with Jimmy Jerkins and Rocketry Jimmy, sending second off of a layoff, uncharacteristically bad effort last time out in the skip away. What were some of the excuses? Was it the distance? He loves it here at Belmont Park as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looked like it wasn't shaping up with enough speed in there, really. You know, it's not too often you think a mile 3/16 is too short a distance, but you know, I thought he started to kick in halfway down the backside, or maybe a little further, but they were so fresh up ahead of him they kind of kicked on ahead of him, and he couldn't really make much ground up. But I thought at the very end he was gaining some, so I wasn't, you know, it was disappointing because he was such a big favorite, of course, and he was coming off those 2 big races. But I think he had a pretty good excuse.
Now, there actually does look as though there's some pace on paper, despite it being a 5-horse field, and he's won in a 5-horse field as well, obviously going back to the Temperance Hill. What do you feel as though you have a tighter horse heading into this one as he is second off the bench?
I never thought, but that was you know, he's not a big heavy horse by any means, and it doesn't, you know, I didn't think he wasn't fit enough by any means. That's why he didn't run any good. He just doesn't seem to do quite as well overall in Florida. He doesn't eat as good, and he just doesn't look as good. I think he perked up a little since he's been back, and he's been training strong. So, and I think this sets up a little better for him. There isn't any, you know, I think if those horses rate nice enough ahead of him, they'll be tough to catch. But you know, Rosario, I think when he gets him into the clear, and hopefully he just, you know, keeps on going and rumbles down here like he did last time he was here.
Setting a new track record as well. And Jimmy, I don't know if people could hear it, but he was nickering in the paddock actually. Is that?
It's funny. He's always done that ever since his first start. But he's, you know, he's not unruly around the barn or anything like that at all. It's just something he does, you know, and he never. You know, that's as far as it goes. They don't never see him doing anything else outside of that, but make a little noise. But he's just a gem to be around.
It was endearing to listen to him talking to everybody in the paddock. Well, Jimmy, wishing you the best of luck.
Thanks a lot.
All right, guys, we'll see if Rocketry can take back to his winning ways here at Belmont in this flat out.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I'd seen some quotes from Jimmy, too, and he actually seemed to think that skip away, he wasn't that disappointed with it. He really thought the horse was starting to run well late, didn't have a lot of pace to run at, and he's worked very well since then.
They just let him get away early. I mean, they weren't going very fast in that race in Gulfstream, and you know that track at Gulfstream is very, very speed favoring. It's tough to come from behind. We saw Maximum Security go wire to wire in the Florida Derby. Bodie Express was second all around. It's tough to make up ground. At Belmont, it's a little bit easier. And the thing I love about Jimmy, the race is canceled. He goes back on Monday, breezes him 3/8, a nice bullet, keep him happy, keep him fresh. That's something you didn't see a lot of the horses in this race do. Jimmy does it. He's an old school guy.
Hoping to use this as a stepping stone, if all goes well here, to move on to the Grade 2 Brooklyn. As we look at Monongahela, this is a horse that he'll put in his run, but it certainly looks like at least the last few starts he had just not had the will to get to the wire first.
Well, he's got 11 seconds in 22 starts, and he's 0 for 10 the last 2 years, but he's not he's not trying. And if you look at his record over a fast racetrack, he's 14 for 15 in the money. You think he's home free right here. And when he swings out off cover right here, does he got dead aim on this horse? But he just seems like he always likes to hang a little bit and doesn't really want to go by. Will the longer distances help? This will be the longest he'll ever run.
I think he does. I think he's starting to kind of pick it up. It's going to be his third start here for Jason Service. I think he needed that first start. You said Laurel and the John Campbell. He's getting better and better. And despite he's 0 for 10, I think he's the horse to beat here. He's going to make that first big move.
He was the 3 horse there on the outside that was winding up second there behind Life's a Parlay in that Excelsior. As you take a look at analyst selections, Paul going with the 7, Maggie and Andy both with the 4 Tour de Force. And Tour de Force, as we talked about, Kinder Carmouche, there he is for Rudy Rodriguez. Should be out in front.
Well, if I'm Marconi and I'm the jockey, Jose Lescano, I try to turn this into a 2-horse race. I let Kinder Carmouche go as slow as he wants to go and go, hey, let Rocketry try to run us down.
And if I'm Kendrick Carmouche, I say, all right, I'll take the lead and I'll go as slow as I want. I'll go all the way.
Yeah.
Rocketry, 3 to 5 on the board. The 5 horse here is dirt debut. It came on this track, and he set a track record just 3 starts ago. What will he do in his return to Belmont? Here's the flat out. Larry Colmus, the voice of horse racing's Triple Crown, with the call.
All in line. They're off in the flat out. Monongahela had the best beginning. Tour de Force, Marconi on the far outside, and right behind them is Twisted Tom. Rocketry is taken to the back of the pack and to the rail to trail the field early, 7 lengths off the lead as Tour de Force takes charge and opens up a length and a half. With Marconi in second and Monongahela behind them, now 4 lengths from the front around that sweeping first turn. It's another 5 lengths more back to Twisted Tom. Rocketry's 11 lengths off the lead past a 24.68 initial quarter. So on to the backstretch they go. Kendra Carmouche takes the early initiative with Tour de Force. And they're on to the backstretch in front. In the clear by 5 lengths. Marconi is second by a length and 3/4. Monongahela is third. Twisted Tom is well held at this stage, with about 7 furlongs to go, 10 lengths off the lead and 2 clear of late-running Rocketry. 48.97 was the half mile. 6 furlongs to go, and Tour de Force out there on a lonely lead. It's a 6-length advantage over Marconi. Monongahela kept close to Marconi, and they're well clear of Twisted Tom. Junior Alvarado just took a peek behind to see where Rocketry was. He's a length and a half behind him as they race for the far turn. So 3/4 is up in 1:13.37 seconds. It's been an honest pace so far for Tour de Force, who's been doing it on the lead so far. Half mile to go, a 2.5 length lead. Marconi is getting closer. So too is Monongahela. It's another 4 lengths more to Twisted Tom and Rocketry, who's about to join him on the outside. So around the far turn they go, and toward the top of the stretch, where it is still Tour de Force, a length and a half ahead of Marconi in second. Monongahela's under heavy pressure. Rocketry's going to come wide, and Twisted Tom, and they're into the stretch. And it's Tour de Force who's all out on the lead. Marconi ranges up alongside in second. Monongahela is trying to get involved too on the outside, and Rocketry is down the center, and he's kicking it in 2. So it is Marconi at the 16th pole, in the clear by 2.5 lengths, and Marconi's going to do it. Marconi bearing out in the end, but is the winner. Tight second there might have been Rocketry on the wire with Tour de Force, and right behind them was Monongahela in a new track record time of 2 minutes 14.68 seconds.
Marconi comes and gets the pace setter Tour de Force, and that's back-to-back stakes victories for this 4-year-old son of Tapit.
Lascano did a great job. Chad, you called it right out of the gate. What ended up happening is Kendrick Carmouche got squeezed with the 4, Tour de Force out of the gate. So Jose Lascano pushed the button with the 7, made the 4 go fast, and then he just settled back and just got first run.
Great ride by Jose Lascano to really know exactly how the race was going to play out. How it played out on paper is how it played out in the race. When we move forward to the Brooklyn here on Belmont Day, Marconi will be tough to beat, but if they go faster, you see Rocketry closing here. If the pace is a little faster, I know they set a track record today, but it's a different kind of pace.
Yeah, it is.
And Rocketry is closing here. I think he's going to get the bob for second over Tour de Force.
Yeah, he is. But Rocketry's the type of horse that he needs more horses. I understand he runs in trouble, but he needs like a 10-horse field where there's pace, because then he can just run by everybody. You could tell he loves the sweeping turns here, and he wants to run all day. Even Jimmy even said it. He wants to run 2 miles, and he might be a bear in the Belmont Gold Cup again this year. He ran at 4th, and he had a little bit of trouble. But Marconi is getting better, and now you're starting to realize why they paid $2 million for him.
Back-to-back stakes victories. He does it to Rocketry once again. But yes, certainly if Rocketry can get a little more pace to run at in the Brooklyn, might be a different story. But for now, it's Marconi who holds the edge. Jose Lascano, 3-win afternoon. And as mentioned, new track record for a mile 3/8 as well in victory. 7-5-4-1 finish. Todd Pletcher, he has a good one on his hands. We're going to take a break. We'll be back.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include 4-time graded stakes winner Miss Sky Warrior, 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, multiple stakes winner Bal Harbor, and Dubai Group 3 winner Shamal Nibras. Last year, his 2-year-olds sold up to $540,000, while his yearlings fetched up to a whopping $575,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
So my name is Robbie Hertzel. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Perfect 7 for 7 all while racing medication-free. Now standing at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. Marconi does it again to rocketry, back-to-back wins. Both stakes victories. Jose Lizcano aboard for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
And here with winning trainer of today's Flat Out, Marconi and Todd Pletcher. Todd, this is a horse that, well, you tipped your hand 2 years ago that this is a horse crying out for more distance, and he's really relished it.
He really has. We felt like not only is he going to relish longer distances, but he just needed some time to mature, and he's a big colt, and he's kind of putting it all together now, so it's nice to see back-to-back victories with him.
And what can you say about this performance here today with Jose Lizcano? I mean, he kind of tracked those leaders, and, he held off everybody at the end, too.
Yeah, we kind of felt like that's the way the race would unfold. We want to make sure we got away from the gate, get him into a good rhythm, not take away anything that came easily to him, and he just got in a good rhythm and kept going.
Are you going to stay with these marathon dirt races through the rest of the year?
Well, hopefully we can come back for the Brooklyn on Belmont Day. That was kind of what we were thinking when we came in here, so hopefully everything goes smoothly between now and then.
All right, well, best of luck there, and congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, Marconi in today's Flat Out, guys.
Wins the skip away at Gulfstream. Now the Flat Out here, of course, rescheduled from last Friday. Putting together an impressive resume and a lot of work to do to catch up to that $2 million purchase price.
Yeah, son of Tapit out of the Ponce mare. Ponce de Leona. Not de Leon. Great explorer. But congratulations, yeah. And here is your Naira Pick 5. Yeah, he did. He found the Fountain of Youth. I found the Fountain of Youth if I hit this Pick 5 if the 2 and 8 get home.
You know who won the Fountain of Youth? Code of Honor, of course. Honor, yes. We're going to talk about a horse who faced him in that race in a moment here. Naira Betts late Pick 5. Follow along alive for stacks and stacks of money if you are alive in this thing. The shortest payout.
2 and 8, baby. Let's get it home. 2 and 8.
Listen,
17.21 is the lowest payout and going as high to 37,000.
That's with a 2 to 5 shot. The biggest odds were what, $12 winner. The Naira Pick 5 is the best bet in all of racing.
It really is.
It's incredible. Nightcap, we talked about this from the beginning of the show, throughout the show. Most wide open betting race of the sequence all day long. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out here. 6 furlongs over the inner turf in this final race coming up. Paul and I will talk about this more coming up in just a little bit, but we want to get Chad Summers' thoughts on what went down on an historic Kentucky Derby after that disqualification. What were your thoughts upon seeing it?
It's the right call. I mean, by the letter of the law, they have to do the right call. And the thing with Bill Mott sat there right away. And maybe he was politicking, but he was doing it for the right reason. If it was a maiden 20 on Wednesday, there's no doubt. In 30 seconds, the horse comes down. It's not Louis' fault. It's nobody's fault. But the horse came over and interfered with 3, 4, 5 different horses in the race. He's got to come down. I know Country House wasn't the best horse in the race, and that's what leaves the sour taste in everybody's mouth. That, normally it's an inquiry with first and second. It makes sense. This really isn't an inquiry with Country House, and I think that's what bothers people more than anything else, but he had to come down.
Let me ask you another quick question, because I've talked to Tyler Gaffleon, and that's what everybody wants to wonder. Why didn't you claim foul? Now, there's unwritten rules in every sport. He finished 8th, and he explained to us that him and Mark Cassidy said, hey, there's nothing by us claiming foul and gaining position. Is that just an unwritten rule? Hey, we're not gaining position. We don't want to claim foul here.
Listen, it's the Kentucky Derby. You wouldn't want it done against you, and you're right. They only pay out to the top 5. So if you're 8th and you move up to 7th, it's not going to make a difference. Now, it is the steward's responsibility to hang that inquiry, and if anything at all looks suspicious, you have to look at it. The inquiry sign should have gone up right away.
And everything I've heard, kind of MO at Churchill Downs, they just don't really hang that sign ever. They don't do it. And it doesn't mean that they're not looking at it, but they should start doing that.
Correct.
Just because people start wondering and you want full transparency. But, this race has a reputation as well as being a rough and tumble race where they kind of let you play a little bit. But maybe more when you're in the body of the race. When you're out in front causing those issues, it's a different story, isn't it?
It's very dangerous for all the horses behind. And the one thing that people aren't talking about to me is, and Louis said it right after the race, He's a lightly raced horse. He only ran 4 times, only ran at Gulfstream Park going into this. This was a brand new transition for this horse in front of 150,000 people. Much, much different.
Yeah, and my point to you is I want to ask you is how many races have you watched? You and I have watched a zillion races. Did you think War of Will was going to run first, second, or third the way he was traveling?
No.
It's hard to say no, yes or no, but does he at least cash a ticket? First through 5.
I can see him run 5th. I can't see him 1, 2, 3, but it affects everybody. It's not just War of Will.
Okay.
It's Long Range Toddy, and it even goes all the way back to Bodie Express as well.
Yeah. We asked you what you thought and wanted you to respond through ABR Live. Put it to the debate, and right call 65% agree with this call, saying yes, he should have been taken down.
Well, here's the deal. Like at the beginning, everybody was upset. Then he had so many different angles. This poor guy that has this camera that was sitting in there, God knows him. He might be Bartman pretty soon if they find out who that guy's name is. Hopefully, they're saying they saw puddles. All I know is that horse shied away twice, not once, twice, Chad.
The craziest thing is 65% agree. The 25% are the only ones tweeting right now because they're still going on and on about it.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, Mark Cassie said it looked like a drunk driver out there. What was going on with that horse?
Yeah.
Take a look at the probables for the 144th running of the Preakness. We could see as many as 8 new faces line up in this middle jewel of the Triple Crown. And among the new faces, well, we'll get to him in a minute, but Bodie Express looks like he's going to be coming back, and he certainly was involved in this issue with Maximum Security.
And he's a maiden still, okay? So we don't maybe give him as much credit as we have to. If you watch here, he takes the worst of it. He gets squeezed between Long Range Toddy and Country House. He takes back here, and Chris Landeros, who's had a heck of a year, has everything. He's getting ready to re-rally. Now he's going to get stopped again in front of Long Range Toddy for a second time, and then come up the inside and rally again to finish 13th. He wasn't stopping like some of those other horses. He's a horse that he's okay, but the moment gets to him sometimes. He behaved himself in Kentucky. Will he behave himself in Pimlico? That's what the Gustavo Delgado camp has to ask themselves.
I think we know who the best maiden in the country is right now.
No, he is. Listen, he's 71-1. He ran second at Gulfstream. He can run. This horse can run. And you can see the finish of that race. Master Fencer flying and Game Winner flying on the outside too. But, yeah, I mean, I still think Improbable is the one to beat just because Bafford's record at Preakness.
You agree?
I think with a dry track
Listen,
he is.
The X factor is Always Mining. Always Mining is the maximum security of the Preakness. He hasn't beaten anybody yet, but he's done nothing wrong. Wins 6 in a row. Kelly Ruby's ready to go.
Thank you so much for coming on. It was fun. It was good to have you on.
I appreciate it, guys.
Great
Good job,
analysis.
Chad. Thank you.
And we hope to see you again soon. We still have more racing coming up. I want to thank Chad Summers. We are done on MSG Plus, but still on Fox Sports 2 with a nightcap coming up.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one of a kind, high speed, high stakes action. And Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms was the nation's #1 sire of 2-year-olds in 2017 by percentage of winners. His top runners include Rich Mommy, winner of the Grade 3 Sugar Swirl, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Recruiting Ready, stakes winner and graded stakes performer Vanish, and recent stakes winners Taylor Spirit and Tracy Racing. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $300,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Warren Moon, how many derbies has it been now?
Man, this is number 19 for me this year. So
19?
So next year be number 20. I got some big plans for next year, but I can't reveal them quite yet. I've been to World Cups, I've been to the Masters, I've been to all of them, but this one, for some reason, Louisville just does a great job of just rolling out the red carpet to everybody from all over the world.
What have you learned over the years? 'Cause I see now you're quite the better, so I feel like you're kind of like a handicapper and pretty experienced now.
Yeah, you learn a lot about it because you're around a lot of people who really take this seriously. But it's a lot that goes into it, so I respect the people that actually bet on horses.
That was the great Warren Moon, 9-time Pro Bowler. He was the NFL Offensive Player of the Year in 1990. He was undrafted.
Yeah, he went to the CFL. A lot of people forget that Warren Moon went to the CFL for a while. So one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch play. It really was, man. He could air it out. It's pretty fun. Like,
great part of his career with the Houston
Oilers.
Oilers.
You see Steven Jackson. You see Wes Welker. You saw Tom Brady. Mike Vrabel actually DM'd me for my picks on Derby Day. There are so many guys in the football world that love playing the ponies, man.
And yeah, they do quite well at it. Also, who was the
outside of the track? Brady was betting a guy he couldn't throw a football that far outside of Churchill Downs. So that's what we need in horse racing. We need that kind of stuff. It's great stuff.
Yeah, we've seen a few get into ownership as well. Bill Belichick, he was out here on Belmont Stakes Day last year.
He's getting into it now too. Mr. Quenville obviously was the coach of the Blackhawks, and a lot of hockey guys are in it too. Obviously with Nyquist, we remember him obviously.
Our 9th and nightcap at Belmont, 6 furlongs. It's over the inner turf, New York bred entry-level allowance race. This is our current favorite right now, Sadie Lady, Arnaud de la Cour, Javier Castellano, and this one getting on the turf for the first time.
Been at the Fairhill Training Center, and that's where Arnold does a lot of his work, him and Graham Motion. This is a New York bred that he's brought down here. Now going to try the turf and has some turf pedigree on the top side. Freud on the bottom side, not much, but Arnold is very, very good with turf sprints, 20%. You know, and they debuted this filly, this horse won, and they put her right in a $250,000 race. And Castellano was on both times, and she did not run good, and he's still sticking. So I think she's a major player in here.
Let's look at Merlin's Muse. Eric Consell will ride for David Donk and has been right there each the last couple of starts, including at this level at Aqueduct on April 12th.
Yeah, you know, the race before, the 40 non-2 ran very well and then jumps up in class, right? And sort of doesn't break well. And maybe that was in her favor. She ran into a fast pace and came rolling home. And she's going to need a fast pace again today. At 6-1, and that's probably why she's not getting bet, because I think the public's thinking this is a better quality of horses, but this is a good finish here late for her. She starts really finishing there on the outside. There you see with the white face, the 8.
So right now, 5-1 on Merlin's Muse. She was 7-2 morning line. We talked a little bit earlier in the show about David Donk, how dangerous he can be, especially in turf races. We'll see if he can get a W here as we go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And all the play coming in on number 8, Sadie's Lady, who comes back off of a layoff and tries to turf for the first time, which I'm pretty optimistic about her chances getting on the grass, as she is one that I'd actually wrote in my notes and watching her warm up going back to her debut, and that she moves more like a turf horse. You know, turf horses will have more of that kind of bounce and kind of more hang time, if you will, in their stride, and she had just that. So I'm excited to see what she does here on the turf. Always like to see the Freuds on the grass as well, and she comes back in here. She looks fit. She looks ready to go for Arnaud de la Cour, and as Paul pointed out, she has been working on the synthetic surface at Fair Hill. Now moving on to some other layoff horses, in which the bulk of these horses taking play are ones that do have to overcome a layoff, and that does include number 2, Ailish, for Jorge Abreu. She did break her maiden in a maiden 40, but she's run fast enough to be very competitive here, and she comes back in here with purpose. She's been marching around this paddock. I mean, she's really well defined. You couldn't ask a horse to look more fit than what Ailish does coming back off the bench for her 4-year-old debut. So I think she is certainly worth a play here and deserves to be a short price. As number 9, Lila Ruth, another one that broke her maiden in the 40, but at debut, she does have a little bit of a slower look to her, to be honest, but I think she's actually done well. Despite that layoff, she's grown, she's gotten bigger, she's filled out that somewhat kind of lighter frame too, and we'll see how Linda does bringing her back here today, but I wouldn't be surprised if she's okay. But guys, I mean, you can't ignore Merlin's Muse, because she's the one that does have a race under her belt this year. Greg?
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about earlier. She raced on April 12th at Aqueduct. She ran pretty good, third in a 9-horse field. I don't know. Do you think if she runs, she's going to have to improve off that to win today, don't you think?
Yeah, a tiny bit. Yeah, she's going to have to. She's never really broken bad, and she broke bad in her last effort. Now, the 9, Lila Ruth, the other Linda Rice runner, she broke awful, but just came rolling home, this filly by Sydney Scanney, and got the job done with Junior Alvarado. And she looks like the biggest, tallest filly, and maybe that's the reason why they gave her a little time off. Now Jose Ortiz will jump aboard, and she's 9-2. Maybe they're worried about the gate. Maybe that's why she's having issues out of the gate, because she's such a big filly.
Well, she came from very far out of it to get that win in her debut, and she did that at Belmont, but it was a long time ago, back in June of last summer. We've not seen her since. As we look at the 12 Mom's Kisses, she had a nice win on the turf. When you win by that kind of margin, I don't care what level it's at, that's impressive. She won by 4 1/4 in a 6-furlong sprint.
Yeah, it's true, and they run 109 and change. I know the buyer comes back light. Daughter, Wilcoxon, his best moment was at Keeneland. Was a good little turf miler. Irad Ortiz Jr. gets aboard, and you're right. You beat 10 other horses and you squash 10 other horses. I have a feeling that number might be stronger than it is, and I can understand why the people do like the 12. That's the horse, that's the filly that's getting bet the most, from 12-1 down to 4-1.
You can play this race and get down in that Naira Bets Late Pick 5, all of it each and every day, by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. New member bonus going on now. Use that promo code LIVE. You'll get a $200 new member bonus in your account to bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As Irad Ortiz Jr. saying hello to all the connections with his mount coming up in this race. He'll be on Mom's Kisses for Rudy Rodriguez and Leone Racing Stable. Saturday stakes schedule, again, loaded with all these stakes races. 5 stakes on the card. The Peter Pan, prep for the Belmont, and the Grade 1 Man of War is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's really going to be cool. You get to see Hunting Horn for Aiden O'Brien's going to ship one in. Zula Alpha, Channel Maker. Just a loaded field is the Man of War. It's going to be a lot of fun this whole weekend. Focus group for Chad Brown. Aiden O'Brien's going to send in a couple, so you know it's a big race when Aiden's shipping a couple.
A competition of ideas off the bench for Chad Brown. That's in the Grade 3 Bogey. Race 7 on the card. Not to mention the Run Happy and Firenze Fire after that just brilliant Dwyer. Everyone was talking about Mendelssohn coming into that race, and he just ran lights out with that 107 Buyer Firenze Fire and really put himself on the map. Post parade here coming up shortly for our nightcap here as we get a look and a couple of long shots here. I thought this 7 was even intriguing in here with what she had done on turf prior. I know on dirt struggled last time out against winners, but has shown some decent turf form.
Shown speed. In her second start, she showed really good speed, and then she just gave in a little bit. But I can see where you're going there, and there were big fields. Sometimes you look at these turf races, and in the wintertime, if they get on turf, they're smallish fields, and at least she's running against some bigger fields, and that could bode well for her, and she'll be part at least of the early pace. And listen, I'm not going to talk you off a 17-1 shot, and she is one of the fillies that will pay out the pick 6. A couple of these long shots won't.
Here's our post parade. We start with Amanda Lane, Sam Camacho Jr. for Ed Barker.
Yeah, and this one by Into Mischief. Third start in Eddie's barn, and maybe she'll take to the turf. The other 3 times has not worked out.
Ailish, the 2 here for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, she's going to have to break a little bit better and show her closing kick, and maybe the $40,000 level, or at least this level, is where she wants to be.
Merlin's Muse, 5-1 for David Donk.
Always right there, but is this the one you really want to back at 5-1? I would think this is the horse maybe safest to be in the money.
Dylan Davis on board. She's Dreamin' for Tom Bush.
Yeah, confusing efforts the last 2 times. Really has not run well and needs to turn around this gray mare.
Here's Countable for Linda Rice.
Going to try the turf for the first time, and that's usually dangerous with Linda because she can pull off some big upsets at 38%.
Tappansy, the 7, Rajiv Mirage, Dominic Schettino.
And we talked about this horse has got one really nice race over the Aqueduct turf, and the other 2 races okay, but has shown speed.
Sadie Lady, they had high intentions for her on dirt. Now she's trying the turf for the first time.
Yeah, this is the daughter of Freud. She should like the turf, and Arna Delacour and Castellano very good team.
The more highly regarded Linda Rice runner, Lila Ruth, the 9.
Yeah, 7-1 first time out, dead left, and mowed them all down. Look for her late.
Jaws Malibu, we know we're going to get speed. At least we've been seeing that on dirt. This is the turf debut.
Yeah, Mike Luzzy not getting a ton of mounts, but he's winning races, so maybe a live long shot here. To me, another live long shot.
Tradable with Raylu Gutierrez for John Hurtler.
Yeah, and I just think maybe those turf races you go back to, the first 2 starts, can put her right there.
And Mom's Kisses, Irad Ortiz Jr. for Rudy Rodriguez.
You make such a great point. When you win a turf race by over 3-4 lengths, you can come right back and do it. And this filly by Wilcox Inn has got to look here at 4-1.
All right, so that is your field here in the 9th. Let's take a look back to Merlin's Muse here for a moment. 5-1 on the board. The win, it came last summer at Saratoga at 5.5 on a turf course that had a little give in it.
Yeah. Now, she got beat by Lila Ruth before. Lila Ruth ran her down on June 22nd, and now Merlin's Muse has run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more times and has won 1 time, and Lila Ruth has not run back. So what do you do with that between the 9 and the 3? You're getting the same exact price.
Standing by with the trainer of Merlin's Muse, let's go to Maggie.
And here with Dave Donk as Merlin's Muse, as you guys were just discussing, Dave, goes second off the bench. And do you feel like you have a horse that is ready to kind of pounce on this field? As you were saying, it's not the hardest A other than.
Yeah, this isn't a very deep A other than. So I thought she probably needed a first time. If I had my druthers, I probably would have worked her once or twice more. But I'm glad I got to run over at Aqueduct since we've had so much rain since. But this is a pretty good spot for her.
And I just want to reflect because you have a really cool turf sprinter in your barn by the name of Spectralite that you actually own as well. And you told me to the day how long he was off for. And he came back and won a couple weeks ago at Aqueduct and that Spectralite. Where could we see him next? He's an exciting one in your barn.
Yeah, listen, he's an amazing horse. I guess he wants to be a racehorse. He had an issue early in the year. I had him in, and I think the guys were talking about the other day when he was in. Anthony and Andy were, and he did. I had him in one day. I scratched him, didn't like the way he was. Eventually, finally diagnosed something. I was advised to give him, 2-3 months off. By then, I was going to blow the turf season, so I just turned him out for the rest of the year. And, I brought him back in December into the barn, and I said, I don't really have to run him. And he's been really good to me, but he's done really well, and we were pretty convinced that he was ready to run, and he's quick and he's really game, and he ran a big race a few weeks ago, and where we find a race, there is a spot in a couple weeks maybe if it fills, and I don't think he wants to go farther than 3/4 on the grass.
Well, he's a fun one. I love those fast turf sprinters, but you've had so much success with your turf horses, and you seem to have kind of carved a niche for yourself in getting these turf horses ready, especially the New York breds, to fire early. Talk a little bit about your thought process and that, bringing them back off the bench, too.
Yeah, well, a lot of history. Used to go to Florida a lot of years. Then we had kids. Kids were in school. You'll find out. You make decisions, and I decided not to go to Florida anymore. And just stayed here. The purse money is really good, so I turn out a lot of the grass horses, especially the state breds, bring them back. It's worked for me. It's a good business model. It's good for my clients. And if it wasn't for the grass, I'd be driving a truck for UPS or FedEx. So I'm thankful for grass.
Your answering machine did say for a long time, this is the house that Awad built.
Still does, yes.
Well, Dave, wishing you the best of luck here. Always nice to catch up with you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And guys, 531 days, the exact number Spectralite was away from the races, came back a winner.
Takes a pretty good trainer to make that happen and get into the winner's circle off a layoff like that.
No, it does, and that's why he's so good at what he does. And I always say it all the time, honk for donk. I'm always in his corner.
So dangerous, especially in turf races. Teamed up so much over the years, too, with John Velasquez. They're so formidable.
He's got that Le'Veon Bell hat on right now. Just dreaming of Darno, just dumping it off to him all day. While Eli Manning is going to play for another 3 years from his back.
Wow, look at you coming with the analysis.
Let's just be honest.
But we all know, look, this year, as we heard from OBJ, it's going to be the Browns' year.
Yeah, it is.
Dynasty starting.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. That dynasty ended when Ernest Biner fumbled that ball. Losing is a disease. Have you ever watched The Natural? Losing is a disease.
5-2 favorite. Sadie Lady.
Baker Mayfield, by the way, at the Derby. Took a lot of pictures. Already was cool. Everybody said he was so cool. He took pictures with everybody. But he was at the Derby. He was a big presence. And cool to see guys like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So our favorite has never been on the grass before, and she has not raced since November. That is post-8, Sadie Lady, the one to beat on the board. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of the Triple Crown for the call, Larry Colmus, the nightcap from Belmont, here on MSG+.
Tradable stepping forward. And Mom's Kisses will be the last one to load. Mom's Kisses steps up. They're all in line. They're off. And it is Tappan Z who comes out running on the lead. Right alongside her, Sadie Lady, Lila Ruth, Jaws Malibu on the far outside. Ailish comes rushing through on the inside to join the fray as well. Break of 2 to Tradable, and then She's Dreamin' to the inside, followed by Countable, Amanda Lane down toward the rail. Merlin's Muse is next, and Mom's Kisses is last of them all, racing for the far turn, where it is Lila Ruth, the leader, over Jaws Malibu by a half a length through a 22 flat opening quarter mile. Ailish is third on the inside. Sadie Lady follows in fourth, 4 lengths from the front, and then She's Dreamin' on the inside, followed by Tradable, Tappan Z outside of them, and then comes Amanda Lane around the far turn. Lila Ruth and Jose Ortiz, the ones to catch here as they make their way to the top of the stretch. Sadie Lady comes wide with a rush. Ailish is third between those two. She's Dreamin' cuts the corner, and then it's Tradable, followed by Tappan Z to the outside. Down to the 8th pole, and it is still Lila Ruth trying to hold on to the lead here. On the outside, closing in is Sadie Lady. Sadie Lady up alongside of Lila Ruth. On the far outside, Amanda Lane, and Merlin's Muse dashing through on the inside. Here comes Amanda Lane. Amanda Lane got there. Merlin's Muse in a photo with She's Dreamin' behind them, and then it was Sadie Lady and Lila Ruth.
From nowhere, Amanda Lane for the Ed Barker barn. This Naira Betts late pick 5 going to pay close to $40,000.
Wow, 59-1 in the center of the racetrack here with Samuel Camacho. Always sitting with good horse. You can see there in the back of the front pack, and he just weaves his way through, does a great job of not going too wide. He's going to cut through right in front of the 7, the gray there, Tappan Z, and then just run these horses down. It looks like the 9 is long and gone here, Lila Ruth. It looks like the 8 is going to go by. The 3 starts rolling up the rail here, Merlin's Muse. Everybody's closing, but the 1 at 59-1 is closing the fastest. And hopefully you punched Al's bigger brother all, or you had this horse because you just cashed out.
Unreal. 59-1 to close out our card. We talked about it all day, about this race being just completely wide open. It played out that way. What a finish here to close out this Thursday card. Sam Camacho Jr., got to give him some credit as well for getting some finish out of this horse. Had been on the turf 3 prior times and had never hit the board, never been close.
No, never been close, and a tough horse to get to. Listen, like I said, the races go back, way back. She's a 5-year-old mare, and you got to give Ed Barker credit. He's trying to check another box. She's never been over the grass over in his care, and wow, like again, Camacho did a great job of not going so wide. He knew he had to save ground to try to win the race. And the 3, Merlin's Muse and Eric Cancel, did a great job sticking to the rail. These other horses are just stopping, and the 1 and the 3 are the only 2 that are really going by. The 5 in between horses just didn't really want to go through that hole, it looked like. But no doubt about it, because this is going to be a giant trifecta, too.
Whew, there's your winning trainer, Eddie Barker, at 59-1. He's pretty composed for that outcome.
Wow.
1-3-5, a little fist pump right there. There we go. It's got to feel good here. Worth waiting around for the finale. We'll be back with prices right after this.
I think the WIN program is a very positive and important thing for breeders, because if a stud farm supports the breeders that support their stallions, that's an important thing to me. I want to know that the stud farm also has the breeder's interests in their mind. This year we had a mare that we wanted to breed to a stallion that we thought might be a little bit over her budget, but when we realized that we had the WIN awards for our business plan, it worked perfectly into getting that mare to that stallion at WinStar.
Our Summer Cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. Our plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tapit has become one of the nation's leading sires of two-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and a shocker here in the nightcap, 59-1 on Amanda Lane for Stonegate Racing Stables.
Yeah, congratulations to Amanda Lane. Intermissions by the Nopic mare, Our Obsession. 1 for 21 lifetime. Second time was the Charm, and if you had that Naira late pick 5, $37,000.
No one hits the pick 6, $23,658 carryover into Friday. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with winning trainer Eddie Barker, and Eddie, all smiles because I can probably guarantee you, but I'll still ask, did you bet?
Absolutely.
59-1, Eddie. Amanda Lane was the longest shot on the board. But you pointed out she had a little bit of turf back races to go on.
Right. She ran 3 years ago in Saratoga, maiden special weight. It was her second race of her life. She ran, I think, 4th, but only got beat a length and a half or 2 lengths. And on the sheets, it was a good number. If you extrapolate it to what she's running now, she's got to run good, you know.
And, I mean, you were probably one of the more confident people in the racetrack to better at 59-1. But also, Sammy Camacho, you've gotten lucky with him as well.
Absolutely. That little kid can ride, man. You know, and we are lucky together, you know. And he listens to instructions, you know, and he works hard in the morning, too. He's a good kid, you know.
That he does. I always see him out there in the mornings. Well, Eddie, congratulations. Go cash those winning tickets.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, always fun to catch up with Eddie Barker. He's never shy about his winning bets, guys.
Oh, what a cash right there, and just a great performance. I mean, there has not been much finish from this 5-year-old mare who was just 1 for 21 coming in. Again, the Naira Bets late pick 5 follow along. Just sensational payout, $37,873.
Yeah, congratulations if you had that and you were able to get Amanda Lane home. You deserve it. You deserve every penny of it. And congratulations, Eddie Barker. That's what I like to hear. Fire on your own horses. I love it.
Nico Stacks takes our Saturday Showdown online contest on a Thursday.
With Stacks, I guess.
Yeah, $223. And you're playing for real prizes here, too. You're not risking any of your own money, competing for Naira Bets points. Also a Belmont Stakes prize package, including tickets as well. So get involved each and every day when you can and test your handicapping skills and compete for real prizes. Coming up, we have a big show coming up on Saturday. We have 5 stakes races on the card, including the Peter Pan and, of course, the Grade 1 Man o' War at 1 mile and 3/8. Aiden O'Brien, he'll be sending out 2 in the race, including the filly, Magic Wand, who's probably the tougher half of the 2 he's sending out, but also sending Hunting Horn, who's been around the block for a while.
Yeah, and Hunting Horn is a horse that has shipped here before multiple times. He's got a third, a couple thirds, and listen, he's sending over a couple colts in here that have got in the filly and Magic Wand that have got some credentials. So both of these horses are going to be very, very tough in here. They got to deal with Chad Brown, and that's just the bottom line with Focus Group.
Focus Group coming off his best performance yet, Grade 2 Pan American at Gulfstream, and was able to beat, among others, Village King, who's going to line up again against him today, but trying to get his first win at Belmont.
Yeah, he's 0 for 4 at Belmont. That would be his one Achilles heel, right? He's no wins, no second places, but he's 2 for 2 at the distance. He got up by a nose in this effort in the Pan American. Chad Brown's just rolling right now at 40%, but you do have to worry that he might be more of a Saratoga horse rather than a Belmont horse, although his Belmont races aren't awful. He's still going to be one of the major players in this race, obviously, and channel maker for Mr. Mott.
It's race 10 on the card, 5 stakes races in all on Saturday. We hope you join us. We are back on Fox Sports 2 on Saturday afternoon from 4 to 5 Eastern Time. We will see you then. Thank you for watching. It was Marconi in the rescheduled Flat Out, taking it to Rocketry one more time. That's back-to-back wins over Rocketry in the Skip Away and now in the Flat Out for trainer Todd Pletcher. Bridlewood Farm and Jose Lezcano this afternoon aboard for the stakes win. We will see you Saturday afternoon on Fox Sports 2, 4 Eastern Time. Hope you enjoyed America's Day at the Races.